Chapter 4, Book 10, Letter of Lord Dembert to the Prince of Antioch. You know, dearest son, that although I was unaware and unwilling, you chose me with a good and holy intention to be the leader and patriarch of that church, which is the unique mother of all churches and the mistress of nations. With the common consent of both the clergy and the people, as well as the princes, you placed me, though unworthy, in this highest seat of dignity with the grace of God leading the way. In this elevated position, my soul knows, and Christ, the inspector of all, witnesses how many dangers, labors, and persecutions I endure, offended by 1,000 injuries. For scarcely had Duke Godfrey, while he was still alive, been led astray not so much by his own will as by the persuasion of evil men, that he left to the church what had been held during the time of the Turks by the patriarch who was then in place. And when the Holy Church ought to have been more honored and exalted, it then suffered greater reproaches of desolation and confusion. However, he repented through the mercy of God, and ceasing from his impious intention, on the day of the purification of the Blessed Virgin Mary, he gave a fourth part of the Church of the Holy Sepulchre from Jaffa. And later, on the day of the Easter solemnity, no longer wishing to be proud or to trust in worldly pomp, he was moved by divine inspiration and freely restored all that was the Church's right. Becoming a man of the Holy Sepulchre and ours, he faithfully promised to serve God in us from then on. Thus, he returned to our power the Tower of David with the entire city of Jerusalem and its appurtenances, and what he held in Jaffa, yet, due to the insufficiency of temporal matters by our concession, he was to hold these until God would enlarge him in the capture of Babylon or other cities. If he were to die without a male heir, all these would be returned to the church without any contradiction. When he confirmed all these things in the presence of the entire clergy and people, on the solemn day of Easter, before the most holy sepulchre, he also established them on his sickbed, from which he died, before many incredible witnesses. Upon his death, Count Garnerius, rising as an enemy against the Church of God, disregarding faith and the pact of justice, fortified the Tower of David against us, and sending his envoys to Baldwin, he commanded him to come quickly to plunder the Church of God and violently seize its possessions. Thus struck by the judgment of God, he died on the fourth day after the Duke's death. However, with him dead, ignoble men and commoners still occupy and hold the same tower with the entire city, awaiting Baldwin's arrival to the ruin of the Church and the destruction of all Christendom. But I, left to the mercy of God alone and to your affection, dearest son, surrounded by all the miseries and calumnies of my malicious adversaries, confide in you alone, in whom, after God, I trust, and anchor my hope in the solidity of your affection. To you alone, I say, I recount with a tearful voice and anxious thought the hardships I endured, indeed, which the Church endures. But you, if you have any piety, and unless you wish to be a degenerate son of your father's glory, who rescued the Lord Apostolic Gregory from the city of Rome, imprisoned by an impious hand with tyrannical cruelty, thereby earning a memorable name for all ages, with all delay removed, hasten to come, and with the care of your land and kingdom wisely arranged among your more prudent soldiers, mercifully assist the Holy Church, laboring miserably. And certainly you know that you promised your help and counsel, and you made yourself a debtor to the Holy Church, and to me of your own accord. Therefore, write letters to Baldwin, forbidding him to come in any way to devastate the Holy Church and seize its possessions without our permission and delegation, since he with you elected me as patriarch and leader of the Church of Jerusalem, showing him that it is unreasonable to have endured so many labors and dangers for the same Church to make it free, if now it is to be forced to serve vilely and abjectly those whom it ought to rule and preside over by maternal right. But if he, resisting justice, refuses to acquiesce to reasonable demands, I implore you by the obedience you owe to blessed Peter, to impede his arrival by whatever means you can, or even if necessary, by force. Whatever you decide to do concerning these commands, send your helmet to me with haste, through this same messenger whom I send to you, dearest one, and make it known to me. Chapter 5, Book 10. Baldwin reaches Jerusalem and encounters enemy ambushes near the Dog River. We do not believe that this letter ever reached Lord Bohemond, For in the same month that the Lord of blessed memory, the Duke, departed this life, and went to the Lord, he was captured by the enemies either shortly before or after, as has been carefully mentioned earlier. Count of Edessa, having regained the illustrious metropolis of the Medes Melitene, was enjoying good fortune. And with the enemies around him thoroughly subdued, he was able to secure some peace for himself and his people through the grace of God. Then a messenger hastening from Jerusalem announced that the Lord Duke had passed away, and upon learning that the friends and loyal followers of his deceased brother were urgently calling him to hasten to the succession of the kingdom, he gathered a company of 200 horsemen and 800 foot soldiers. He entrusted the land to a certain wise and distinguished kinsman of his, namely Lord Baldwin of Berk, who later succeeded him both in that county and in the kingdom. On the 6th day before the nones of October, he set out for Jerusalem, to the amazement of some who wondered why he would undertake such a journey through the heart of enemy territory with so small a force. When he reached Antioch, he ordered his wife, along with her maidservants, and the heavy baggage and a large portion of the supplies, to descend to the sea, where he had arranged for a ship to be prepared to transport her safely to Jaffa. For this was the only one of the coastal cities that had come under our control, while all the others were still held by the infidels. He seemed to have done this with the intention of being more unencumbered as he passed through enemy regions, and thus better prepared for any sudden challenges that might arise. From there he reached Laodicea in Syria, following the coastline through Gabulam, Philenia, Maraclea, Antaratus, until he arrived at Tripoli. There he was met with gifts and honor by the king of that city, who was encamped outside the city. The king informed him that Dukak, the king of Damascus, had laid ambushes for him along his route. Continuing on and passing through Byblos, he reached the river known as the Dog River. In this place the passage is extremely perilous, situated between high mountains with rugged cliffs and a very steep ascent, and the turbulent sea. It is scarcely 2 cubits wide and 4 stadia long. The narrowness of the place and the dangerous path had been occupied by the local inhabitants and some Turks who had gathered from distant parts to obstruct the count's passage. When Lord Baldwin reached this place, he sent some of his men ahead to test the situation. They discovered that some of those who had fortified the location had crossed the river and descended to the plain. Seeing this, our men, fearing that they had left greater ambushes behind them, reported the situation to Lord Baldwin through one of their number. Without delay, he arranged his troops and confronted them, finding them ready for battle. Charging at them with spirited force, he broke their ranks in the first clash, killing many and putting the rest to flight. He then ordered the baggage to be set down and camp to be made there. Although the place was somewhat narrow between the mountains and the sea, they spent the night in great danger, remaining vigilant. They were harassed by those who had occupied the mountain passes and by those who had come in ships from the cities of Beirut and Byblos, who shot a multitude of arrows throughout the night, causing many dangers around the edges of the camp. They were so troubled by these constraints that, despite the river being nearby, they could not water their horses, exhausted from the journey and parched from the intense heat that night. Chapter 6, Book 10. The enemies are defeated, and Baldwin reaches Jerusalem by a swift journey. Afterwards, as day was breaking, the count, having consulted with his men, ordered that, with their baggage prepared for the journey, they should begin to return. He sent ahead those who were weaker and less capable of bearing arms, while he himself followed with the stronger men, holding off attacks not only from the rear, but also from both sides. This he had devised very prudently and cleverly, in his usual manner, to deceive the enemy, not because he distrusted his own company, but so that he might find the pursuing enemies in open areas and engage them more freely, for he greatly feared narrow passages. As his army labored in their return, the enemies, thinking they were hastening their retreat out of fear, pressed on more boldly, believing them to be more terrified. Descending eagerly from the narrow places, they began to pursue our men through more open areas with great urgency. Those who were on the ships, desiring plunder, leapt onto the land, hoping to carry off a trophy without difficulty, as if the enemy had already been defeated. However, the count, seeing that they had abandoned the mountains and were now pressing upon our men on the plains, ordered his men to return. With banners raised, he turned back to attack the enemies more fiercely. The ranks, following the example of their leader, charged more boldly, and before the enemies could retreat to the mountains as usual, they were struck down with swords, sparing none until the utmost slaughter. The enemies, unable to withstand the assault and amazed at the strength and persistence of our men, made no effort to defend themselves. Placing their hopes solely in flight, they sought safety in that way. So much so that those who had disembarked from the ships did not dare return to the sea, and those who fled to the mountains, fleeing recklessly, encountered dangerous precipices and found 1,000 paths to sudden death. With the enemies thus overthrown, our victorious men returned with rejoicing to the place where they had left their baggage and impediments. Resting there for the night, they blessed the Lord, who brings down the mighty and exalts the humble. The next day, retreating to a place called Junia, they took care of themselves and their horses, dividing the spoils and captured slaves among themselves in military fashion. The following morning, the Lord Count, wishing to provide prudently and faithfully for his company, took some of the more agile horsemen and boldly went to the place where the battle had been the day before, wanting to see whether the adversaries still held the narrow passes or if the way was open for those wishing to pass. Seeing the passage clear of enemies and easily traversable, he summoned his men. Hearing the welcome news, they arrived at the place, and, following their lord without trouble, crossed the area they had long suspected and rightly feared. Approaching the village of the Beirutans, they camped before the city, then followed the coastal route, passing Sidon, Tyre, and Acre, until they reached a place called XIII. The Count, however, distrusted Lord Tancred because of the exceedingly great and unjust injury he had inflicted upon him at Tarsus in Cilicia, and allowed none of his men to enter the aforementioned city, fearing that the magnificent man, remembering the offense, might wish to repay him in kind. Lord Tancred was absent, but his citizens, coming out to meet the Count, offered him trade with great kindness and fraternal affection, especially in goods necessary for sustenance, unfavorable. From there, taking the coastal road through Caesarea and then Arsur, they reached Jaffa, where he was solemnly received by the entire clergy and people. With everyone supporting him, he conducted himself as their lord. Departing from there to Jerusalem, he was met by the entire clergy and people, both Latins and those of other nations, who joyfully welcomed him with hymns and spiritual songs as their king and lord. Chapter 7, Book 10, Patriarch Damber, fearing Baldwin's arrival, retreats to the church on Mount Zion, leaving the patriarchal residence. During this time Arnulf, whom we mentioned earlier, a true son of perdition and firstborn of Satan, saw that he had fallen from the seat of James, which he had rashly seized, due to his own merits. He began to disturb and trouble the peace of Lord Damber, whom the church had appointed with the common consent of all. Immediately after the duke's death, Arnulf accused him of many things before Lord Baldwin the Count and stirred up part of the clergy against him, as he was most malicious and a sour of discord. Arnulf was also powerful and exceedingly wealthy, holding the archdeaconry of the same city and receiving stipends from the temple of the Lord and the place of Calvary. Thus, being both rich and cunning in doing evil, he had great influence among the clergy and even more among secular individuals. Seeing the malice of Arnulf, who was given to him as a thorn, and suspecting the Count's credulity, Lord Patriarch Damber, wary of Baldwin's arrival, left the patriarchal residence and withdrew to the church on Mount Zion. There, avoiding scandals, he devoted himself privately to reading and prayer. Consequently, he did not present himself at the reception and honor given to the aforementioned Lord Count by the citizens. Chapter 8, Book 10. The Count leads an expedition towards Ascalon, crosses the Jordan, enters enemy lands, finally returns to Jerusalem. After spending several days in the city to allow himself and his horses some rest, and having organized the affairs of the kingdom as much as seemed necessary at the time, the Count, being a diligent man who shunned idleness, gathered an expedition. This force was composed of those he had brought with him and those he found in the kingdom. Suddenly and unexpectedly he appeared before the city of Ascalon. When the citizens feared to come out against him, and seeing that he was making little progress, He moved through the plains lying between the mountains and the sea. There he found the suburbs, whose inhabitants had abandoned their homes and taken refuge in underground caves, with their wives, children, flocks, and herds. These were bandits and robbers, highwaymen who had made the journey between Ramla and Jerusalem, very dangerous with frequent raids, often attacking unsuspecting travelers with hostile intent. Upon learning this, the Count ordered a more vigorous pursuit and, applying fire to the cave entrances, used smoke-inducing materials to force those inside to surrender due to the suffocating smoke, or to compel them to breathe their last. Consequently, those inside, unable to endure the heat of the fires and the oppressive smoke, surrendered unconditionally to the Count. Showing no mercy, he ordered 100 of them to be beheaded, as their deeds seemed to warrant. Taking the provisions found there, necessary for both men and beasts, he passed through the tribe of Simeon and ascended to the mountains. Passing by the renowned burial place of the patriarchs Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, namely Hebron, also known as Kiriath Arba, he descended through the vineyards of En-Gedi to the famous valley where the Salt Sea is located. Then, passing through Zoar, a small place but known for saving Lot as he fled from Sodom, they entered the territory of the Moabites and explored all of Syria Sobal, seeking any opportunity to harm the treacherous people and improve their own conditions. However, they achieved nothing on this entire journey except to sustain themselves, their horses, and their beasts with the enemy's goods. For having foreseen their arrival, the inhabitants of the region had fled to the inaccessible mountains and familiar strongholds, so that our men, wandering through the entire region, found it empty and without inhabitants. Seeing that he was making no progress and that the solemnity of the Lord's nativity was approaching, the Count retraced his steps and entered Jerusalem on the 12th day before the Kalends of January, on the feast day of St. Thomas the Apostle. Chapter 9, Book 10. The Patriarch and the Count reconciled. The Count is anointed king. In the year of our Lord 1101, after a commendable intervention by certain wise individuals, Lord Damber, the Patriarch, and Lord Count Baldwin were reconciled with each other. On the holy day of the Lord's Nativity, in the church of Bethlehem, with the clergy and people present, along with the prelates of the churches and the princes of the kingdom, Lord Baldwin was consecrated and anointed as king by the hand of the aforementioned Patriarch Damberg. He was solemnly crowned with the royal diadem. Chapter 10, Book 10. Tancred, remembering past wrongs, departs and is called by the people of Antioch, with Lord Baldwin, as previously mentioned, established on the throne and confirmed in his reign, Lord Tancred. Of illustrious memory and pious in Christ, recalled the wrong he had suffered at the hands of Lord Baldwin at Tarsus in Cilicia, which was undeserved. Being a religious man and a lover of his own conscience, he feared being bound by any tie of loyalty to someone he could not love with pure affection. Therefore he resigned the city of Tiberias and also Caiaphas, which Lord Godfrey of blessed memory had generously granted to him for his distinguished merits, into the hands of the king. Having obtained permission, and with everyone regretting his departure, he withdrew to the region of Antioch. He had often been summoned by the leaders of that region to manage and oversee the principality until the return of Lord Bohemond. Should the Lord see fit to release him from captivity, as Tancred was the rightful heir, to whom the entire inheritance would devolve if Bohemond could not return. Upon reaching Antioch, the people and the leaders immediately granted him general and free administration. Meanwhile, the king granted Tiberias, which had been resigned to him, to a certain Hugh of St. Omer, a noble and valiant man in arms, to hold as a hereditary possession. The kingdom then enjoyed peace for 4 months. Chapter 11, Book 10. The king crosses the Jordan and gathers innumerable spoils from the enemy's lands. His commendable deed is described. During those days it happened that certain men whose duty it was to explore the state of neighboring regions and the weaknesses of the enemy suggested to the king that he secretly gather a large military force. Crossing the Jordan, he entered the lands of the Arabs and advanced into the depths of the wilderness inhabited by that people. Reaching the designated place, he launched a sudden night attack on the unsuspecting, capturing many men in their tents, and taking all the women with their children and all their possessions as spoils. They carried away immense plunder, including an unheard-of number of camels and donkeys. Most of the men, sensing our approach from afar, fled deeper into the desert, seeking safety in flight, abandoning their tents, wives, children, and all their possessions to the enemy. As they were returning, driving the herds and captives before them, it happened that a certain noblewoman, the wife of a great and powerful prince, was caught up in the common misfortune of the migration. She was pregnant and her time of delivery was near, so much so that, overwhelmed by the pains of childbirth, she gave birth on the journey. When the king heard of this, he ordered her to be taken down from the camel she was riding and a makeshift bed to be prepared from the spoils on the ground. He provided her with food and 2 water skins and, as she wished, assigned her a maidservant and 2 camels for nourishment from their milk. Wrapping her in his own cloak, he left her and continued with his army. On the same day or the next, the great Arab chieftain, with a large retinue, followed the tracks of our army in the manner of his people. He was deeply grieved and saddened by the loss of his wife, a noble lady about to give birth, considering all other losses as nothing. By chance, he came upon his wife lying there. Seeing her and astonished by the kindness the king had shown her, he began to extol the name of the Latins, and especially the king's mercy to the heavens. From then on, he became as loyal as he could to the king, as he later demonstrated with clear evidence in a time of great need. Chapter 12. Book 10, Western Princes, prepare again for the journey and arrive at Constantinople with great forces. While these events were unfolding in the east, the Western princes heard of the great wonders the Lord had worked through his servants who had embarked on the pilgrimage. They learned how he had led his army across vast lands and through many diverse and challenging trials into the promised land, and how he had subdued nations before them and humbled kingdoms. Rejoicing in the success of their brothers, yet distressed that they had not been worthy to partake in their fortunate deeds, those who had remained behind resolved firmly among themselves to renew the expedition. Foremost among them was the illustrious and magnificent William, Count of Poitou and Duke of Aquitaine. Also Lord Hugh, the great brother of King Philip of France and Count of Vermandois, who had followed the first expedition but returned home after the capture of Antioch due to financial hardship. There was also Lord Stephen, Count of Chartres and Blois, a wise man of great counsel who had deserted his companions with disgrace and ignominy after the capture of Antioch, fearing the upcoming battle, and had earned perpetual infamy through his shameful flight. Seeking to redeem his previous failure and erase his deserved infamy, he prepared himself for the journey, gathering an honorable company. Lord Stephen, Count of Burgundy, a renowned man distinguished by great nobility, also prepared for the journey. Many other nobles, distinguished in their regions by life, birth, and arms, driven by the same desire, prepared themselves to depart, waiting for the appointed day when the greater princes would set out, and they could join their legions. And so it happened that on the appointed day, at the opportune time, with all necessary preparations made, and companions gathered, they set out on their journey. Although they did not follow the devotion of the first expedition, they reached Constantinople, where they were received with great honor by Emperor Alexius. There they found Lord Raymond of Toulouse, who had been such a great and commendable leader in the first expedition. As we have mentioned before, he had left his wife and most of his household in Laodicea, and had returned to the emperor to seek assistance, so that he might return to Syria and claim one or more of its cities for himself. He had resolved to persevere in the pilgrimage he had once begun, and never to return to his homeland. Rejoicing to have found such an industrious and prudent man, they took leave from the emperor, laden with abundant gifts from him, and considering Lord Raymond as their leader, they crossed the Hellespont. With their legions, they arrived at Nicaea in Bithynia, following the path of the previous army. Chapter 13, Book 10. Emperor Alexius, as usual, plots against them through the Turks. Many pilgrims are slain. Those who remain reach Jerusalem, following the Count of Toulouse. However, the same Emperor Alexius following the ancient custom of the Greeks, and envying the successes of our people, although he had treated them quite kindly, as we have previously mentioned, secretly incited their enemies through frequent messengers to bring about their ruin. He made them more informed about their arrival through frequent letters and the dispatch of messengers, warning them not to allow such a large group to pass freely at their own peril. Acting like a scorpion which has nothing on its face to fear, you would wisely avoid the harm of its tail. Thus, through him and his followers, having foreseen the arrival of our people, they gathered forces from the entire eastern region and collected military aid both by persuasion and payment, intending to hinder their journey, knowing they intended to pass through. Our people, whether by design or by chance, became separated from each other and began to proceed in various directions, as if deliberately becoming like sand without lime, having no bond of charity among themselves, and completely disregarding the discipline that the previous army had observed. Therefore, a powerful adversary was raised against them due to their deserving deeds, and they were given into the hands of their enemies, so that in one day more than 50,000 of mixed sex fell by the sword. Those who were divinely granted escaped from the hands of the enemies found safety, naked and empty-handed, having lost their baggage and all their belongings. Eventually, more by chance than by design, they reached Cilicia, and at Tarsus, the metropolis of that province, they lost Lord Hugh the Great, who was taken by a fatal necessity. He was magnificently buried in the church of the Doctor of the Gentiles, who was born in that city. After being refreshed there for a few days, they resumed their journey and reached Antioch. There Lord Tancred, who was administering the principality of the said city, showed them all the grace of humanity in his manner, especially to the Count of Poitou, because he was nobler and far more powerful than the others, and had suffered more than the others in the aforementioned unfortunate expedition, having lost everything. Finally, driven by the desire to see the holy places, those whose horses had failed took to the sea, while those who still had horses hastened by land to Jerusalem. They gathered at the maritime city of Antiratus, commonly called Tortosa. There, on the advice of Lord Raymond, Count of Toulouse, they attacked the city, as it seemed conquerable to them, and with the Lord's help they violently occupied it within a few days, with its citizens either slain by the sword or consigned to perpetual servitude, thus surrendering the city to the Lord Count and dividing the spoils of war among themselves. They continued their work, with the aforementioned Count remaining to defend the city, despite the others' unwillingness, and their attempts to take him with them. Chapter 14, Book 10. The king besieges and violently occupies Antipatris. Meanwhile, while the aforementioned army was struggling unsuccessfully in the regions of Romania, as we have previously mentioned, the Lord King of Jerusalem, unwilling to languish in idleness and eager to expand the borders of his kingdom, was diligently seeking ways to extend the narrow confines of his realm. Around the beginning of spring, a fleet from Genoa arrived at the port of Jaffa, and they were received with great honor by the Lord King and the citizens of that city. Since the Easter festival was near, they brought their ships ashore and went up to Jerusalem for the feast day. After the Easter celebrations were completed in the customary manner, the king, through wise men skilled in persuasion, summoned the consuls of the aforementioned fleet, along with the elders and leaders of their groups, to inquire whether they intended to return home or if they would be willing to devote themselves to the service of God for the expansion of the kingdom for a certain period, with an honorable salary assigned, after consulting with their own. They responded that if they could remain in the kingdom under honorable conditions, it was their intention, and had been from the beginning, to labor faithfully for the service of God and the expansion of the kingdom for a certain time. With agreements reached to mutual satisfaction and confirmed by oaths, it was established that as long as they wished to remain in the kingdom with the aforementioned fleet, if any of the enemy's cities or towns were violently captured with their assistance, they would receive a third of the spoils and money taken from the enemies to be divided among their companions without any trouble, while the remaining 2/3 would be reserved for the Lord King. Furthermore, in any of the cities reclaimed from the enemies under the same terms, they would receive one district as their own, specifically for the citizens of Genoa. Thus encouraged by this hope and relying on heavenly assistance, the Lord King gathered military forces of both knights and foot soldiers from the cities he controlled, and laid siege to the maritime of Arcer by land and sea. This place, also known by another name, Antipatris, was named after Herod's father, Antipater. It is a fertile location, offering many advantages of woods and pastures. The previous year, Duke Godfrey of blessed memory had besieged this place, but seeing that he was not making progress, since he lacked ships to block the sea access for the besieged, he returned with the task unfinished. When they had surrounded the fortress with their troops, the king ordered a siege tower to be constructed from large beams. Once it was built and placed against the walls with the diligence of the craftsmen, it collapsed to the ground due to the multitude of people ascending it, as it lacked the necessary solidity. In this collapse, about 100 of our men were severely injured. Some were even captured by the enemies, who hanged them on gallows in the presence of our fort. This provoked great indignation in our army, and they pressed on more vigorously, confining the enemies within the city with such fear that they seemed unable even to think of defending themselves. Our forces, having placed ladders against the wall, appeared to have already occupied the towers and walls when, behold, the townspeople, despairing of their lives, obtained through intermediaries from the Lord King the concession that upon surrendering the town, they could leave freely and peacefully with their children and wives, abandoning their movable possessions, and be granted safe passage to Ascalon. Having captured the fortress and leaving guards there to prudently defend the place, the king immediately proceeded to Caesarea, intending to besiege it without delay. Chapter 15. Book 10. The same king besieges Caesarea, a maritime city, and attacks it while besieged. Caesarea is a city situated on the coast, originally known as Straton's Tower. According to ancient histories, Herod the Elder expanded it and adorned it with noble buildings, naming it Caesarea in honor of Caesar Augustus, establishing it as the metropolis of Second Palestine by the authority of the Roman Emperor. The location is very advantageous, with flowing waters and irrigated gardens. Though it lacks a harbor, it is recorded that Herod, despite great expense and diligent effort, unsuccessfully attempted to provide a safe haven for ships there. When the king arrived with his army, accompanied by a fleet advancing steadily by sea, they set up a siege around the city. With siege engines strategically placed, they attacked the city more vigorously, instilling fear in the citizens with frequent skirmishes near the city gates. They weakened the towers and walls with the hurling of large stones, and by breaking into the buildings within, denied the besieged any respite. Meanwhile, a machine of remarkable height, much taller than the towers, was being prepared to give our forces greater freedom to attack the city. After about 15 days, both the citizens and our army persisted in their efforts, with the former trying to repel the assaults with equal determination and engaging more fiercely in constant conflicts. Our forces, realizing that the citizens, softened by leisure and long peace, were unaccustomed to arms and unequal to such labors, noticed them growing more lax each day, and weary under the burdens of war, they criticized the delay among themselves and, encouraging each other, did not wait for the completion of the machine being built. Instead, they launched a united and more intense assault. With the citizens overwhelmed by the violent entry within the walls, they instilled such terror that the citizens, despairing for their lives, neither fortified the walls for defense nor made any effort to resist. Understanding this, our forces placed ladders against the walls and, quickly climbing up, seized the towers and walls. Through the efforts of some, the gates were opened, and the king entered with his men, violently breaking into the city. Armed men now ran in everywhere, breaking into homes that the citizens thought were safe havens. Killing the heads of families, they seized vessels, houses, and all desirable possessions, and having slaughtered the household, they occupied the courtyards. It is unnecessary to discuss those who happened to meet our forces in the streets and squares of the city, as even those who diligently sought out hiding places could not escape slaughter. Many who might otherwise have been spared brought about their own deaths by swallowing gold coins and precious stones, provoking the greed of their pursuers to such an extent that they were cut open to search for the treasures hidden within their bodies. Chapter 16. Book 10. In the city's oratory, an infinite multitude of citizens is slain, and an archbishop is appointed to the captured city. In a part of the city, on an elevated site where a temple is said to have been built by Herod in honor of Augustus Caesar with remarkable craftsmanship, there was a public oratory of the city. Nearly the entire population of the city had fled there, hoping for safety, as it was a place of prayer. When it was breached, such a massacre occurred among those who had taken refuge inside, that the bases of the attackers were stained with the blood of the slain, and it was horrifying to behold the multitude of corpses. In this same oratory, a vessel of a very green color was found, shaped like a bowl. The aforementioned Genoese, believing it to be made of emerald, took it for a large sum of money and offered it to their church as an excellent ornament. To this day, they customarily show this vessel to passing nobles as if it were a marvel, persuading them that it truly is emerald, as its color suggests. With nearly all the adult citizens killed in various places, little mercy was shown even to young girls and boys not yet of age. Here one could truly see what is written in the prophet: "The Lord delivered their strength into captivity, and their power into the hands of the enemy." Psalm 77:61. Thus, with the sword ceasing and the slaughter of the people completed, the spoils and all the furnishings were gathered together. According to the terms of the agreements, a third part was assigned to the Genoese, with the remaining 2 parts going to the king and his followers. Here, for the first time, our people, who had entered the expedition poor and destitute, and had labored in that poverty until that day, began to become wealthier, laden with spoils, and enriched with money, establishing for themselves more abundant furnishings. The city's procurator, called an emir in their language, and the juridical officer who presided over legal matters, and is called a caedius in their language, were brought before the Lord King, who was seated in judgment. These 2 were granted life, with the hope of future ransom, but were placed in chains and handed over to appointed guards. However, the king, not intending to linger there longer due to pressing matters calling him back, appointed a certain Baldwin as archbishop, who had come on the expedition with Lord Duke Godfrey. Leaving some of the army to guard the city, he hastened with the rest to Ramla. Chapter 17. Book 10. The king, coming to Ramla, awaits the army of the enemy said to be approaching, and fighting with them, gains victory. Ramla is a city situated on the plains near Lydda, which is Diospolis. I have not found its ancient name, nor is it commonly believed to have existed in ancient times. Histories tell that after the time of the deceiver Muhammad, his successors, the Arab leaders, founded it. When the Christian army first arrived in the regions of Syria, it was a renowned city, frequently visited by many people, surrounded by strong towers and walls. However, after our forces entered those parts, since it was not encircled by an outer wall or rampart, all its inhabitants fled to Ascalon, leaving the city, due to the greater fortifications of that city. Our forces, finding the city empty as mentioned, fortified a part of it with walls and a rampart, considering it difficult to occupy such a large circuit of walls with few inhabitants. A rumor had spread not far from the truth, that the Egyptian caliph had sent a certain leader of his army with a great multitude to the region of Ascalon, ordering him, as was his custom, to proceed without delay and either utterly destroy with swords the poor destitute people who dared to enter his borders and disturb his peace, or bring them bound to him in Egypt. It was said that those who had arrived following the aforementioned leader numbered 11,000 horsemen, and the total of foot soldiers was said to be 20,000. This news compelled the Lord King to hasten from Caesarea, fearing that, presuming on their numbers, they might attempt dangerous incursions into the kingdom. Arriving there and waiting for about a month, seeing that they did not advance, he returned to Joppa. Finally, in the 3rd month, the Egyptian legions we mentioned, fearing to disregard their Lord's command and dreading his anger and displeasure for their delay, made a virtue of necessity, gathered their courage, restored their strength, and organizing their ranks, endeavored to enter our borders and fight with us. When this was reported to the Lord King, he gathered the modest forces of the kingdom, as the narrowness of the possessions could not provide more, and assembled an army around Lydda and Ramla as much as he could. He had 260 horsemen and 900 foot soldiers. When it was confirmed that the enemy was approaching, the king went out to meet them and ordered 6 battle lines to be arranged. With these lines arranged, and the wood of the Lord's cross carried before them by a certain religious abbot with great fear of God, they beheld the enemy ranks. Having invoked help from above, with eyes lifted to heaven, not fearing their multitude, they bravely engaged the enemy, pressing on with swords, knowing that the matter was of utmost importance. The enemy, on the other hand, fearing for their wives and children, possessions, and estates, left in Egypt, unless they returned victorious, resisted with all their might, and strove to repel the injuries as best they could. It happened that the first ranks of the enemy, charging into one of our lines and overwhelming it with their great numbers, put it to flight. Pursuing and pressing it fiercely, they nearly destroyed it to the last. However, the rest of our lines, resisting and fiercely attacking the enemy, inflicted a remarkable and unheard of slaughter with the Lord King, as befitted such a prince, encouraging now these, now those, with word and example, and with the line he commanded, providing strength and courage to those oppressed and faltering. It happened that after a long and uncertain outcome of the battle, victory was divinely granted to our forces, and the enemy turned to flight, abandoned by their leader, who, fighting valiantly in the struggle, was pierced by swords and perished. Seeing the enemy ranks broken, some fallen by the sword, others irretrievably in flight, the Lord King commanded under penalty of death that no one should dare to covet the spoils, but instead pursue the enemy without sparing the sword, killing all until not one could be found. He himself was the first to pursue the enemy, leading both cavalry and swift-footed infantry with him, and continued to strike down the enemy and cause great slaughter up to Ascalon, about 8 miles away. Then, after recalling his companions with the horn, he returned to the battlefield, where as a victor he rested that night, dividing the spoils among his men, according to military discipline. It is said that about 5,000 of the enemy were killed there. Of our forces, upon counting, 70 horsemen were found missing, and many more foot soldiers, though their exact number is not known. Chapter 18, Book 10. He then travels to Joppa and encourages its distressed citizens. Those who had routed our forces in yesterday's battle pursued them all the way to Joppa. They equipped themselves with the weapons, armor, shields, and helmets of the fallen, and boldly stood before the city, proclaiming to the citizens that the Lord King and the entire Christian army had perished in battle. They claimed this was evident because they could see and recognize the well-known arms of the king's household and retainers. Upon hearing this, the citizens and the queen, who was in the city, believed what was said to be true and gave themselves over to lamentation. After consulting with the elders and those with more seasoned judgment, they concluded that the only remedy was to send an envoy to Lord Tancred, the Prince of Antioch, urging him to hasten to aid the endangered kingdom, now without a leader, as all the hopes of the faithful people after God rested upon him. Meanwhile, the king spent that night in the fields, and with the return of daylight, he recalled his victorious forces and set out towards Joppa. It happened that as they were on their way, they encountered those who had terrified the city with their grim report the previous night. Seeing our forces, these men thought they were their own troops, for they were certain that our army had been utterly defeated the day before. Approaching confidently, they nearly mingled with our ranks when the Lord King, exhorting his men and leading the charge, drew a large number of knights with him. All of them, fighting with one heart for their souls, pressed the enemy vigorously, and having caught them tightly, allowed none to escape the sword. After killing many of them, and sending the rest fleeing in fear of death, they joyfully gave thanks to the Lord. Laden with spoils and enriched by the enemy's possessions, they continued their journey towards Joppa. The people of Joppa, disheartened by what they had heard, were like those waking from a heavy sleep when they saw our forces returning. With tears of joy they opened the gates and went out to meet them, explaining the dire news they had heard and the depths of despair they had fallen into. Entering the city, they celebrated a joyful and festive day, recounting to each other the great mercy the Lord had shown them. When the Lord King learned how the queen and those with her in their state of mental distress caused by fear had written to Lord Tancred, he quickly sent a messenger to inform the distinguished prince, who was already concerned for the kingdom's plight and prepared for the journey, of his miraculous success. Upon receiving the message, Tancred, filled with joy and happiness at the king's victory, offered immense thanks to the Creator. Chapter 19, Book 10. The princes who recently arrived captured Tortosa and handed over to the Count of Toulouse. Then they hurried to Jerusalem. The king goes to meet them at Beirut. Meanwhile, the princes we mentioned earlier, who had lost so much of their army in the regions of Romania, due to a miserable fate, as we have previously stated, had arrived at Antioch. From there, they advanced and handed over the city of Tortosa, which had been freed from the enemy, as mentioned before, to Lord Raymond, the Count of Toulouse. As they hurried to Jerusalem, fearing that their journey might be hindered at the river Dog, the king, taking his forces with him, went ahead to secure the narrow passage. This was no small feat undertaken for their sake, for he had to pass by 4 noble and populous cities of the enemy, namely Acre, Tyre, Sidon, and Beirut, before reaching the aforementioned place. With the king and his forces securing the difficult passage, the illustrious men arrived: Lord William, Count of Poitou, and Duke of Aquitaine, Lord Stephen, Count of Blois, Lord Stephen, Count of Burgundy, Lord Geoffrey, Count of Vendôme, Lord Hugh, brother of Lord Raymond, Count of Toulouse, and many other nobles. They were exceedingly happy and rejoicing, both because they found the passage, which they had long suspected to be too dangerous to be clear, and because they encountered the king coming to meet them. Meeting together, they embraced each other warmly, exchanged greetings, and sealed their peace with kisses, delighting in mutual conversations. They seemed to forget their labors and losses, as if they had suffered no misfortune. Taking them with him, and treating them kindly with the laws of hospitality and full charity, the king led them to Jerusalem. Since the Easter celebration was near, after spending the festive days there, they reached Jaffa as if returning to their homeland. There, Lord William, Count of Poitou, who was burdened by many needs, boarded a ship and successfully returned to his region. Both Stephens also boarded a ship, but after being long and greatly fatigued at sea, driven by contrary winds, they were forced to return to Jaffa. Chapter 20, Book 10. The Egyptians enter our borders with countless troops. The king meets them. He fights recklessly and is defeated. While all these forces were gathered there, the people of Ascalon, joined by the Egyptians who had escaped from the aforementioned battle, assembled a vast army said to number 20,000. They entered our borders near Lydda, Sarona, and Ramluk. When this was reported to the king, he acted with unusual haste, not summoning military forces from neighboring cities, but relying on his own strength. Without waiting for those who were with him in the city, he rushed out precipitously, with barely 200 knights accompanying him. The noblemen, borrowing horses from friends and relatives, considered it shameful to remain idle in such a pressing need and not share in the efforts of their brethren. They went out together, following the king. However, the king, who had recklessly advanced ahead of the others, upon seeing the enemy legions, was astonished by their numbers and began to regret his actions, recalling the saying, "Impetuosity poorly manages all things. Statius." He wished he had not come, but he had already plunged so deeply into the enemy ranks that neither shame nor fear of death could persuade him to retreat. Meanwhile, the more prudent and experienced in military matters among our enemies, seeing our forces approaching without the usual infantry formations and the cavalry in disarray, began to have greater hope of victory. Thus emboldened, they organized their ranks and charged at us in a single assault, pressing more fiercely as they saw us neglecting our usual order. Overwhelmed by the intense onslaught of the vast multitude and unable to bear the weight of battle, many of our men were slain, and the rest turned to flight. Yet those who fell in the conflict left the enemy with a bloody victory, for they fought valiantly to the last breath, cutting down many of the enemy with their swords and nearly routing the rest. But as the enemy regained their courage, noting our small numbers and their own vast multitude, they encouraged each other and attacked us again with greater force, driving us, as mentioned, into flight. Those who escaped unharmed sought refuge in the town of Ramla, hoping to find safety there. In that battle fell both Count Stephen and other noblemen whose numbers or names we do not know. It seems fitting to congratulate this noble man, Count Stephen of Chartres, distinguished among his people by both noble blood and magnificent deeds. It is certain that the Lord, in his great mercy, acted with him, allowing him to erase the old stain of infamy he had miserably acquired by fleeing the expedition at Antioch, granting him an honorable end. For it will no longer be justly held against him as a blemish, since he redeemed it with such a fortunate end. Those who fall in battle for the name of Christ in the ranks of the faithful in the Christian army are believed to earn not only the erasure of infamy, but also the complete remission of sins and transgressions. Chapter 21. Book 10. The king, fleeing from battle, takes refuge in the fortress of Ramla. He is rescued by the aid of an Arab, while others are slain there. The king, although he did not have much confidence in the fortifications of the town, sought to avoid the imminent danger of death. Seeing that, surrounded by the enemy forces, there was no other way to escape, he withdrew into the town with others. Throughout the night he was consumed with heavy worries, anxious about his life and safety. Suddenly, in the silence of the dead of night, the noble Arab prince, whose wife the king had shown great kindness to not long before, approached the town alone and without escort, having slipped away from the enemy army. Remembering the favor he had received and wishing to avoid the sin of ingratitude, he spoke in a low voice to those on the wall, saying, "I have secret words for the Lord King, which I bring. Make sure I am brought to him. It is urgent." When this was reported to the king, he agreed to hear him and ordered him to be brought in. Once admitted, the prince explained who he was to the king, recalling the kindness shown to his wife and asserting that he was bound to repay the favor in kind. He advised the king to leave the fortress, revealing the enemy's plan to besiege the castle at dawn and to condemn all inside to death. He urged the king to leave with him, promising, with God's help, to guide him safely to a secure place, as he was familiar with the area. Finally, the king, accompanied by only a few to avoid attracting the enemy's attention, followed the prince and ascended to the mountains. There, the noble prince departed from him and returned to the enemy forces, promising his service and readiness to assist at the opportune time. Meanwhile, the victorious enemies besieged the town, violently capturing those who had taken refuge inside. They treated the captives as they pleased, executing some and binding others in chains, condemning them to perpetual servitude. Such a slaughter of noble and brave men had not been recorded in the kingdom until that day. The kingdom was nearly overwhelmed, and the strength of all was weakened, with the hearts of the wise melting with it. If the east from on high had not mercifully visited them in time, they were ready to abandon the kingdom, falling into the abyss of despair. Our people were indeed few, and they could not safely travel from overseas to the east, fearing the many enemy coastal cities on both the right and left. As we have said, from Laodicea in Syria to the farthest borders of Egypt, our people held only two coastal cities, Jaffa and the newly captured Caesarea. Those who did come, after completing their prayers, quickly returned. Seeing the weakness and near collapse of our forces, fearing to be caught up in the common calamities with them. Chapter 22. Book 10. The king flees through byways, reaches Arsur, then Joppa. The kingdom gathers to aid the king. Battle with the enemies, our forces emerge victorious. The king, fleeing to the mountains, as we have mentioned, lost his companions along the way. Thanks to the speed of his horse and the guidance of the nobleman mentioned earlier, he hid anxiously in deserted places throughout the night. At dawn, accompanied by two companions whom chance had provided, he followed hidden paths, and through the midst of enemy ambushes, reached Arsur. There he was joyfully received by his own people who were in the town, and after taking food he was strengthened, for he had nearly fainted from hunger and thirst on his journey. It seems that something divinely arranged occurred to him. For on that same day, scarcely an hour before, a large number of enemies had departed from the town, who had been waging relentless war against the townspeople all day. Had the king arrived while they were still there, he would have scarcely escaped their hands. Meanwhile, various rumors circulated about the king. Those few who had escaped the battle and reached Jerusalem claimed that the king had fallen among the others. The bishop of Lydda, who, having heard and nearly witnessed the slaughter of those captured in the fortress of Ramla, had fled to Joppa, confessed when asked about the king that he knew nothing at all. However, he steadfastly asserted that those who had taken refuge in the fortress had met a miserable end, and he did not hesitate to say that he had secretly escaped by flight to save his own life. Thus, throughout the entire kingdom, wherever this news reached, there was mourning, lamentation, and tears everywhere. People despaired of life and wished for a swift death, so they would not witness the calamities of their people or see the desolation of the kingdom. While sorrow, mourning, and sighs had overtaken the entire kingdom, behold, the king, like a morning star, shining in the midst of the clouds, emerged from Antipatris and suddenly arrived in Joppa by ship. There he was received with joy by the citizens, and unexpectedly dispelled the darkness, bringing a serene presence that erased all the misfortunes that had occurred. This news spread throughout the kingdom, and those whom the first rumor had disheartened were lifted to good hope by the second. Meanwhile, Lord Hugh of St. Aldemar, the lord of Tiberias, having been urged by the people of Jerusalem to aid the king, had arrived at Arsur with 80 knights to provide assistance. Hearing this, the king, taking with him those he could find in Joppa, went to meet him, fearing that enemies freely roaming the region might lay ambushes for them as they arrived, or, gathering their forces, might openly try to impede their journey. Meeting them with much joy, they embraced and joined their ranks, entering Joppa with great exultation from the citizens. Sending messengers, the king urged those in the mountains to come to his aid. They gathered quickly, and due to the enemies who freely occupied the middle ground, they followed hidden paths, and within a few days reached Arsur. From there, with difficulty and at great risk to their lives, encountering enemies along the way, they reached Joppa. With the Lord's help, those who had newly arrived were about 90 knights of mixed merit. With their arrival, the king was lifted to good hope, seeking to repay the injuries inflicted by the enemies, and to return the harm they had caused with interest. With the ranks of knights and foot soldiers suitably arranged according to military discipline, he went out to meet the enemies, relying on the Lord's assistance and disregarding their multitude. The enemies were nearby, about 3 miles away, constructing hurdles, ladders, and various siege engines from selected timber. Their plan, which seemed easy to them, was to attack the hostile city and capture the besieged king and all the citizens as if they were worthless captives. While they were diligently engaged in this work, behold, the king was already present with his army. Seeing that they were being challenged to battle by those they considered defeated, the adversaries took up arms and prepared to meet them, fearing nothing from those they believed to be utterly vanquished. However, as our forces charged, ready to repay double for all they had suffered, like lions whose cubs have been snatched, fighting with all their might for their wives and children, for freedom and homeland, infused with strength from above and led by divine grace. They shattered the enemy ranks with their swords. Killing many of their number, they forced the rest into a disgraceful flight. Yet, due to their small numbers, our forces deemed it unwise to pursue them for long. Instead, they returned to the enemy camp, gathered abundant spoils, and brought back donkeys, camels, tents, and various provisions to Joppa, returning with victory and the applause of the entire populace. The kingdom then enjoyed peace for nearly 7 months. Chapter 23, Book 10. Tancred, meanwhile, takes the most noble cities, Apamea and Laodicea, under his control. While these events were unfolding in various and manifold ways in the kingdom, the illustrious Lord Tancred gathered his entire military force, both cavalry and infantry, and laid siege to the noble seat, the metropolis of Coelceria, Apamea. There he persisted for some time with the diligence of an excellent leader, employing every strategy typically used to conquer enemy strongholds. He left nothing undone that might cause greater distress to the besieged, and with diligent effort and unwavering attention, aided by divine mercy, he captured the city, greatly expanding the boundaries of his principality. From there, on the same day, as it is said, he reached Laodicea, which was held by the Greeks, and brought it under his control. This was in accordance with an earlier agreement made between him and the people of Laodicea, stipulating that on whatever day he claimed Apamea, they would surrender Laodicea to him without resistance. Both of these most noble cities are recorded to have been founded by Antiochus, the son of Seleucus, who named them after his daughters, one called Apamea and the other Laodicea. Our discussion here concerns Laodicea of Syria, for there is another Laodicea counted among the 7 cities of Asia Minor, as mentioned in the Apocalypse of John. What you see, write in the book and send it to the 7 churches, to Ephesus, Smyrna, Pergamum, Thyatira, Sardis, Philadelphia, and Laodicea, Revelation 1:11. One of these, namely Laodicea, was made a colony by the divine Severus, as Ulpian testifies in the Digest under the title On Censuses, stating, "There is also a Laodicea in Syria, to which the divine Severus granted Italian rights for its merits in the Civil War." Thus, with the Lord advancing his endeavors, Tancred accomplished in a single journey what would have taken many days, capturing 2 cities at once, whose vast and widely spread territories included many towns and suburbs. Indeed, he was a man who loved God and was beloved by God, distinguished by his faith, renowned for his valor, esteemed by the people due to his merits, and successful in all his undertakings. Chapter 24, Book 10, Baldwin of Berk, Count of Edessa, marries the daughter of Duke Gabriel. Lord Baldwin, Count of the Edessans, a magnificent and commendable man in every respect, who, as previously mentioned, succeeded the Lord King in the county of Edessa, was managing the land entrusted to him with vigor and success. He was greatly feared and regarded with suspicion by the surrounding enemies. Being without a wife and children, he married Morphia, the daughter of a certain Gabriel, Duke of Melatine, whom we mentioned earlier. He received a large and very necessary dowry with her. This Gabriel was Armenian by nation, language, and custom, but Greek in faith. It happened that while Baldwin was in a very favorable position and enjoying great tranquility, a certain cousin of his, Jocelyn of Courtenay, a nobleman from France, from the region called Gastinois, came to him. Since Jocelyn had no land or possessions, and to avoid being forced to seek favor from an unknown benefactor, Baldwin granted him extensive possessions. This included the entire part of his region situated around the great Euphrates River, where the cities of Corcum and Tulupa were located, as well as the large and fortified towns of Terbessel Hamtab and Ravendel, among others. Baldwin retained for himself the region beyond the Euphrates, closer to the enemies, keeping only one city from the interior, namely Samosata. Baldwin was a man endowed with worldly wisdom, cautious in his actions, and very prudent in the care and management of his household affairs. He was an excellent head of the household, a provider of useful things, generous where necessity demanded, but otherwise frugal, a most diligent preserver of domestic goods, moderate in taking food, and not overly concerned with the attire and adornment of his own body. Thus, he governed the portion of the region generously granted to him by the Lord Count with great industry. Flourishing in all good things? Chapter 25. Book 10, Bohemond is released from captivity and returns to Antioch, kindly receiving Patriarch Daimbert, who seeks refuge with him. At the same time, Lord Bohemond, the prince of the Antiochians, a magnificent and commendable man in every way, was released from the captivity of his enemies after 4 years, thanks to divine grace and a ransom. He returned to Antioch, where he was joyfully received by the Lord Patriarch, the clergy, and the entire populace. His long-desired arrival brought joy to the entire province and the kingdom, upon learning how prudently and faithfully Lord Tancred, his kinsman, had managed the principality in his absence, and how he had vigorously expanded its borders by capturing 2 notable cities. Bohemond expressed immense gratitude and treated him kindly. He granted Tancred a large portion of the region to hold in perpetuity for himself and his heirs, as his merit seemed to demand. Not long after, as will be discussed later, he entrusted the entire principality to him. Meanwhile, Arnulf, the archdeacon of Jerusalem, whom we mentioned earlier, was, as was his custom, sowing discord and fostering hatred between the king and Lord Patriarch Daimbert. The enmity, which had seemed dormant, began to resurface between them. The animosity grew so intense that, with the clergy stirred against him through the efforts and schemes of the same deceiver, the religious and peace-loving patriarch, unable to endure constant troubles, left the church and city. Impoverished and in need of counsel and aid, he sought refuge with Lord Bohemond. Bohemond received him honorably, moved by even greater compassion for him, knowing that, through Damer's diligence and efforts, he had been promoted to the Church of Jerusalem, to ensure that he was treated as such a distinguished man deserved. Bohemond, with the consent of Lord Bernard, the patriarch of that place, generously assigned him the Church of St. Gregory, located within the city of Antioch, along with extensive estates and many revenues. There, Damer stayed continuously with Bohemond until his departure to Apulia, as will be discussed later. Chapter 26, Book 10. After Damer is expelled, a certain Ebermar is improperly appointed in Jerusalem. The king besieges Ptolemais, but does not succeed. Returning from there, he is mortally wounded. However, the king, misled by the malice of the aforementioned Arnulf, disregarded the fear of God and, after expelling Lord Patriarch Damer, proceeded to commit an even greater wrong. He manipulated a certain simple and devout priest named Ebermar, installing him into the patriarchal seat. This simple man had come on the First Crusade, and was well regarded by all for his honorable conduct. However, he was found to possess an exceedingly gross and negligent ignorance in believing it was permissible for him to usurp the seat while the Lord Patriarch was still alive. In the same year, which was 1103 from the incarnation of the Lord, around the beginning of spring, after the celebration of the Lord's resurrection in Jerusalem, the king summoned all the military forces of the kingdom and besieged Ptolemais. Ptolemais is a maritime city in the province of Phoenicia, one of the suffragan cities under the jurisdiction of the Metropolitan of Tyre. It has a harbor within and outside the walls, providing a calm anchorage for ships. It is conveniently situated between the mountains and the sea, with fertile and excellent land, and the river Belus flowing past the city. It is frequently said that twin brothers Ptolemy and Icon founded this city and fortified it with stronger walls, naming it after themselves, thus dividing it in two. Hence, it is still called by two names today, Ptolemais and Icon, as almost all the cities of Syria have 2 or 3 names. The king, arriving with his legions, could not press the city to surrender much, as he did not have a naval force. However, he cut down the orchards around the city, killed some of the citizens, and after seizing plunder, flocks and herds found outside the city, lifted the siege and returned home. Wishing to return through Caesarea, it happened that in a place called Petra in Caesar, near ancient Tyre, between the coastal towns of Capharnaum and Dora, now called the district, he encountered robbers and highwaymen. Attacking them fiercely as they lay in ambush, he killed many, while others escaped by fleeing. By chance, one of them hurled a javelin at the king, striking him from behind through the rib cage near the heart, almost delivering him to death. However, with the diligent care of physicians, after incisions and cauterizations, he regained some health, yet he was perpetually troubled by the recurring pain of the same wound at certain times. Chapter 27, Book 10, the Count of Toulouse, builds a fortress before the city of Tripoli, named Mount Pilgrim. During this time, Lord Raymond, of blessed memory, the Count of Toulouse, having taken the city commonly known as Tortosa, as we have previously mentioned, was vigorously and valiantly expanding his territories on all sides like a distinguished man, magnificent and a true worshipper of God. Anxious about how to drive the adversaries of the Christian name from those borders, he established a fortress on a hill before the city of Tripoli, scarcely 2 miles away from it. Because it was established by pilgrims, he named it after the fact, so that it would forever be called Mount Pilgrim, and thus, to this day, it retains the name given by its founder, well fortified by its natural position and the skill of its builders. From there, he continually harassed the citizens of Tripoli almost daily, to the extent that the inhabitants of the entire region, and even the residents of the city itself, paid him annual tribute. They obeyed him in all things no less than if he possessed the city itself without opposition. In that same place a son was born to him by his devoted wife, a woman dedicated to God. The son was named Alfonso after his ancestors, and he later succeeded him in the county of Toulouse. Chapter 28. Book 10. The king besieges Ptolemais again, and relying on the aid of the Genoese, violently takes the besieged city. In the year of our Lord 1104, in the month of May, the same Lord King, having gathered his forces and all the people from the least to the greatest, set out to besiege Ptolemais, the city we mentioned earlier. He was particularly motivated by the fact that during those days, a fleet of 70 Genoese ships known as galleys had arrived in the region of Syria. Upon learning this, he immediately sent envoys to the consuls, inviting them with friendly words to serve Christ before returning home. He also presented a familiar example of their fellow citizens whose efforts and work had reclaimed the city of Caesarea for the kingdom, bringing lasting glory to the Genoese citizens and considerable profit. Finally, after prudent men intervened and sought to faithfully bring the matter to fruition, they responded that if a third part of the revenues and dues collected from the maritime access in the port were granted to them in perpetuity, and if a church and full jurisdiction in the town were given, they would diligently work to capture the aforementioned city. These conditions pleased the Lord King and his princes, and they were confirmed by a bond of faith and recorded in writing for perpetual memory. Thus, on the appointed day, the Genoese approached by sea, while the Lord King with his forces surrounded the city by land, setting up camps around it and besieging it. They inflicted as many and as severe hardships as are typically imposed on the besieged, denying the citizens entry and exit. They also set up siege engines, the kind that clever minds usually devise to destroy the enemy, battering the towers and walls, and even breaking the inner buildings with the hurling of large stones. Moreover, with frequent assaults both from the fleet along the coast and from the royal army on the opposite side, many citizens were killed in various ways, and it seemed hard to endure the persistence and frequent attacks of the besiegers. After 20 continuous days of our forces attacking and the defenders repelling the assaults, terms were negotiated. Those who wished to leave could do so freely with their wives, children, and movable possessions to any place they desired. Those who chose to remain in their homes and not abandon their native land would enjoy favorable conditions, provided they paid a certain tribute to the Lord King annually. The city was then surrendered to the king, who, having obtained it, assigned possessions and dwellings to the Genoese, according to each one's merit. For the first time, those approaching by sea found secure tranquility with a more convenient port received, and the shore somewhat cleared of enemies. Chapter 29. Book 10. Tyre in Mesopotamia is besieged by Tancred, Baldwin, and others. The citizens, compelled by hunger, consider surrendering the city. In the same year, Lord Bohemond, along with all the nobles of that province, Lord Tancred, and likewise Lord Baldwin, Count of Edessa, together with Lord Jocelyn, his kinsman, gathered and pledged on their honor to cross the Euphrates and besiege the city of Cara, near Edessa, which was held by the infidels. According to this plan, they summoned military forces from their regions and gathered reinforcements from everywhere on the appointed day. They crossed the Euphrates and arrived at Edessa. Participating in this ill-fated expedition were venerable men and illustrious lights of the church. Lord Bernard, Patriarch of Antioch, Lord Daimbert, Patriarch of Jerusalem, who was then wandering, exiled, and residing in Antioch, and Lord Benedict, Archbishop of Edessa. All these gathered in the aforementioned city, striving to bring their plan to fruition, and with their legions they reached the designated place. Cara, as ancient histories recount, is the place to which Terah, fleeing from Ur of the Chaldeans with his son Abraham and his grandson Lot, the son of Haran, led them while heading to the land of Canaan, and he dwelt there as recorded in the book of Genesis, chapter 11, where he also died. It is also the place where Abraham received the command from the Lord to leave his land and kin and follow the promises of the Lord. This is the same place where the Roman dictator Crassus drank the gold he thirsted for, offered by the Parthians. When they arrived, as they had initially planned, they surrounded the city with a siege. It was not necessary to attack the city in any other way than by blocking the citizens' entry and exit, for they had little to no food inside. The cause of this scarcity was that Lord Baldwin had long been working to exhaust the citizens of that place with deprivation, so that, tormented by hunger, they might eventually surrender the city to him. The method he deemed suitable to achieve this goal was as follows. Between Edessa and the aforementioned city, which is scarcely 14 miles apart, a river flows in between. This river, diverted through channels, made the surrounding plain fertile and abundant with crops. From ancient times, the land had this division. What lay on this side of the river belonged to the Edessans without dispute, while what lay beyond the river was possessed by the people of Tyre. Seeing that no food could reach the enemy city from outside, but that they sustained themselves entirely from these common lands, Lord Baldwin preferred to deprive himself of this advantage rather than allow the enemies, who could not easily obtain supplies from elsewhere, to be nourished from these middle lands. Therefore, with frequent raids, he had long prohibited agriculture in his lands, hoping that from the region beyond the Euphrates and from the area lying between Edessa and the river, he could provide sufficient food for his citizens. Meanwhile, the people of Tyre, deprived of the convenience they were accustomed to from these common lands, were driven to unbearable scarcity, as the outcome clearly demonstrated. He had enforced this for several years prior. Thus, besieging the aforementioned city, as we have said, they found it suffering greatly from a lack of provisions. However, the citizens, having long anticipated our arrival, had already sent messengers and letters to the eastern princes, indicating that unless help arrived swiftly, they were ready to surrender. Seeing that no aid was forthcoming and that the distress of hunger tormented them more each day, they decided, after consulting together, to surrender the city rather than perish inside from starvation and waste away due to the lack of food. Chapter 30, Book 10. Our forces debate over the control of the city, lose it. The citizens receive reinforcements. A battle ensues. Our forces are defeated, leading to a very dangerous situation for us. Having exited, they surrendered themselves into the hands of the besiegers without any conditions. However, driven by envy, a dispute erupted among the leaders. While Lord Prince Bohemond and Lord Count Baldwin argued over to whom the city should be handed, and whose banner should first be raised in the city, they delayed occupying the surrendered city until the morning, so they could fully deliberate on this trivial question. They learned through experience how true it is that delay brings danger with it, and again it harmed to delay when ready. For before the dawn of the next day, such a vast multitude of enemies arrived, and such a numerous and formidable army of Turks, that our forces even despaired for their lives. Those who had arrived brought with them an immense supply of provisions. They had wisely and cunningly agreed among themselves to divide into two groups, so that while one engaged with our forces, whether the outcome was favorable or not, the other could bring provisions to the citizens. And so it happened. For as soon as the day was somewhat advanced, the leaders of the opposing side arranged their troops and organized their battle lines as if they were about to fight immediately, while those assigned to the care of the supplies were set apart. Yet those preparing for battle had no hope of either obtaining victory or resisting for long. It seemed sufficient for their purpose if, while our forces were occupied with them, the besieged citizens could receive the provisions brought to them. Seeing the enemy preparing for battle, our leaders also arranged their troops and battle lines in an appropriate order, and both patriarchs tried to encourage the soldiers with exhortative speeches. But, deprived of the Lord's grace, they were neither helped by words nor by admonitions. For at the very first clash, the enemies became dominant, and our forces, disgracefully retreating, turned their backs to the enemy, abandoning their camps and supplies, seeking safety in flight which they could not find. For the enemies, casting aside their bows and neglecting their use, pressed on with swords, almost completely annihilating them. Count of Edessa and Lord Jocelyn, his kinsmen, were captured there. Bound in chains, they were taken to more distant enemy lands. However, Lord Bohemond, with Lord Tancred and both patriarchs withdrawing from the battle tumult, carefully avoiding shortcuts, reached Edessa unharmed. But the archbishop of that place, being a simple man, was caught up in the battle crowds, bound and chained, adding to the number of captives. It happened that a certain Christian, assigned to guard him, moved by compassion upon realizing he was a bishop, risked his own life for his, allowing him to leave unharmed. He eventually returned to Edessa within a few days, protected by the Lord, and was received with much joy by the citizens. Meanwhile, the Lord Prince, while still staying in Edessa upon hearing that the count had been captured due to their sins, entrusted the city to Lord Tancred for safekeeping, with the agreement of the citizens under the condition that it would be returned to the count without difficulty upon his release from captivity. He himself took responsibility for Lord Jocelyn's land. Moreover, neither before nor after the entire East during the time of the Latins is there any record of such a dangerous battle, such a great slaughter of brave men, and such a disgraceful flight of our people. Chapter 1, Book 11, Bohemond, Prince of Antioch, entrusts the principality to Tancred and travels to France, marrying the daughter of the King of France. The Patriarch of Jerusalem goes to Rome. The king abandons his lawful wife without cause. After the summer had passed, Lord Bohemond, burdened by a great amount of debt, prepared himself to settle his obligations and to bring more troops from overseas. He entrusted the care and general administration of his principality with full jurisdiction to his beloved cousin Lord Tancred and sailed to Apulia. Accompanying him was Lord Daimbert, the Patriarch of Jerusalem. After reaching Apulia and spending a short time in his own region, Bohemond, with a respectable company of his loyal followers, crossed the Alps and arrived at the court of the illustrious King Philip of the Franks. There, among other things, he obtained 2 of the king's daughters, one born of a legitimate marriage named Constance, whom he took as his wife through a marital alliance. The other, named Cecilia, was born to him by the Countess of Anjou, who had left her husband and joined the king. Cecilia was sent to Apulia to be married to Lord Tancred, Bohemond's nephew. Having completed his business with the king and in other regions beyond the mountains, Bohemond returned to Apulia with a large number of knights and foot soldiers eager to cross the sea. Meanwhile, Lord Daimbert went to the Roman Church, revealing the extent of the injuries he suffered and exposing the excessive malice of Arnulf, as well as the king's wrongful intention to humble the Church of God. He moved everyone to compassion and gained their favor. The king had not only committed the grave act against Patriarch Daimbert, as mentioned earlier, contrary to ecclesiastical discipline, but he also abandoned his lawful wife, whom he had married in Edessa, while he was count there. He dismissed her without any cause, without conviction or confession, neglecting the law of marriage, and forcibly compelled her to become a nun in the monastery of St. Anne, the mother of the God-bearer and ever-Virgin Mary. This place is in the eastern part of Jerusalem, near the gate, called Josaphat, beside the pool that in ancient times was called the Sheep Pool. It is said that a crypt there was the dwelling of Joachim and the aforementioned Anne, and it is also claimed that the Perpetual Virgin was born there. There were 3 or 4 poor women there who had professed a monastic life, and through the grace of the introduced wife, their possessions and patrimony were expanded. The reason for the king's separation from his wife was variously reported among different people. Some said the king dismissed his wife to marry a wealthier and more noble woman, thereby improving his condition and alleviating his poverty with a dowry from elsewhere. Others claimed that the queen was imprudent and less cautious in observing the marital bond. Although she initially seemed to embrace the religious habit joyfully and behaved quite honorably in the monastery during the early days of her conversion, she eventually took advantage of deceitful schemes. She approached the king and obtained permission to visit her relatives in Constantinople to alleviate the monastery's poverty. Under this pretext, she left the kingdom and began to indulge in all manner of impurities and filth, abandoning her religious habit and giving herself to every passerby, disregarding her own reputation and the royal dignity she once held. Chapter 2, Book 11. Count Raymond of Toulouse dies. William Jordan, his nephew, succeeds him. Rodwin, a great Turkish prince, enters our borders, and Tancred confronts him, turning him to flight. In the following year, which was 1195, from the incarnation of the Lord Raymond of blessed memory, Count of Toulouse, a religious man who feared God, a man commendable in every way, whose admirable deeds and life marked by virtues deserve special treatment, departed this life in the town he had founded before the city of Tripoli, named Mount Pilgrim, as a true confessor of Christ, on the day before the Kalends of March. His nephew, William Jordan, succeeded him, continuing the siege efforts with diligence until the arrival of Count Bertrand, when he faced some dispute over the matter and temporarily ceased his work, as will be discussed later. We believe the remarkable steadfastness of this venerable man, commendable to both present and future generations, is worthy of admiration. He did not tire of patiently bearing the pilgrimage he had undertaken for Christ until the end of his life. Although he could have lived abundantly in his homeland, as a distinguished and powerful man with a vast inheritance, he chose rather to be humble in the service of the Lord, leaving his land and kin, than to dwell in the tents of sinners among his own people. For other leaders of the same pilgrimage, once the holy city was restored to freedom, returned to their own lands as if having fulfilled their vows. However, he feared to lay down the cross he had once taken up, despite being urged by his family and household with great insistence to return to his homeland. Having fulfilled his vow, he preferred to offer himself as a sacrifice to the Lord rather than succumb to worldly temptations, imitating his master, who, when told to come down from the cross, preferred to be taken down by others after completing his passion rather than abandon the purpose of our salvation. In the same year, Radwan, a very powerful man and lord of Aleppo, gathered forces from the surrounding regions through both persuasion and payment, and entered the borders of Antioch with a large multitude, terrorizing the entire region with raids and frequent fires. Hearing this, Lord Tancred gathered his forces and military troops of both cavalry and infantry, and advanced to meet him where he had learned, through widespread rumor, that Radwan had his forces. Departing from Antioch, he directed his army towards Artasia. Upon arriving there, he found the vast multitude of enemies as had been reported to him, calling upon divine aid and obtaining it according to his merits. He bravely charged at them. Initially, they attempted to resist, but soon fell into disarray and fled. Countless were slain, and many were captured, including the banner of the aforementioned Radwan, who was the first to flee to save his life. This was a great comfort to our men, as they reclaimed many excellent horses from the enemy, violently taken from their dismounted riders, as compensation for those they had often lost in similar engagements. Chapter 3, Book 11. The Egyptians invade the kingdom with great forces. The king meets them, captures some, kills many, and drives the rest to flight. In the same year, certain of the Egyptian caliph's princes approached him, saying, "The people of the pilgrims who have recently entered your kingdom by force and are reckless with their lives have so far resisted the princes you sent, relying on the multitude of the army that was previously brought in, which gave them this boldness. Now, however, with most of them having returned to their own lands and deprived of the support of incoming pilgrims, they have become fewer, their resources entirely consumed by frequent expeditions. Therefore, it seems opportune to us, if it also pleases your majesty, to send one of your chosen nobles to those parts to liberate the region occupied by that unfortunate people." The proposal was pleasing and seemed good in the eyes of the caliph. He ordered a great army to be assembled and a large fleet to be prepared, appointing leaders for each separate force, and sent them to Syria. Upon reaching Ascalon, they brought great fear to the entire kingdom. Hearing this, the king quickly arrived at Jaffa with all the forces of the kingdom, issuing an edict that all should gather there without delay from each city. Those summoned arrived with all speed, among them Lord Ebermar, the Patriarch of Jerusalem, who also came, carrying with him the life-giving wood of the Holy Cross. After gathering them and reviewing the number of our forces, they were found to have 500 knights and 2,000 foot soldiers. The enemy was said to number around 15,000, not counting those serving on the fleet. Departing from Ascalon, they ordered the fleet to head towards Jaffa. Meanwhile, they themselves, passing through Azotus, divided into two groups, planning for one to proceed towards Ramla to provoke the king to battle, while the other would hasten to Jaffa, intending to attack the city while the king was occupied with the other group, having summoned those who had already arrived with the fleet. According to this plan, with their forces divided, one part entered the territory of Ramla, forming battle lines and gave clear evidence of their arrival with the blare of trumpets and the clamor of drums. This was done deliberately to provoke the king and his forces against them, so that the other part, following the coastline, could safely reach Jaffa. But their plans came to nothing, for when they saw the king approaching with his forces, their hearts melted with the anguish of fear. And recalling the other part, they scarcely thought they had a sufficient multitude to escape his hands. Thus, when the armies met each other, the king, charging into the enemy with his forces, pressed on more vigorously, exhorting his troops both by word and example, and redoubling their strength. The Lord Patriarch also, presenting the life-giving wood of the cross to those about to fight and moving through the ranks, advised and encouraged them to remember him who wished to work salvation for us sinners on that same wood. He also commanded, for the remission of sins, that they should fight manfully against the enemies of the Christian name and faith, expecting a reward from him who is accustomed to repay his own 100-fold. Thus, our men emboldened pressed the enemy more fiercely, and having implored help from heaven, after slaying an infinite multitude of them, they turned the rest to flight. In that same conflict, the governor of Ascalon fell, but the commander of the entire army escaped by fleeing. It is said that about 4,000 of the enemy were killed that day, while 60 of our own were found among the dead. Thus, with the Lord's mercy leading the way, they captured the enemy's camp and countless camel caravans, and they brought with them donkeys and innumerable horses, along with excellent spoils and many captives, arriving at Jaffa with joy and exultation. On that day, a certain nobleman was also captured who had once been the governor in the city of Acre, for whom the king is said to have later received 20,000 gold coins. However, the enemy fleet still remained in the port of Jaffa, but upon learning of their comrades' destruction with the south wind providing the necessary breeze, they retreated to the port of Tyre. From there, wishing to return to Egypt, a sudden storm arose at sea, and by the force of the whirlwind they were scattered. 25 of their ships, unable to withstand the strait, were driven onto our shores. From these, more than 2,000 of their rowers and sailors, except for those who died, were taken captive by our forces. Chapter 4, Book 11. The death of Patriarch Dambert in Messina and the appointment of Gibellinus. Meanwhile, Lord Dambert, the Patriarch of Jerusalem, after a long period of waiting during which he was detained by Pope Paschal and the Roman Church, sought to be fully informed whether the King of Jerusalem and those who had expelled him intended to bring any charges against him, which might justify their actions, when no one appeared to accuse him, and nothing could be noted against him except that he had been expelled by royal force. He was ordered to return to his position and reclaim the seat from which he had been unjustly removed, with the full support and letters of the apostolic authority. Eventually arriving in Sicily and making a necessary stop in Messina while awaiting passage, he was struck by a severe illness and departed this life on the 16th day before the calends of July. He had served in peace for 4 years and in exile for 3 Ebremar, who had occupied the same seat, upon hearing that Lord Dambert was returning with full grace to reclaim his position, decided to cross over to the Roman Church before being informed of Dambert's death, intending to argue his innocence and how he had been placed in the seat against his will and resistance. Upon reaching Rome, he could achieve nothing more than having a legate sent with him, who could more fully investigate his case in Jerusalem. Lord Gibellinus, a senior and aged man, the Archbishop of Arles, was appointed to carry out this task. By the Pope's command, he traveled to Jerusalem, convened a council of the kingdom's bishops, and thoroughly examined Lord Ebremar's case. It was established through sufficient and credible witnesses beyond any doubt that Lord Dambert had been expelled without legitimate cause due to the machinations of Arnulfan royal violence, and that Ebremar had occupied the seat while the pontiff was still alive and in communion with the Roman Church. Exercising his authority, Gibellinus deposed him from the patriarchate. However, recognizing Ebremar's great piety and remarkable simplicity, he granted him the vacant church of Caesarea. Subsequently, while the clergy and people debated the appointment of a new patriarch for the Church of Jerusalem, a day was set aside specifically to discuss the matter. After much deliberation, they unanimously agreed upon Lord Ghibellinus, the apostolic legate, and placed him in the patriarchal seat. It is said that Arnulf maliciously orchestrated this, believing that an old and decrepit man would not live long in that position. In the same year, which was 1107 from the incarnation of the Lord, the people of Ascalon, with their usual malice, laid ambushes in strategic locations on the public road, descending from Jerusalem to the sea, with 500 horsemen and 1,000 foot soldiers. They had heard that a group of our people, departing from the city of Jaffa, was heading to Jerusalem. Wishing to achieve by deceit what they could not by force, they lay in wait. Unaware of these traps, our people, continuing their journey, stumbled into the ambush. As they were greatly troubled, uncertain whether to retreat or fight, the pressing enemy left them no time for deliberation. Seeing that they must either fall ignominiously or fight bravely, they turned necessity into virtue, mustered their courage, and with renewed boldness and fierce spirit, turned the fear they had felt into astonishment in the minds of their enemies. Unable to withstand the onslaught of our forces, many of the enemy were killed, some captured, and the rest were pursued in flight for a while. Finally, with divine grace assisting, they achieved victory, losing only 3 of their own, and proceeded to Jerusalem. Chapter 5, Book 11. The noble Hugo of St. Omer builds a castle and dies in battle. At the same time, while the city of Tyre was still held by the enemy and hindered our progress in every way, a noble and powerful man of blessed memory in the Lord Hugo of St. Omer, who governed the city of Tiberias after Lord Tancred, frequently and secretly harassed the citizens of Tyre as much as the distance between the places allowed. The 2 aforementioned cities are about 30 miles apart, as his forces often faced danger while coming and going. Because there was no fortress or any kind of fortification between the cities where they could retreat and avoid the harassment of pursuing enemies, this illustrious man decided to build a castle on the high mountains overlooking the city of Tyre. About 10 miles away, at a place formerly called Tybenon, because it was on a very high and steep mountain, he named it Toron. This place is situated between the sea and Lebanon, almost in the middle, equally distant from Tyre and Peneus in the tribe of Asher. It is notable for its healthy climate and pleasant air, with fertile soil suitable for vineyards and trees, and very favorable for crops and agriculture. Thus, it provided not only the desired convenience for the founder's work in those days, but continues to this day to offer incomparable benefits to the city of Tyre and the entire kingdom through its abundance and the strong fortification it provides. Soon after the foundation of this fortress, the same noble man, with 70 knights, entered the enemy's territory and engaged in battle with 4,000 Damascenes. He was repelled twice on the same day by the enemy, but on the 3rd attempt, with better auspices and courage divinely granted along with stronger forces, he turned the enemy to flight with the Lord's help. However, he was fatally struck by an arrow and died, a wise and valiant man, highly commendable and esteemed by the king and the kingdom for his merits. In that conflict, 200 of the enemy were slain, and an equal number of horses were captured by our forces. In the days following, many signs and wonders were seen in the heavens in the east. For over 40 days, a comet was seen at the beginning of the night with a long tail. Again, from sunrise until the 3rd hour, the sun appeared to have 2 companions of equal size but lesser brightness. A rainbow was also seen around the sun, distinguished by its colors. All these things were certain to portend new events for mortals. Chapter 6, Book 11. Bohemond of France returns to Apulia with a large force, intending to ravage the Greek territories. Desiring to return to Syria, he leaves his son Bohemond and passes away. During this time, Alexius, the emperor of Constantinople, a malicious and wicked man, created many obstacles for those wishing to journey through his lands to Jerusalem. Against the first expedition, which had been of great benefit to him, as previously mentioned, he had incited Solomon, the most powerful prince of the Turks, and barbarian nations from the entire East. Similarly, against the second expedition, led by the Count of Poitou, he had stirred the same nations and faithless peoples through frequent embassies Due to his malice, the latter expedition almost entirely perished. Not only once or twice did he act with malice against us, but whenever the opportunity arose to cause harm or prepare pitfalls, he considered it to his advantage. Yet in the presence of others, he gave kind responses and distributed gifts generously, to deceive more easily, following the Greek custom of whom it is said, "I fear the Greeks even when bearing gifts." Virgil Aeneid, Book 249. He regarded the progress of all the Latins with suspicion, and did not wish their forces to multiply or their power to expand. Wherever he could provide an impediment, he did so, remembering these injuries, Lord Bohemond. Having returned from beyond the mountains, and pursuing the cause of all the Latins, with 5,000 knights and 40,000 foot soldiers, arrived by sea in the land of the aforementioned emperor on the 7th day before the Ides of October. Having nearly destroyed all the coastal cities and given them over to plunder, he ravaged all of Epirus, both the first and the second, finally besieging Dyrrhachium, the metropolis of the first Epirus. He subjected the surrounding region to fires and devastation, using the neighboring areas at his discretion, preparing to avenge the injuries of the Latins, with the Lord's help, by advancing further into the empire with force. Hearing that Lord Bohemond had entered his territories with a great army of Latins, the emperor likewise gathered his forces and went to meet him, positioning his troops nearby. With mutual friends intervening, the emperor made a treaty with him, swearing that henceforth he would provide counsel and assistance in good faith, without deceit or malice, to Christians wishing to travel to the east, nor would he allow their journey to be hindered by those he could restrain. With these agreements made and confirmed by the bond of faith, Lord Bohemond also swore an oath, promising to maintain friendship and loyalty perpetually. Then, returning to Apulia, he dismissed the crowd of pilgrims who were bound by vows to complete the journey to Jerusalem, while he remained at home, detained by personal concerns. The following summer, having prepared the necessary items for the journey and gathered ships as he was about to set out, he was seized by a severe illness and passed away, leaving as his heir his only son Bohemond, born of Lady Constance, daughter of Lord Philip, the illustrious king of the Franks. In the same year, Lord Philip, the illustrious king of the Franks, his father-in-law, also died. Chapter 7. Book 11. From the eastern borders, large Turkish forces attempt to occupy the region of Edessa, but Tancred and the king valiantly resist. During those days, while the aforementioned nobles, namely Lord Count Baldwin and his kinsman Jocelyn, were still held captive by the enemy, opportunity arose from their absence. An immense multitude and countless forces of Turks gathered from the eastern region. Descending into Mesopotamia, they began to ravage the area around Edessa, violently seizing certain fortresses, setting the suburbs on fire, capturing farmers, and disrupting agriculture. As a result, no place outside the walled cities was safe, and with agriculture failing, food supplies were entirely depleted. Lord Tancred, who was entrusted with the care of the region, was occupied near Antioch, having assumed responsibility there as well after Lord Bohemond's departure, as previously mentioned. However, upon hearing of the enemy's severe harassment in those parts, he summoned the king of Jerusalem, explained the reason for the call, and gathered as many troops as possible from all cities and fortresses. As Tancred hastened with concern for the region, the king arrived within a few days. Joining their forces, they crossed the Euphrates. Upon reaching the other side, they found the enemy, as had been reported, roaming freely throughout the region. Upon learning of our arrival, the enemy began to regroup, and the freedom they previously enjoyed in their movements was curtailed. Having often experienced the strength of our forces, the enemy feared to engage in battle with us. Yet, they did not plan to return home, knowing that neither leader had the leisure to remain in the region for long. They attempted to delay us, hoping that weariness would hasten our return, allowing them to resume their usual raids. Understanding the enemy's intentions, our leaders devised the best plan they could given the time constraints. They ordered the collection of abundant supplies of all kinds of food from the region around the Euphrates, which was rich in crops. After crossing the river, they loaded horses, camels, donkeys, and mules with ample provisions, sufficient for a long period, supplying the cities and fortresses. especially fortifying the city of Edessa to overflowing sufficiency. Subsequently, not overly concerned with the bodies of the cities and fortresses, as they were well armed, manned, and provisioned, they returned to the Euphrates, called back by more pressing matters. While crossing the river in small boats, some of the lower-ranking men who were still waiting to cross were attacked by the enemy, who had followed our track to the far bank. The enemy killed some and took others captive, while the king and Lord Tancred were present but unable to provide assistance, as the river lay between them, and they could not cross it by fording. It was not feasible to transport such a large army with a few small boats. Our force is greatly saddened by the sight of those poor men being killed and partially captured in their presence, returned to their own lands. They instructed the leaders of the region on this side of the Euphrates to fortify it more diligently. Those who were captured and killed on the Euphrates bank were poor Armenians, who, fleeing the Turks' harassment, had intended to seek refuge in safer places. Chapter 8, Book 11, Baldwin, Count of Edessa, returns from the captivity of the enemy, along with Jocelyn, and they incite war against Tancred. In the following year, which was 1109, from the incarnation of the Lord Baldwin, Count of Edessa, who had been held captive by the enemy in chains for 5 continuous years, regained his freedom along with his kinsman Jocelyn. They returned to their own lands after giving hostages for a certain sum of money agreed upon for their ransom. The Lord showed them great mercy, for their hostages, entrusted to guards in a certain fortress, managed to kill their captors, who were either asleep or overcome by drink. Consequently, the hostages secretly and by night made their way back home through hidden paths. When the aforementioned count approached the city of Edessa, it is said that Lord Tancred denied him entry. However, remembering the oaths that had been made when the city was handed over to Lord Tancred after the count's capture, Tancred had a change of heart and ordered both the city and the entire region to be returned to him. Provoked by this injustice, both Baldwin and Jocelyn declared war on Tancred. Jocelyn, in particular, who had his fortresses on this side of the Euphrates, and was closer to the Antiochian territories, harassed the prince more intensely. It happened one day that Jocelyn, calling upon a multitude of Turks for assistance, planned incursions into the prince's land. The prince, foreseeing this, confronted him. In the ensuing battle, about 500 men from Lord Tancred's army fell in the first assault. However, regaining their courage and reforming their lines, they struck down a great multitude of Turks, forcing Jocelyn and his men to flee. Seeing that the enmity between such powerful men was exceedingly dangerous and could greatly harm the Christian people, the leading men of the region, who had more seasoned judgment, intervened and reconciled them to each other. Chapter 9, Book 11, Bertrand, son of the Count of Toulouse, arrives in Syria with a Genoese fleet, seeking to succeed his father. William Jordan opposes him. Byblos is captured. At the same time, Bertrand, son of the late Lord Raymond, Count of Toulouse, arrived with a Genoese fleet near the city of Tripoli, where his kinsman William Jordan was besieging the city, as he had been doing continuously since the death of the aforementioned venerable man, who had died in the same endeavor. Immediately upon Bertrand's arrival, a dispute arose between them, with Bertrand claiming succession from his father, while William asserted the merits of his own labor and expenses over 4 continuous years of effort. Bertrand wished to succeed to his father's estate as the legitimate heir, while William sought to claim the place conquered through his own efforts for himself. As this controversy was long debated, mutual friends intervened to negotiate peace. It was agreed among the mediators that for the sake of peace the cities of Arca and Tortosa, with their dependencies, would be granted to William Jordan, while Tripoli, Byblos, and Mount Pilgrim, along with their dependencies, would be granted to Bertrand. This agreement was made and ratified with the consent of both parties. Consequently, William became a vassal of the Prince of Antioch, offering him manual fealty. Bertrand received investiture of his designated portion from the King of Jerusalem, solemnly pledging his loyalty. It was also added to the terms of the agreement that if either party died without heirs, the other would succeed to the entirety. With the aforementioned dispute settled by this transaction, It happened that a quarrel arose between the retainers of both families over a trivial matter. As William, the often-mentioned count, hastened on horseback to pacify the situation, he was accidentally struck by an arrow and died. Some claim that Count William perished due to the deceit and machinations of Count Bertrand, but to this day, the true author of the wound has not been identified. Thus, with his rival and competitor for the city removed, Bertrand remained alone in the campaign. The Genoese fleet with which he had arrived consisted of 70 galleys, commanded by 2 noble Genoese men, Ansaldo and Hugh Embriaco. Seeing that their efforts around the city of Tripoli were consuming time, they judged it useful to undertake something memorable in the meantime. They privately informed Count Bertrand, inviting him to join them on land, and directed the fleet towards Byblos. Byblos is a maritime city located in Phoenicia, one of the suffragan cities understood to be subject to the metropolitan authority of Tyre, as mentioned by the prophet Ezekiel. The elders of Byblos and its wise men, O Tyre, were in you as mariners for your various wares, Ezekiel 27:9. Also, in the second book of Kings it is written, the men of Byblos prepared timber and stones to build the house of the Lord. 1 Kings 5:18. The city was formerly called Eve, and it is believed to have been founded by Avius, the 6th son of Canaan. Upon reaching Byblos and surrounding it by sea and land, the citizens, greatly terrified and doubtful of their ability to defend themselves, sent envoys to the fleet's commanders, Ansaldo and Hugh Embriaco. They indicated that, if they were allowed to leave free with their wives and children, they would open the gates and admit them as lords. Accepting these terms according to their wishes, they handed the city over to the 2 aforementioned men. One of them, Hugh Embriaco, received it under an annual tribute to be paid to the Genoese treasury. Until a certain time, this Hugh was the grandfather of the current ruler of the city, who bears his name and surname. Having captured the city, the fleet returned to Tripoli. Chapter 10, Book 11. King Baldwin hastens to Tripoli. The siege intensifies, and the city is captured. Hearing that the aforementioned Genoese fleet, having captured Byblos, was still lingering around the region of Tripoli, King Baldwin hastened there, intending to see if he could persuade the Genoese to remain with him under certain conditions. He hoped that with their assistance he might claim one of the coastal cities for himself. 4 rebellious cities still remained on our coast, namely Beirut, Sidon, Tyre, and Ascalon, which greatly hindered the growth of our new settlements. Upon his arrival, the king's presence invigorated all those involved in the siege, both by sea and land, making them more fervent in their efforts. Indeed, with his arrival, those laboring outside the city found great solace, gaining increased boldness and strength. Conversely, the besieged experienced greater desolation than usual, and their hope of resistance was utterly weakened. As they saw their enemies growing stronger, they considered themselves weaker, believing that whatever strength the attackers gained, they themselves lost. Our forces, renewed and invigorated, launched fresh assaults, pressing the enemy more aggressively wherever possible, as if they were beginning the siege anew, despite having prolonged it with great effort for nearly 7 continuous years. Seeing our forces grow stronger each day while their own diminished, the citizens, weary from prolonged struggles and without hope of relief, consulted among themselves on how to end their suffering. They sent envoys to both the king and the count, offering to surrender the city on the condition that those wishing to leave could do so freely and without difficulty, taking their families and belongings to places of their choice. Those who wished to remain would be allowed to stay in their homes and cultivate their land safely and peacefully, provided they paid an annual tribute to the count. Upon hearing the citizens' proposals, the king, after consulting with the count and other nobles, deemed it wise to accept their terms and take possession of the city without delay. This decision pleased everyone, and with mutual agreement, the citizens were summoned and their requests were granted. Oaths were taken to ensure that the agreed terms would be upheld in good faith, without deceit or malice. The city was then surrendered, and the gates were opened to those who wished to enter. The city was captured on the 10th day of June in the year of our Lord 1109. Count Bertrand was established there, having sworn fealty to the king, becoming his liege man. Consequently, his successors are bound to render the same allegiance to the king of Jerusalem to this day. Chapter 11. Book 11, Baldwin, Count of Edessa, visits his father-in-law Gabriel at Melitene, where a memorable event occurs. During those days, it happened that Lord Baldwin, Count of Edessa, was released from the captivity of his enemies. Although he had many knights, he lacked the means to pay them for their loyal service and military duties. With a clever and sharp plan, he decided to visit his wealthy father-in-law at Melitene with his comrades, having carefully arranged what should be done upon their arrival. After preparing the necessary provisions for the journey, they reached their destination. There, following the customary exchange of greetings and signs of peace with mutual embraces and full affection, Baldwin was received magnificently by his father-in-law as if he were a son by affection and a member of the household beyond the usual laws of hospitality. After the Count had stayed there for several days, and perhaps during one of their necessary conversations, both the father-in-law and the son-in-law spent part of the day in discussion. As previously arranged, his knights approached them during their conversation. Then one of the knights, acting as a spokesperson for all, addressed the Count, saying, "Count, you know better than anyone how faithfully and diligently this group of knights present here has served you for a long time following your faith and promise. They have endured many labors and hardships and watches, thirst, hunger, cold, and the oppressive heat, to secure you and the region entrusted to you by divine will from the injuries of enemies. They have protected the citizens and the remaining people living there from the attacks and troubles of the infidels and enemies of the cross of Christ. This company, which has been necessary for you at times, calls you as a witness for itself. You know how much time has passed since we have served you without pay, how many times we have been compelled by necessity to ask for payment, how many times we have granted requested delays, sympathizing with you, patiently enduring from day to day. Now our situation has reached a point where we can no longer wait. Poverty is invincible, and it denies us the possibility of granting you longer delays and more time. Choose one of two options: either pay the debt, relieving our poverty, or provide the pledge you promised according to the agreement." Gabriel was astonished at what this speech meant and what such a solemn statement portended. Finally, informed by interpreters, he understood the matter, but asked what kind of pledge the Count had given for the promised payments. When the Count, perhaps restrained by shame, did not answer, their advocate replied, he pledged his beard to them, so that if the agreed payments were not made to the knights by the appointed day, his beard would be shaved without objection. Hearing this, Gabriel, stunned by the novelty of the situation, and clapping his hands in great amazement, began to breathe heavily, and was greatly distressed, for it is the custom among Easterners, both Greeks and other nations, to nurture their beards with utmost care and diligence, considering it the greatest disgrace, and the worst ignominy that can be inflicted, if even a single hair is removed from the beard with injury. Asking the Count if it was as they said, he replied yes. Again, marveling even more and almost beside himself, he asked again, "Why did you pledge something to be preserved with such diligence? The mark of a man, the glory of the faith, the chief authority of a man." As if it were a trivial thing, easily separable from a man without shame. To which the Count replied, "Because I had nothing more valuable with which to fully satisfy the knights, who were pressing me insistently. But my lord and father need not be overly concerned about this, for I hope by the mercy of the Lord that after obtaining a delay from the knights, once I return to Edessa, I will satisfy their demands and redeem the pledged item with my honor intact." The knights, on the other hand, immediately asserted unanimously that they would depart from him, and threatened, as they had been instructed, unless he paid promptly. Hearing this, Gabriel, a simple man unaware of their collusion, wavered within himself about what to do. He chose rather to pay the knights from his own resources for the obligation of his son-in-law than to suffer such great disgrace for someone considered a son. He asked what the sum of the debt was. The answer was 30,000 Michaelites, a type of gold coin then famous in public commerce, named after a certain Byzantine emperor, Michael, who had marked the coin with his image. He promised to pay the agreed sum for his son-in-law, on the condition that the Count firmly promised on his honor that he would not, under any circumstances or necessity, pledge himself in such a way to any persons in the future. After the money was paid, and having taken leave of his father-in-law, The count returned to his own lands, his purse full and his poverty dispelled, now a wealthy man. Chapter 12, Book 11. The Church of Bethlehem is elevated to cathedral status by the king's efforts. In the following year, which was 1110 from the incarnation of the Lord, the king, ever vigilant and concerned with how he might honor the kingdom entrusted to him by God, and offer something worthy to his divine protector, resolved with pious fervor to elevate the Church of Bethlehem, which until that day had been merely a priory, to the dignity of a cathedral. How this was accomplished will be more fully and perfectly revealed by the decree of the same most pious king, which states as follows, inspired by divine grace. The Frankish people were admonished to liberate the holy city of Jerusalem. Long oppressed by the pagans where death, which had invaded the human race through the first transgressing parent, was destroyed by the death of the Savior. This city, worthy of divine worship, was besieged by the aforementioned people on the 7th of June, and, with God fighting for it, was captured on the 15th of July, after the city was captured in the year of the Lord 1100. By divine disposition it pleased the clergy and the Counts Raymond of Saint-Gilles, Robert of Normandy, and Robert of Flanders, Tancred, and other leaders, along with the entire multitude of the Franks, that the most pious and merciful Duke Godfrey, my dearest brother, should preside over it. He, a man worthy of God, governed the holy city, and after completing the first year of his rule, he peacefully passed away on the 3rd day of the following year with God's favor. I, Baldwin, chosen by the rejoicing clergy, leaders, and people, became the first king of the Franks by divine will, reflecting with a radiant mind on the excellence of the Church of Bethlehem, where my head was first adorned with a diadem. It pleased me entirely that it should be granted episcopal dignity. Therefore, what I had conceived with a pure heart, I persistently contemplated and finally brought to the ears of Arnulf, the archdeacon, a most distinguished man, and the chapter of Jerusalem. I earnestly requested them to advise me on this matter. They, complying with my just petition, decided to go to Rome, both for the sake of the Jerusalem see, which seemed almost orphaned, and for this business. Thus Arnulf the archdeacon and Achard the dean undertook this mission and went to Rome. With the cooperation of the Holy Spirit, they found honorable counsel from Lord Paschal II, the pontiff of the Universal Church, regarding both matters, and returned to Jerusalem. Lord Paschal, the Pope, then sent Gibelin, the Archbishop of Arles, a man shining with the rays of wisdom and full of all moral integrity, whom he had appointed to this mission in the presence of Arnulf and Achard, to Jerusalem after them. Therefore, received joyfully by me, the clergy and the people, by the command of Lord Paschal the Pope and my good will, with the assent of the Jerusalem chapter and the favor of the entire council, and by his own deliberation he arranged everything. In the Church of Bethlehem he decreed that Ascaton, a distinguished man governing it, whom the Jerusalem chapter had elected and established as bishop with my nobles and people, consenting at Ascalon, should hold the episcopal primacy. He also subjected the Church of Ascalon to the See of Bethlehem by parochial right, by our command and consideration. Finally, I, Baldwin, by the grace of God, King of Jerusalem, the first of the Latins, joyfully and earnestly confirmed what was said. I also granted the village of Bethlehem, which I had given to the Church for the salvation of my soul, and that of my most merciful brother Duke Godfrey, and all my relatives, and one estate in the territory of Acre, named Bedar, another in the territory of Nablus, named Sila, and another adjacent to Bethlehem called Bethbazan, and 2 estates in the territory of Ascalon, one named Zeophir and the other named Kekapha, with their appurtenances to be firmly and freely held and possessed by the bishop and his successors. I also freed the aforementioned church from the claim with which the Church of Jerusalem had vexed it, by exchanging lands and vineyards around Jerusalem that were in my domain. We also decreed that if any cleric or layperson, driven by a most wicked greed, should presume to violate what was established for my petition concerning the Church of Bethlehem, the glorious nativity of our Lord and Savior, strengthened by the Holy Spirit with the help of Lord Paschal, the supreme and venerable pontiff of the Roman See, through his legate Gibelin, the Archbishop of Arles after my death, he shall be bound by the crime of invasion, unless he repents when admonished, and shall be severely judged. Being deprived of all our kingdom, furthermore, I grant that whoever among my nobles or any soldiers or citizens, inspired by the Spirit of God, wishes to give from their revenues to the same church for the sake of their souls and those of their relatives, may freely execute their pious will, and the legitimate donation of their possessions shall be valid in perpetuity. This inscription of our concession and confirmation and the designation of the events was made in the year from the incarnation of the Lord 1110, in the third indiction with Lord Paschal the second presiding over the Roman Church, and Ghibelin of Arles the Archbishop, elected as the vicar of the Apostolic See in Jerusalem. The witnesses of this assertion are Arnulf the Archdeacon, Eichard the Dean, Eustace Garnerius, Anselm the Keeper of the Tower of David, Ralph of Foridanet, Pisillas the Viscount, Simon the Duke's son, Anfred, a religious man, Gerard the Chamberlain, and many others. Chapter 13, Book 11. The city of Beirut is besieged by land and sea and captured in the second month. In the same year, the aforementioned servant of God and magnificent conqueror, the Lord King, tirelessly concerned with how he might expand the kingdom entrusted to him by God, took advantage of certain galleys that had wintered in the kingdom. In February, gathering a multitude of Christian people from all corners of the kingdom, he laid siege to the city of Beirut. Beirut is a coastal city situated between Byblos and Sidon in Phoenicia, one of the suffragan cities understood to be subject to the metropolis of Tyre. It was once highly favored by the Romans, so much so that, with the right of Roman citizenship granted to its inhabitants, it was considered among the colonies. Ulpian testifies to this in the Digest, under the title concerning censuses. Speaking of the province of Phoenicia, there is also the colony of Beirut in the same province, favored by the benefits of Augustus, and as the divine Hadrian said in a certain speech, the Augustan colony, which has Italian rights. Not only did it have Italian rights, but it also obtained the right to teach, which was rarely granted to cities from the same Augustus, as stated in the first book of the Code, in the Constitution that begins, "It is dear to us," where it reads, "and the teacher of the Beirutis Dorotheus. It is believed to have been called Gurs in ancient times, which Gursius the fifth son of Canaan is said to have founded." Upon reaching the city and having summoned Lord Bertrand, Count of Tripoli, he began to press the city with great zeal. Some ships had arrived from Tyre and Sidon to provide aid to the city, filled with brave and warlike men. If they had been able to enter and exit freely, those who were besieging the city would have labored in vain. But with the arrival of the fleet, upon whose assistance the king relied, they feared to commit themselves to the sea and immediately retreated into the harbor, so that entry and exit by sea were entirely denied to the citizens. Nearby was a pine forest, which abundantly provided the besiegers with much suitable material for constructing ladders and any kind of siege engines. From this, they erected wooden towers and built siege engines, crafting the necessary devices for such warfare, and continuously assaulted the city, allowing no rest for the besieged day or night. Alternating and taking turns, they wore out the citizens with intolerable labor. After laboring vigorously for 2 continuous months one day, while attacking the city more fiercely than usual in several places, some of the attackers leaped from the wooden towers, which had been forcibly placed against the walls, onto the wall itself. Others followed them both in the same manner and by climbing ladders, and descending into the city, they violently opened the city gate. Thus our army entered without difficulty, as the citizens fled to the sea and occupied the entire city. Those on the ships, hearing that the king and his men had broken into the city, also rushed from the ships and seized the harbor, driving back with swords the citizens who had fled there for safety, forcing them to return to their enemies. Thus, the wretched citizens, trapped between 2 hostile forces, perished miserably by the sword, pressed now by one side, now by the other, until the king, seeing the excessive slaughter, proclaimed an end to the killing with a herald's voice, and ordered mercy to be shown to those who remained and begged for it. The aforementioned city was captured in the year of the Lord's incarnation, 1112, in the month of April, on the 27th day of the month. Chapter 14, Book 11. A fleet from Denmark and Norway arrives in Syria, With their help, the king besieges and captures Sidon. A remarkable incident concerning the king is related. In the same year, a certain people from the western islands, particularly from the part known as Norway, having heard that the holy city of Jerusalem had been captured by the faithful of Christ, prepared a suitable fleet to journey there out of devotion. Boarding their ships, they sailed the British Sea with a favorable wind, then passed through the Strait of Gibraltar into the Mediterranean, and finally arrived at Jaffa. The leader and supreme commander of this fleet was a young man, tall and handsome, the brother of the king of Norway. After reaching the port of Jaffa, they continued their journey to Jerusalem, the city for which they had come. Upon learning of their arrival, the king hastened there with all speed. He spoke kindly and familiarly with the noble leader and began to inquire diligently whether this naval force would be willing to remain in the kingdom for a time and dedicate their efforts to Christ, so that through their endeavors, one of the cities of the infidels might be added to the faithful. After consulting among themselves, they responded that they had come for this purpose and were inclined to devote themselves to the service of Christ. They were prepared, according to this intention, to hasten by sea to any of the coastal cities the king wished to besiege with his army, asking nothing for their wages except provisions. The king, embracing this offer with great devotion, gathered the entire strength of the kingdom and as many soldiers as he could, and proceeded to Sidon. The fleet likewise departed from the port of Acre and headed directly there, so that both forces converged before the city almost simultaneously. Sidon is a maritime city located between Beirut and the metropolis of Tyre, a significant part of the province of Phoenicia, with a very advantageous position frequently mentioned in both the Old and New Testaments. In the second book of Kings, Solomon speaks to Hiram, the king of Tyre, saying, "Command that cedars be cut for me from Lebanon, and let my servants be with yours. And I will give you whatever wages you ask for your servants. For you know that there is no one among my people who knows how to cut timber like the Sidonians." 1 Kings 5:6. In the Gospel, the Lord also mentions it, saying, "Truly I tell you, if the deeds done in you had been done in Tyre and Sidon," and so forth, Matthew 11:21, and elsewhere, Jesus withdrew to the region of Tyre and Sidon, Mark 7:24. Sidon is said to have been founded by Canaan, from whom it retains its name to this day. It is one of the suffragan cities of the metropolis of Tyre. Our army, therefore, besieging the city from both sides, instilled great fear in the citizens. Seeing that they could not resist by force or protect themselves from the impending dangers, they plotted to achieve by deceit what they could not by strength. In the king's retinue was a certain Baldwin, once a pagan, whom the king, out of compassion, had received from the sacred font at baptism, giving him his own name and including him among his household. The noblemen of the city, seeking any means to free themselves, secretly approached him through intermediaries, promising him an immense sum of money and vast possessions in the city, if he would free them from such calamities by killing the king. Baldwin was so familiar and dear to the king that he often accompanied him even to the most private places where nature's needs were satisfied. Joyfully accepting the offer, Baldwin promised to fulfill their request and was entirely focused on waiting for the right time to commit the deed. Meanwhile, some faithful within the city, who had learned of this plot, fearing that through the king's negligence this detestable plan might succeed, wrote letters without a specific author's name, and sent them into our camp with an arrow, detailing the matter in order. By chance, these letters reached the king, greatly disturbing him, and rightly so. He summoned the leaders, and after deliberation on what should be done, Baldwin was called. Confessing his crime, he was sentenced by the leaders, and ended his life by hanging. Seeing that their schemes were unsuccessful, the citizens began to pursue another course. They sent a delegation to request that the nobles be allowed to leave, while the common people could continue their agricultural work as before, under favorable conditions. This was granted, and they surrendered the city, departing with their wives and children to their desired locations without opposition. The king immediately and generously granted the city to one of his magnates, Eustace Grenier, to hold as a hereditary possession. The fleet, having received gifts from the king and permission to leave, returned home with the blessing of all. The aforementioned city was captured in the year of the Lord 1111, in the month of December on the 19th day of the month. Chapter 15, Book 11. The death of Gibelin, Patriarch of Jerusalem. Arnulf, a wicked and vile man, succeeds him. During this time, Lord Gibelin, of blessed memory, the Patriarch of Jerusalem, passed away. In his place, against the will of the divine, as we believe, Arnulf was appointed. We have frequently mentioned him before. He was the Archdeacon of Jerusalem, commonly known as Malacorona. But because of the sins of the people, God allows a hypocrite to reign. Arnulf, continuing in his previous ways, committed many wicked deeds. Among other things, he arranged the marriage of his niece to Lord Eustace Grenier, one of the kingdom's foremost nobles, and the lord of the two prominent cities, Sidon and Caesarea. He bestowed upon her the finest portions of the church's patrimony, namely Jericho, with all its appurtenances, whose annual revenue is said today to be 5,000 gold coins. Moreover, during his pontificate, he lived in such moral corruption that his disgrace became widely known. Seeking to justify his actions, he altered the order that the first princes had carefully and deliberately established in the Church of Jerusalem by introducing regular canons. He also persuaded the king to take another wife while his current wife was still alive, as will be discussed later. Chapter 16, Book 11. A great host of Turks from the east invades the borders of Antioch, but Tancred, together with Count Bertrand of Tripoli, bravely resist. Without much delay after the capture of Sidon, an immense force of cavalry was gathered in Persia. They ascended into our regions to test their strength and to boast of it later. From the first arrival of the Latins until nearly the 40th year of their reign, this pestilence, more savage than the Hydra and enriched by the loss of heads, did not cease to afflict us. Almost every year such a detestable multitude erupted from the Persian Gulf that they nearly covered the entire surface of the land with their numbers. But by the divine mercy that pitied our labors, a rival empire of the Iberian people arose against the insolence of the Persians and their kingdom, which was too confident in itself. By God's grace, this empire grew and gained strength, continuously crushing the pride of the Persians. Those who were once feared and formidable to the aforementioned people became in turn far inferior to them in strength and military activity. They, who used to cause concern to foreign kingdoms, even distant ones, now consider themselves fortunate if they find peace within their own borders, even temporarily. Iberia is a region situated in the northern part, also known as Aveskia, bordering Persia. It has tall, strong men, commendable for their great valor. Through frequent wars and constant battles, they so diminished the Persian forces that the Persians no longer consider themselves equal and, concerned for their own state, have ceased to trouble other provinces. Therefore, the aforementioned multitude, having departed from those borders, traversed Mesopotamia, crossed the great Euphrates River, and treating the region around the river as they pleased, besieged the stronghold of Terbessel, the best defense of the region. After spending an entire month there without success, they moved to the region of Aleppo, confident in their numbers, planning to provoke Lord Tancred into battle rashly and with force. However, Lord Tancred, being a prudent and cautious man in his actions, summoned the king through letters and messengers to bring aid swiftly. The king, without delay, gathered a great army, and taking Bertrand, Count of Tripoli, with his forces proceeded to those parts. When they reached the town of Rugia, they found Lord Tancred with his troops. From there, they advanced against the enemy, reaching the city of Caesarea, commonly called Caesarea, where the enemy was encamped with their ranks organized. When both armies saw each other, the Turks, avoiding battle, withdrew from the region, and our forces, having taken leave of each other, returned to their own lands. Chapter 17, Book 11. Tyre is besieged, but the powerful resistance of the citizens thwarts the besiegers' intentions. In the same year, since Tyre alone among the coastal cities from Laodicea in Syria to Ascalon, the farthest city of the kingdom, was suffering under the yoke of infidelity, the Lord King, who had previously liberated other cities with the Lord's help, resolved to reclaim it for the kingdom. Therefore, gathering as many ships as he could find from the entire coastline, he organized a makeshift fleet and ordered them to hasten there with all speed. He himself, having summoned the forces of the kingdom and gathered all the people from everywhere, surrounded the aforementioned city with his troops, laying siege to it. Tyre is a city situated in the heart of the sea, surrounded by the ocean like an island, the capital and metropolis of the province of Phoenicia. It stretches from the river of Velenia to Petra, bordering Dora, and within its bounds contains 14 subordinate cities. More will be said about the location and advantages of this city in later sections, where we will discuss its final siege and divinely granted capture with the Lord's guide. With the city besieged, the prince, being very diligent, devoted all his efforts and attention to compelling the citizens, who were heavily burdened, to surrender. He employed every strategy typically used to harass besieged, diligently applying them all to bring the city under his control. Through frequent assaults, almost continuous skirmishes, battering of the walls and towers, and relentless strikes with missiles and arrows, he afflicted the besieged. Finally, to add to their troubles, he ordered the construction of 2 wooden towers, much taller than the stone buildings, from which they could observe the city as if it were beneath them, and inevitably wage war on the citizens from above. However, the citizens, being wise and valiant, and not entirely inexperienced in such stratagems, countered with their own tactics. They endeavored to repel the injuries inflicted upon them with equal measures. Indeed, they began to build up 2 towers, using stones and a large quantity of mortar, which seemed directly opposed to our machines. In a short time, and within a few days, these towers were found to be much higher than the wooden machines positioned outside. Thus, they were all ready to set fire to the machines below by hurling flames upon them without difficulty. Seeing that art was being outdone by art, the king, greatly burdened by the long efforts and considerable expenses he had incurred there for over 4 months, abandoned his undertaking, frustrated in his hopes. With the siege lifted, and he himself returning to Ptolemy, the rest eagerly returned to their homes. Chapter 18, Book 11. Lord Tancred dies, leaving the principality to Roger, son of Richard. During this time, Lord Tancred, of illustrious memory and pious remembrance in the Lord, whose alms and works of piety the entire Church of the Saints will recount forever, paid the debt of death. As he lay on his deathbed, he had with him in his service a young man named Pons, the son of Lord Bertrand, Count of Tripoli. Seeing that his day of death was approaching, with his wife Cecilia, who, as we mentioned earlier, was the daughter of King Philip of France present before him, and the aforementioned young man, he is said to have advised them both to unite in marriage after his passing. Thus it came to pass that after his departure from this life, and after the death of Lord Bertrand, Count of Tripoli, the father of the young man, Pons married the lady Cecilia, the widow of the aforementioned Lord Tancred. In the same principality, by his final judgment, a certain kinsman of his, Roger, son of Richard, succeeded him, on the condition that whenever Lord Bohemond the younger, son of Lord Bohemond the elder, should claim Antioch with its dependencies as his rightful inheritance, he would restore it to him without trouble or contradiction. This illustrious man was buried in the portico of the Church of the Prince of the Apostles in the year of the Lord's incarnation, 1112. Chapter 19. Book 11, Manduk, the most powerful prince of the Turks, enters the kingdom again with vast forces. The king confronts him and is defeated. The entire region is exhausted beyond its strength. In the year of our Lord 1113, during the following summer, a dreadful multitude erupted once more from Persia, a land accustomed to producing evil offspring, from which, like a pernicious fountain, pestilential waters are wont to flow. This multitude was led by a most powerful prince, renowned for his noble titles, named Menduk. He brought with him such a vast number of followers that neither their exact number nor their end could be determined. Passing through the central regions, they reached the Euphrates, employing new strategies. For those of the same people who had come before often used to test their strength first around the regions of Antioch, however, as it became clear from subsequent events, these had a very different intention and purpose. They traversed all of Coele-Syria, leaving Damascus to their left, passing between Lebanon and the maritime coast, bypassing Tiberias, and camped near the bridge under which the Jordan flows. Hearing this, the king, realizing that they relied on their immense numbers, called upon Lord Roger, Prince of Antioch, and the Count of Tripoli for assistance. However, before they could gather, he had already set up camp with his forces nearby. When the enemy learned of this, they sent out 2,000 cavalry from their army, understanding that skill was more necessary than strength. They ordered 1,500 of them to lie in ambush while the remaining 500 were instructed to advance further, and, feigning carelessness, provoke the king and his forces into pursuit. This plan succeeded almost exactly as intended. The king, observing the 500 who seemed to be acting carelessly and had advanced further, impulsively gathered his men and went to meet them. Pursuing them as they turned to flee, he imprudently fell into their ambush. Emerging from their hiding places, the enemy's numbers swelled and, recalling the initial 500, they launched a fierce attack on our forces. Though our men attempted to resist and repel them with swords, they were overwhelmed by the sheer numbers and forced to flee, finding no safety even in retreat. A great slaughter of the fleeing ensued, so much so that the king himself, abandoning the banner he held, and Arnulf the patriarch who was with him, along with other leaders of the kingdom, barely escaped, leaving behind their camp and all their belongings. Thus, the enemy seized our camp, and, due to our sins, great confusion befell the people of God. All this was attributed to the king, who, acting too rashly and overconfident in his own strength, refused to wait for the summoned reinforcement. For Lord Roger, Prince of Antioch, and the Count of Tripoli were nearby, and would undoubtedly have arrived the following day or the day after. On that day, 30 of our knights fell, and 1,200 foot soldiers. After these events, the two great and powerful men arrived, and upon learning of the disaster that had occurred, they reproached the king for his rashness. Finally, regrouping, they set up camp in the nearby mountains, from where they could observe the enemy army in the valley below. Meanwhile, the enemy, knowing that the remaining parts of the kingdom were devoid of military presence, sent detachments from their army to various regions, ravaging the entire land, committing murders along public roads, setting fires, breaking into suburbs, capturing farmers, and behaving as if they had subjected everything to themselves. During those days, even our own domestic allies and the inhabitants of our suburbs, known as Castalia, who were Saracens, deserted us. Joining the enemy ranks, they instructed others in our destruction, able to do so more effectively due to their thorough knowledge of our situation. For no pest is more harmful than a familiar enemy. Relying on these guides and strengthened by their support, the enemy roamed the villages and castles, taking plunder and captives with them. Such terror had seized the entire kingdom that no one dared to appear outside the city walls. Chapter 20, Book 11. The people of Ascalon attacked Jerusalem, but eventually the enemy forces disperse and return home. Adding to the burden of fear and distress was the fact that the people of Ascalon, like restless worms, knowing that the king, with all the forces of the kingdom, was occupied in the region around Tiberias, and that the enemies had nearly taken over the entire area, set out with a great multitude. They ascended to the mountains and besieged Jerusalem, which was devoid of military forces. They captured or killed some whom they found outside the city, and set fire to the dry harvest that the farmers had gathered into the threshing floors. After they had camped there for several days, seeing that no one came out to confront them, and that everyone remained cautiously within the walls, fearing the king's arrival, they returned to their own lands. However, as summer turned into autumn, ships began to arrive as usual, bringing pilgrims. Those who came on these ships, hearing that the king and the Christian people were suffering such hardships, hurried there with all speed, both knights and foot soldiers, competing to reach the city. Thus our army grew daily with evident increases. Realizing this, the leaders of the enemy forces, fearing that with their increased strength they might prepare to avenge their injuries, withdrew to the borders of the Damascenes. Our forces meanwhile dispersed and returned to their homes. The leader of the hostile armies who had so powerfully afflicted the kingdom reached Damascus. There, with the consent, it is said, of the Damascene king Dodequin, he was killed by certain assassins. It was rumored that his power was suspected lest he deprive the king of his realm. Chapter 21, Book 11. The Countess of Sicily, the king's future wife, arrived at the port of Acre. After the army had been divided and each part had returned to its own place, a messenger arrived to inform the king that the Countess of Sicily had landed at the city of Acre. This countess was the wife of Lord Roger, known as Bursa, who was the brother of Lord Robert Guiscard. She was a noble, powerful, and wealthy lady. The previous year, the king had sent some nobles from his kingdom to invite her and earnestly requested that she join him in marriage. She communicated this proposal to her son, Lord Roger, who later became the King of Sicily, and began to deliberate with him on the matter. Eventually, they both agreed that if the king would confirm the proposal under certain conditions, they were prepared to accept his request. The conditions were as follows. If the king and the countess were to have offspring, the kingdom would be granted to the child without opposition or trouble after the king's death. If the king were to die without an heir from the countess, her son, Count Roger, would become the heir and succeed as king without opposition or trouble. The king instructed the envoys to do everything possible to bring her with them, regardless of the conditions her family might set. He had heard and knew for certain that the woman was wealthy, and with her acceptance, she brought abundant riches. In contrast, he was poor and of limited means, barely able to meet daily needs and pay his knights. Therefore, he hoped to alleviate his poverty with her abundance. The envoys gladly accepted the proposed conditions, and after oaths were sworn as required that these agreements would be faithfully upheld by the king and his nobles, without deceit or malice. The countess, with her son providing all necessary support, prepared for the journey. She loaded ships with grain, wine, oil, salted meats, as well as excellent arms and horses, and brought with her an immense amount of money. With all her resources accompanying her, she arrived in our region, as mentioned before. However, as previously stated, the malice of Patriarch Arnulf was plotting against her, intending to deceive this noble and honorable woman. We cannot deny that she was deceived, for in the simplicity of her ways, she believed the king to be a suitable person to marry legitimately. But it was far from the truth, for the wife he had lawfully married in Edessa was still alive. After the countess arrived in the presence of the king, the patriarch, and the kingdom's nobles, the oaths were renewed in the same manner as they had been in Sicily. And because these matters were begun with ill intent and not with a sincere heart, the Lord, observing their intentions, did not grant the woman, though innocent, the usual fruitfulness in the kingdom, and the end of this joy was overtaken by sorrow, as will be explained later. It is difficult for things that begin badly to end well. Nevertheless, in the meantime, her arrival brought so many benefits to the kingdom that even the least among us could rightly say, and from her fullness we have all received. Chapter 22, Book 11. A severe famine arises in the region of Edessa. Baldwin captures his kinsman Jocelyn and forces him to leave the entire region. In those days, a severe famine arose in the lands of Edessa due to both the harshness of the land and the air, and because the region was situated amidst enemies and surrounded by them on all sides. The inhabitants, fearing hostility, could not freely engage in agriculture, so much so that the citizens of the city and the surrounding areas were compelled by scarcity to eat barley bread mixed with acorns. Meanwhile, the land of Lord Jocelyn, safely located on this side of the Euphrates, was abundantly supplied with crops and provisions. However, despite the abundance of all good things in his province, Jocelyn, lacking wisdom in this matter and appearing ungrateful, offered nothing from his abundance and remarkable plenty to his lord and kinsman, who had bestowed all these things upon him, even though he knew that the Lord Count and his people were suffering extreme want. It happened that, for certain matters, Lord Count Baldwin sent messengers to Lord Roger, son of Richard, the Prince of Antioch, to whom he had also given one of his sisters in marriage. These messengers, after crossing the Euphrates and traveling through the land of Lord Jocelyn, were treated with great hospitality and kindness by him, both on their way there and back. However, as is often the case with the imprudent, some of Lord Jocelyn's household began to provoke the Count's messengers with words, reproaching the poverty of the Lord Count. and conversely, extolling the immense wealth of their own lord, his abundance of grain, wine, oil, and provisions, his immense stores of gold and silver, and the multitude of his soldiers and footmen. They even added, as a reckless tongue often speaks, that the count was not beneficial to the region he governed. It would be wiser for him to sell his county to Lord Jocelyn, and, having received an immense sum of money, return to France. These words, though the messengers seemed to ignore them, sank deeply into their hearts. Although spoken by insignificant persons, they appeared to reflect the mind of their lord. Having taken leave, they returned to the Lord Count. Upon reaching him, they recounted everything that had happened on the journey, including the words they had heard in Lord Jocelyn's house. Hearing this, the Lord Count became angry, and weighing the words he had heard with great consideration, understood that all these things had originated from Lord Jocelyn. He was greatly indignant that Jocelyn, to whom he had given so much wealth and who was bound by merit to alleviate his poverty from his own abundance, should reproach poverty as a vice. Contrary to good manners, a poverty into which he had fallen not through light actions, but through unavoidable necessity, he had generously deprived himself of the very wealth Jocelyn boasted of to confer it upon him. Filled with indignation, he began to seethe. He feigned illness, and lying in bed, sent word to Lord Jocelyn to come to him without delay. Upon hearing this, Lord Jocelyn hastened to him, suspecting nothing and having no reason to fear the journey. Finally reaching Edessa, he found the count in the citadel of the city, in the part called Rangalath, lying in an inner chamber. Entering, he offered the due greeting, and asked the Lord Count how he was, to which the count replied, much better, "By the grace of God, than you wish." Continuing, he added, "Jocelyn, do you have anything that I have not given you?" To which Jocelyn replied, "Lord, nothing." "Then why, ungrateful and forgetful of my benefits, do you, overflowing and expanded from my abundance, not sympathize with me, your benefactor in need, not out of recklessness, but from a cause that no wise or skilled person could have avoided, for there is no counsel against the Lord? Why do you not return a portion of what I gave you entirely? Moreover, you reproach the poverty divinely bestowed as if it were a vice, and accuse it as a crime. Am I so useless that I should sell to you what the Lord has granted me and flee, as you say? Return what I gave, and restore all that I conferred upon you, for you have made yourself unworthy." Having said these words, he ordered Jocelyn to be seized and bound, afflicting him in a remarkable and pitiable manner with various questions and tortures, until, having adjured the entire region, he surrendered everything he had received as a gift from the count. Thus, stripped of all his goods, he left those lands, and first went to Lord Baldwin, the king of Jerusalem. After revealing everything that had happened to him, he expressed his intention to return to his homeland. Hearing this, the king, seeing him as greatly necessary to the kingdom, granted him the city of Tiberias with its territories to possess in perpetuity, to fortify himself with the support of such a man. It is said that he governed the city and its dependencies excellently and prudently, as long as he remained there, expanding its boundaries greatly. And although Tyre was still held by the infidels, it is said that he caused many troubles for its citizens. Even though he seemed somewhat distant from them due to the intervening mountains, he often entered their territories to inflict damage. Chapter 23, Book 11. A great earthquake shakes the region of Antioch. Borsaquin, a most powerful Turkish satrap, also ravages the same area. In the year of our Lord 1114, a tremendous earthquake shook all of Syria, completely destroying many cities and countless towns. It was especially severe around Cilicia, Isauria, and Coele Syria. In Cilicia, it leveled Mamistra along with many towns to the ground. It also demolished Maresia with its suburbs, so much so that scarcely any traces remained. Towers and walls were shaken, and as the larger buildings collapsed more dangerously, there was an immense slaughter of people. Vast cities, reduced to heaps of stones, became tombs for the oppressed, serving as graves for their crushed inhabitants. The people, terrified and confused, fled the cities, fearing the collapse of their homes, and while they hoped to find rest under the open sky, they were so shaken by fear that their sleep was interrupted. suffering in dreams the oppressions they had feared while awake. This immense danger was not confined to one region alone. Rather, this calamity spread widely to the farthest reaches of the east. In the following year, according to his usual custom, XIII, the most powerful of the Turks, gathered an immense multitude of his people and invaded the region of Antioch with hostile intent. Traversing the entire province, he camped between Aleppo and Damascus, waiting for an opportunity to launch attacks into our territories, whether here or there. Meanwhile, Doldequin, the king of the Damascenes, was very suspicious of their expeditions, fearing that they had gathered there with the intention of causing harm to him and his kingdom, rather than to fight against the Christians, whose strength they had often tested. He became anxious. The death of the aforementioned nobleman, who had been killed in Damascus, was attributed to him, as if such an end had come about with his knowledge. Therefore, upon hearing of the Turks' arrival, and fully understanding their intentions, he sent envoys with great gifts to both the Lord King and the Lord Prince of Antioch, seeking peace for a certain period and imploring it. Offering oaths and hostages, he promised that for the entire duration of the agreed truce, he would maintain faithful alliance with the Christians, both from the kingdom and the principality. Meanwhile, the Prince of Antioch, seeing them closer to his territories and informed by some that they were planning an attack on his land, called upon the Lord King for assistance. He also invited Doldequin, bound by the treaty, to bring his forces. The king, greatly concerned for the safety of the region, gathered his army, and, accompanied by an honorable retinue, hastened there, taking with him Count Pons of Tripoli. He reached the place where the Lord Prince had assembled his forces within a few days. Doldequin, being closer, had already joined the king's army, aligning himself with our camp as an ally. Thus, with all forces gathered together, they unanimously decided to position themselves before the city of Caesarea, where they had previously heard the enemy was present. Upon learning this, the enemy, realizing they could not withstand us without great danger, feigned a retreat as if they would not return. Consequently, our forces separated and returned to their own lands. Chapter 24, Book 11. The people of Ascalon besieged the city of Jaffa, but fearing the king's arrival, they withdraw without success. Meanwhile, while the king was occupied in the regions around Antioch, the people of Ascalon, emboldened by the confidence that the king was absent and had taken with him the greater forces of the kingdom, seized the opportunity and besieged the city of Jaffa. Indeed, a fleet of 70 ships had recently arrived from Egypt to support them, which they ordered to advance and occupy the coast of Jaffa. They themselves followed with many thousands, raising their banners, and suddenly stood before the city. Those who were in the fleet, upon learning of their allies' arrival by land, eagerly disembarked from the ships, intending to attack the city. Thus, having arranged their forces in a circle, they surrounded the city on all sides and, at a given signal, attacked, pressing vigorously from every direction. The citizens, though few in number and far inferior in strength, resisted bravely for their wives and children, for their freedom and homeland, for which any noble person considers it honorable to die. They fortified the towers and walls as best they could, using bows and crossbows, and even throwing stones by hand to drive the enemy away, preventing them from approaching the wall. However, the Ascalonites found the situation far different from what they had anticipated, for expecting to find the city empty, they had constructed ladders of sufficient height and number, confident they could immediately breach the walls without opposition. But with the defenders resisting valiantly, they were unable to place the ladders against the walls, and could scarcely launch anything at those on the towers. The Lord had granted the citizens such grace that, relying on divine assistance, they did not fear the surrounding multitude. The city gates were wooden, without any covering of bronze or iron. The attackers partially burned them by skillfully hurling fire, but not to the extent that it caused significant harm or inconvenience to the citizens. After several days, seeing that they were making no progress, and fearing that the local populace might come to the defenders' aid, the Ascalonites lifted the siege and returned home. The fleet, taking advantage of favorable winds, retreated to the port of Tyre. After a span of 10 days, wishing to see if they might find the people of Jaffa unprepared, the Ascalonites secretly set out again, gathering a large force, and suddenly and quietly stood before Jaffa once more. However, the citizens accustomed to such situations were always on guard, keeping continuous night watches and shifts, so they were always ready to resist. Seeing the enemy legions return and prepare for renewed conflict, they eagerly ascended the towers and walls, striving to resist all the more fiercely as they perceived the enemy's forces to be smaller and their numbers diminished. For they saw that the fleet, which had previously caused them much trouble, was absent and unlikely to return soon. Moreover, the defenders' confidence was bolstered by the news that the king was said to be coming soon. Thus, emboldened and resisting more confidently, they killed many of the enemy who pressed forward too boldly in various encounters. After attacking the city for nearly 7 continuous hours, the Ascolites, seeing that their efforts were in vain, withdrew their forces and returned to Ascalon. Chapter 25, Book 11. Borsaquin again harasses the borders of Antioch, but Prince Roger, meeting him with his forces, turns him to flight, his legions scattered. While these events were unfolding in the kingdom, Borsaquin, whom we mentioned earlier, had feigned retreat and withdrawal from the regions of Antioch at the arrival of the king and other nobles who had gathered against him. Observing that the king, the prince of Antioch, and Doldaquin had departed from each other and returned to their own affairs, he assumed they would not easily reunite. Thus, he once more attacked the regions of Antioch. Sweeping through the entire area, he set villages on fire, burned the suburbs, and whatever he could find outside fortified defenses, he seized for plunder and spoil. Dividing his forces into bands, he sent them to various parts to wreak havoc everywhere, capturing or killing the unwary they encountered in the fields or on the roads. Not only did they break into unwalled villages with their raids, but they also violently occupied fortified towns. They captured Mara and Capharda, killing some inhabitants with the sword and enslaving others, reducing them to ruin. Having taken control of the entire region, they gathered plunder and Christian captives daily from all sides. When this was reported to the prince, he summoned the Count of Edessa, and on the 12th of September left Antioch with his forces, swiftly arriving before the town of Rugia. He immediately sent scouts to inform him of the enemy's condition and intentions, while he arranged his troops and prepared for battle with determination. As he diligently worked on these preparations, aided faithfully by the count according to military discipline, a messenger arrived in haste, reporting that the enemy was encamped in the valley of Sarmat. Upon hearing this, the entire army was greatly encouraged, as if already assured of victory. Borsaquin, upon learning of our approach, ordered his men to arm themselves, and arranging his troops, urged his comrades to act bravely. However, seeking to ensure his own safety, he, along with his brother and some close companions, occupied a nearby hill called Danum before our forces could arrive. From there, he could observe his men in battle and give necessary instructions regarding the conduct of the fight. As he was thus occupied, our forces with banners raised began to appear. Seeing the enemy and disregarding their numbers, Lord Baldwin, the Count of Edessa, who led his cohort ahead of the others, charged into them with great vigor, shaking their entire army with a fierce assault. The rest of the troops followed his example, plunging into the midst of the enemy ranks, pressing them closely with swords and blades, ready to repay the injuries they had inflicted too freely on the villagers and the poor. The enemy, initially hopeful of resisting, tried arrogantly to repel our forces, but eventually, astonished by the strength, momentum, and admirable steadfastness of our troops, their ranks completely dissolved, and they turned to flight. Borsaquin, seeing from the hilltop the defeat of his men and the growing strength of our forces, fled with his brother and companions, abandoning his banner, camp, and all their baggage, seeking to save his life. Our forces pursued the scattered and fleeing enemy with relentless vigor, cutting down the fugitives with swords, and inflicted immense slaughter over nearly 2 miles. The prince, with part of his forces, remained victoriously on the battlefield for 2 days, waiting for those who had pursued the enemy in different directions. Once they returned, and all the spoils were gathered before him, he distributed appropriate shares of the victory to his companions. The enemy, having abandoned their camp filled with all manner of goods and overflowing with great wealth, fled, forgetting everything. Our forces recovered both the plunder and the spoils they had gathered from various places, as well as our captives whom they had imprisoned. Rejoicing, they returned to their homes with their animals, wives, and children. It is said that more than 3,000 of the enemy fell in that conflict. With these matters concluded, the prince, sending ahead a multitude of horses, mules, and captives, along with a diverse array of riches, entered Antioch as a victor with great applause and the joy of the people. Chapter 26, Book 11. Arnulf, Patriarch of Jerusalem, accused of many things, travels to Rome. The king builds a castle in Syria so bald beyond the Jordan, named Mount Royal. At the same time, the Lord Pope, having heard of the enormities of Arnulf, the Patriarch, and being fully informed of his impure conduct, sent a legate to the regions of Syria. This legate was a venerable man, notable for his great piety, the Bishop of Orange. Upon arriving in our lands, he convened a council of all the bishops of the kingdom and commanded the aforementioned Arnulf to stand before him. Finally, due to the weight of his offenses, he was deposed from his pontifical office by the authority of the Apostolic See. However, Arnulf, still relying on his deceptions, which had nearly swayed the minds of all, was compelled to cross the sea and went to the Roman Church. There, by flattering words and lavish gifts, he circumvented the piety of the Lord Pope and the entire Church, and returned with the grace of the Apostolic See to his own lands, retaining the seat of Jerusalem with the same freedom of living that had previously earned him deposition. During the same period, as the Christian people had no stronghold beyond the Jordan, the king, desiring to expand the borders of the kingdom in those parts, proposed, with the Lord's guidance, to build a castle in the third area, also known as Syria Sobol. The inhabitants of this castle would be able to protect the land, subject and tributary to the kingdom, from enemy incursions. Therefore, wishing to fulfill his plan, he gathered the forces of the kingdom, crossed the Dead Sea, and passing through the second Arabia, whose capital is Petra, reached the third. There, on a hill well suited to his purpose, he established a stronghold fortified both by nature and by artifice. After completing the work, he settled both knights and foot soldiers there, granting them ample estates. He fortified the town with walls, towers, a forewall, a ditch, arms, provisions, and engines, and named it after his royal dignity, commanding it to be called Mount Royal, because it had a king as its founder. The aforementioned place is notable for the advantages of fertile soil, providing abundant supplies of grain, wine, and oil. It is singularly commendable for its healthfulness and pleasantness, claiming dominion over the entire adjacent region. Chapter 27, Book 11. The king, seeing the holy city empty of inhabitants, brings faithful Syrians from Arabia and establishes them as residents of the city at that time. The king, deeply concerned, observed that the holy and God-beloved city was empty of inhabitants. This situation was so dire that, for the other affairs of the kingdom, it was necessary to have at least enough people to protect the city's entrances and to fortify the towers and walls against sudden enemy attacks. Anxiously pondering this, he frequently consulted with others, deliberating on how he might fill the city with faithful people and worshippers of God. The Gentiles who had been its inhabitants had almost all fallen by the sword when the city was violently breached. Those who had escaped by chance were not allowed to remain within the city. To the devout Christian leaders, it seemed akin to sacrilege to permit anyone who did not profess the Christian faith to dwell in such a venerable place. Our own people were so few and impoverished that they could scarcely inhabit even one of the city's districts. The Syrians, who had been citizens of the city from its inception, had become so rare due to the many tribulations and countless hardships during the time of hostility that they were almost uncountable from the time the Latins entered Syria. And especially after the army began to march towards Jerusalem following the capture of Antioch, these servants of God began to be so afflicted by their fellow citizens that many were killed for even the slightest word, regardless of age or status. They were suspected of having summoned the Western princes, rumored to be arriving through letters and messengers to their detriment. Thus concerned for the city's desolation, the king diligently inquired where he might find citizens to bring there. He eventually learned that beyond the Jordan in Arabia, many faithful people lived in villages, serving their enemies under harsh conditions and heavy tribute. The king summoned these people, promising them better conditions. Drawn by the reverence for the place, the love for our people, and the desire for freedom, many came with their wives, children, flocks, herds, and entire households in a short time. Many others, without being summoned, fled the yoke of harsh servitude to inhabit the city worthy of God. The king assigned them those parts of the city that seemed most in need of this support, filling them with homes. Chapter 28. Book 11. The king, at the suggestion of the clergy, requests from the Lord Pope that any cities he conquers be subjected to the Church of Jerusalem. Responses to various letters are included. Meanwhile, it occurred to the Lord King, and perhaps he was led to this by the suggestion of the clergy, to send envoys to the Roman Church, presenting petitions to the Lord Pope. The tenor of these petitions was that any cities or provinces he might be able to claim through military efforts and royal diligence, with the Lord's help, and violently wrest from the power of the enemies, should all be subjected to the authority and governance of the Church of Jerusalem. He obtained a response from the Apostolic See, the tenor of which we deemed worthy to insert into this narrative. Paschal, servant of the servants of God, to the glorious King of Jerusalem, Baldwin, greetings and apostolic blessing. The boundaries and possessions of the churches that were or are in your regions have been confused by the long possession and tyranny of the infidels. Since we cannot determine their exact boundaries with deliberation, we have deemed it not unreasonable to grant your request, as you have devoted yourself to exposing your person to extreme dangers for the exaltation of the Church of Jerusalem. Therefore, any cities of the infidels you have captured or will capture shall be subjected to the governance and dignity of the same church. Moreover, the bishops and patriarchs of those cities should show obedience to their own metropolitan, so that, supported by their votes, and they themselves strengthened by the aid of mutual unanimity, they may thus advance in the exaltation of the Church of Jerusalem, so that Almighty God may be glorified by their progress. Given at the Lateran on the 9th day before the Ides of July, at the request of the same Lord King, the same Lord Paschal granted a perpetual privilege on the same matter to the Lord Patriarch Ghibellino and his successors, which we have taken care to insert into this present narrative. The words of which are as follows: Paschal, bishop, servant of the servants of God, to the most reverend brother, the Patriarch of Jerusalem, Ghibellino, and his successors canonically to be promoted in perpetuity. According to the changes of times, the kingdoms of the earth are also transferred. Hence, it is also expedient that the boundaries of ecclesiastical parishes be changed and transferred in many provinces. Indeed, the boundaries of the Asian churches were distributed by ancient definitions. These distributions were confused by the incursion of peoples of diverse faith. Thanks be to God that in our times, the cities of Antioch and Jerusalem, with their suburbs and adjacent provinces, have been brought under the power of Christian princes. Therefore, we must lend a hand to the divine change and transfer, and arrange what needs to be arranged according to the time, so that we may grant to the Church of Jerusalem those cities and provinces which have been acquired by the blood of the glorious King Baldwin and the armies following him. By the grace of God, therefore by the page of this present decree, we sanction that all cities and provinces which the aforementioned king has restored to his dominion, or which divine grace will deign to restore in the future, be governed and arranged by you, dearest brother and co-bishop Ghibellino, and your successors, and through you by the Holy Church of Jerusalem, with patriarchal or metropolitan right. It is fitting that the Church of the Holy Sepulchre, according to the desires of the faithful soldiers, should obtain due honor, and free from the yoke of the Turks or Saracens, be more abundantly exalted in the hand of Christians. Upon hearing this, the Lord Bernard, a man of venerable life, patriarch of the Antiochians, was greatly indignant, as it seemed to reflect harm upon his church. He sent envoys to the Roman Church, complaining greatly about this matter, and accused the Lord Pope and the entire Church in his letters of the manifest injury inflicted upon him and his Church. The Lord Pope, wishing to mitigate his indignation, responded in these words: Paschal, Bishop, servant of the servants of God, to the venerable brother Bernard, Patriarch of Antioch, greetings and apostolic blessing. Although among the other apostolic sees that one stands out, which was glorified by the bodily death of the Apostle Peter. It is read that there was once such great charity between the Roman and Antiochene bishops that no difference seemed to exist between them. For the same person of Peter illuminated both churches. Many times have passed since then, during which the domination of the infidels impeded this unity in the persons presiding. Thanks be to God, who in our times has restored the rule of Christians in the city of Antioch. Therefore, dearest brother, it is fitting that the unity of the same charity remain firm in us, nor should any opinion creep into your mind that we wish to depress or dishonor the Church of Antioch. If we have written anything concerning the boundaries of parishes for either the Church of Antioch or Jerusalem otherwise than was fitting, it should not be attributed to levity or malice, nor should scandal be stirred up among us because of this. For the great distance of places and the change of ancient names, which has happened to cities or provinces, has brought us much ambiguity or ignorance. Moreover, we have desired and still desire to provide the brothers with the seed of peace, not scandal, to preserve the right and honor of each church, given at the latter on the 7th day before the Ides of August. Wishing to explain his intention, the Lord Pope wrote again to the same Patriarch Bernard in this manner: Paschal, Bishop, servant of the servants of God, to the co-bishop Bernard, Patriarch of Antioch, greetings and apostolic blessing. As we have written to your fraternity in other letters, we love both your person and the church committed to you with full charity, nor do we wish in any way for the honor of your dignity to be diminished, but that the preeminence of the Antiochene Patriarchate, as it was preserved in past times, may also be preserved intact in the future with the Lord's help. However, what we granted to our son Baldwin, king of the Jerusalemites, through his interceding envoys, should not disturb your charity at all, if you examine the sense of our letters more deeply. For it is written in them, the boundaries and possessions of the churches that were or are in those parts have been confused by the long possession and tyranny of the infidels. Since we cannot determine their exact boundaries with present deliberation, we have deemed it not unreasonable to grant your request. As you have devoted yourself to exposing your person to extreme dangers for the exaltation of the Church of Jerusalem, therefore, any cities of the infidels you have captured or will capture shall be subjected to the governance and dignity of the same church. The same sense should be applied to those words we wrote to Gibolino of blessed memory, Patriarch of Jerusalem, concerning the cities and provinces acquired by the prudence of the aforementioned King Baldwin and the blood of the armies following him, by the grace of God. Indeed, we wish those churches to which certain boundaries can be assigned, whose boundaries and possessions have not been confused by long possession and tyranny, and the cities of those churches to be subjected to the church to which they are known to belong by ancient justice. For we do not wish either the ecclesiastical dignity to be diminished for the power of princes, or the power of princes to be mutilated for ecclesiastical dignity, given at Benevento on the 15th day before the calends of April. The Lord Pope also wrote to the Lord King in the same manner, explaining with what intention he had granted assent to the aforementioned petitions, and indicating that he did not wish the Church of Antioch to be unduly burdened in these words: Paschal, Bishop, servant of the servants of God, to the dearest Baldwin, illustrious King of the Jerusalemites, greetings and apostolic blessing. The concession we made to your petition, that any cities of the infidels you have captured or will capture shall be subjected to the governance and dignity of the Church of Jerusalem, greatly disturbed both our brother Bernard the Patriarch and the entire Church of Antioch. For when we granted that concession concerning those churches, whose boundaries and possessions have been confused by the long possession and tyranny of the infidels, they complained that those churches have been invaded by the Patriarch of Jerusalem, with your connivance about which there is no ambiguity, since even during the times of the Turks or Saracens, the Antiochene see possessed them, because their bishops, even oppressed by the tyranny of the infidels, showed obedience to the Antiochene Patriarch. Moreover, we have sent letters to the aforementioned patriarch, decreeing that the preeminence of the Antiochian Patriarchate, as it was distributed by the ancient fathers and preserved in past times, should also be preserved intact in the future. Therefore, we admonish your valor, and in admonishing we command that you do not permit such invasions to be made by you where the truth is manifest, but that each church may enjoy the limits of its own justice. For we cannot openly oppose the holy constitutions of our fathers, nor do we wish at all either for the power of princes to diminish ecclesiastical dignity, or for ecclesiastical dignity to mutilate the power of princes, lest by either occasion the peace of the church be disturbed among you, God forbid. We also command the clergy of Jerusalem, through these present writings, since they have left their paternal possessions and homeland for the exaltation of the church, as it is for the observance of religion, that they be content with the right of the church of Jerusalem, nor should they unjustly or presumptuously claim those things which are known to certainly belong to the right of the church of Antioch. May Almighty Lord protect you in all things with his right hand and grant you triumph over the enemies of the church. Given at the Lateran on the 15th day before the Kalends of April. Chapter 29, Book 11. The king descends to the Red Sea, surveys the region, sends back the Countess of Sicily, whom he had married, to her own land, weary from illness. In the following year, to gain a fuller understanding of the surrounding regions and to be better informed about the layout of the provinces, the king, accompanied by local experts and a retinue deemed sufficient for his purpose, crossed the Jordan. After traversing Syria Sobal, he descended through the desolate wilderness to the Red Sea, entering the ancient city of Elam, once familiar to the people of Israel, where it is recorded there were 12 springs and 70 palm trees. Upon his arrival, the inhabitants, having learned of the king's approach, took to small boats and fled into the nearby sea, seeking to escape death. The king, after carefully noting and considering the locations, retraced his steps along the same route by which he had come and returned to the royal mountain, a newly established fortress. From there, he went back to Jerusalem, where he was unexpectedly struck by a severe illness. Weakened beyond his strength and fearing he might perish, he was troubled in conscience over having unjustly dismissed his lawful wife and taken another. Stricken with remorse and regret for his actions, he confessed his guilt to religious men who feared God, promising to make amends. Advised to dismiss the queen he had taken and restore the dismissed one to her royal dignity, he agreed and vowed to do so if his life were prolonged. Thus, when the queen was summoned to him, he revealed the matter to her. Although she had been somewhat informed of the situation, having heard it from many, she seemed to take it hard that she had been summoned so rashly and felt deceived by the region's princes who had been sent to call her. Grieving and saddened by the insult and the resources wasted in vain, she prepared to return, planning to go back to her homeland 3 years after coming to the king. Her departure greatly disturbed her son, who harbored an undying hatred against the kingdom and its inhabitants, while other faithful princes of the world, either in person or through immense generosity, endeavored to nurture and expand our kingdom like a young plant. He and his heirs, even to this day, have not reconciled with us, not even with a friendly word. Yet, with any other prince, they could have more easily and advantageously provided counsel and aid for our needs. Thus they seem to remember the wrongs perpetually, unjustly transferring the fault of one person onto the entire populace. Chapter 30, Book 11. A fortress called Alexandrium, commonly known as Scandalium, is built near the city of Tyre. In the same year, after the king recovered from the aforementioned illness, he was anxious about how he might bring the city of Tyre, the only coastal city still held by the enemy, under his control. To this end, he constructed a fortress between Ptolemy and the aforementioned Tyre, at the very site where Alexander the Great is said to have once established a similar stronghold to besiege the city, naming it Alexandrium after himself. The location is well watered by springs and is situated on the seashore, barely 5 miles from Tyre. The king rebuilt it with the intention that it would serve as a provocation to the Tyrians and a source of frequent injuries to them. Today the locals, using a corrupted name, call this place Scandalium. In Arabic, Alexander is called Skandar, and Alexandrium is called Scandarium. However, the common people changing the to all call it Scandalium. Chapter 31, Book 11. The king descends into Egypt, occupies Pharamia, falls ill, and dies on the journey. He is buried. In the following year, to repay the Egyptians for the offenses they had often committed in the kingdom, the king descended into Egypt with a vast army and violently seized the very ancient city of Pharamia. He gave the spoils of the conquered city to his fellow soldiers. Pharamia, as we have mentioned, is an ancient city located on the seashore, not far from the mouth of the Nile, known as Caribbees. Above this is Tampnes, another very ancient city, known for the signs the Lord performed through Moses, his servant, before Pharaoh. Having captured the city, the king went to the aforementioned mouth of the Nile and marveled at the waters he had not seen before, especially because the Nile, whose branch flows into the sea there, is said and believed to be one of the 4 rivers of paradise. After catching fish, which are abundant there, they returned to the city they had occupied, and having prepared a meal, refreshed themselves with them. When the king rose from the table, he felt himself severely afflicted internally by pain. As the discomfort of an old wound worsened, he began to suffer intensely, to the point where he despaired for his life. Thus, a return was announced to the troops by the voice of a herald. The king, weakened by his worsening illness to the extent that he could not ride, was placed in a litter, where he lay in great distress. Continuing their journey, they crossed part of the desert that stretches between Egypt and Syria and reached the ancient maritime city of Laris in that desert. There, overcome by his illness, the king reached his end and passed away. His grieving troops, overwhelmed by sorrow, transported him to Jerusalem. On Palm Sunday, through the valley of Jehoshaphat, where the people had gathered for the feast, he was brought into the city and buried with royal magnificence beside his brother at Calvary, in the place called Golgotha. He died in the year of our Lord 1118, in the 18th year of his reign. Chapter 1, Book 12. Baldwin, Count of Edessa, is elevated to the kingdom. His origins and background are described. The second king of Jerusalem from the Latins was Lord Baldwin of Bourg, who was surnamed the Thorn. He was a religious man, fearing God, notable for his faith, and highly skilled in military affairs. He was a Frank by birth, from the diocese of Reims, the son of Lord Hugh, Count of Rethel, and the illustrious Countess Melisande. It is said that she had so many sisters that a great multitude of sons and daughters were born, as those who diligently investigate the genealogies of princes know well. While his father was still alive, Baldwin, along with other nobles who had undertaken the journey to Jerusalem, joined the company of Lord Duke Godfrey, to whom he was related. He embarked on the same path with the same devotion as the others, leaving behind at home his aged father, 2 brothers, and as many sisters, of whom he was the eldest. One of his brothers was named Gervase, who was later elected to the Church of Reims. The other was Manasses. One of his sisters, Mahal, was married to the Castellan of Vitry. The other, Hodierna, was married to Lord Herbrand of Hierges, a noble and powerful man. From her was born Manasses of Hierges, whom we later saw as the royal constable during the time of Queen Melisande. After the death of Baldwin's father, his brother Manasses succeeded him, as Baldwin, the firstborn, was occupied with the affairs of the kingdom. When Manasses died without children, their brother Gervase, having resigned from the archbishopric of Reims and taking a wife against ecclesiastical rules, inherited the county by right. He married his only daughter, born from this union, to a nobleman in Normandy. Upon his death, their nephew, the son of their sister Mahat, who had married the Castellan of Vitry, succeeded in the county. His name was Ithir. But enough of this for now. Chapter 2, Book 12. Why he traveled to Jerusalem when he was elected king. After Lord Baldwin, brother of the late Duke Godfrey of pious and illustrious memory, was called to the kingdom of Jerusalem following his brother's death and was solemnly placed on the throne, the man we are presently discussing succeeded him in the county of Edessa. This succession was granted by the Lord King, who was his kinsman. He managed the county vigorously and successfully for 18 years and a little more. In the 18th year of his rule, having established his region in the desired peace, He planned to visit the king of Jerusalem, his lord kinsman and benefactor, as well as the holy places out of devotion. Having arranged the necessary preparations for the journey, and entrusted the region to his faithful followers, in whose loyalty and diligence he had full confidence, and having secured the towns, he set out on the intended path as a prudent and thoroughly cautious man, accompanied by an honorable retinue. While he was continuing his journey, a messenger met him, announcing that the Lord King had, as was true, met his end in Egypt. Upon hearing this, he was greatly distressed by the death of his lord and kinsman, as was to be expected. Nevertheless, he did not abandon his journey, but hastened his steps toward Jerusalem. When he arrived there, it happened by chance that on the feast day known as Palm Sunday, as the entire populace had gathered in the valley of Jehoshaphat for the solemn and celebrated procession of such a significant day, the count and his followers suddenly entered from one side. From the opposite direction, the king's funeral was being brought in with its procession, accompanied by the entire military force that had descended with him into Egypt, following their lord's funeral in the customary manner. Chapter 3, Book 12. The method of election is revealed, and the memorable deed of Count Eustace of Boulogne is described. After the royal funeral was brought into the holy city, and the king was honorably buried in the church of the Holy Sepulchre beside his brother, near the place called Golgotha under Mount Calvary, those present from the kingdom's leading figures gathered. These included bishops, archbishops, and other church prelates with Lord Arnulf the Patriarch, and among the lay princes were some, including the industrious man we have often mentioned before, Jocelyn, a powerful man in action and speech, the Lord of Tiberias. After deliberating on the urgent matter, they offered various opinions. Some said that they should wait for Lord Eustace, the Count, and not disrupt the ancient law of hereditary succession, especially since his brothers of blessed memory had successfully administered the kingdom with suitable and universally pleasing governance. Others argued that the affairs of the kingdom and its ongoing needs could not endure such delays or tolerate such long intervals. Rather, they should act quickly to provide for the region, lest, if necessity arose, there would be no one to lead and return the army or manage the kingdom's affairs, and the kingdom's state might be endangered due to the lack of a leader. This fluctuation of opinions and conflict of desires was resolved by the aforementioned Jocelyn, who was of great authority in the kingdom. Supporting the side that argued a king should be appointed immediately, he said, "The Lord Count of Edessa is present, a just and God-fearing man, a kinsman of the Lord King, valiant in arms, commendable in all respects, whom no region or province could provide us with a better candidate. It is more advantageous to appoint him as king than to await more perilous events." Many believe that Lord Jocelyn's words came from sincere faith, knowing how not long before, as we have mentioned, the Lord Count had treated him. And considering the saying that is proverbially used, "All praise from an enemy is true," they were unaware that his intention was otherwise, and trusting his words, they gave their consent. However, it was said that he was motivated differently, for, with the hope of future succession to the county, he endeavored to introduce the Lord Count into the kingdom. With Lord Arnulf, the Patriarch, and Lord Jocelyn embracing this opinion, the others were easily persuaded to the same view, and with a unanimous vote and consent, they elected him as king. On the day of the Holy Resurrection, which followed soon after, he was solemnly anointed and consecrated, according to custom, and he received the royal insignia of the diadem. Whatever the intentions of Lord Arnulf, the Patriarch, or Lord Jocelyn in this matter, the Lord mercifully turned the outcome to good, for the man showed himself to be just, pious, and God-fearing, with divine grace preceding him, and he was a man who prospered in all things. However, it seems he had a less regular entrance, and it is certain that those who promoted him fraudulently excluded the legitimate heir of the kingdom from his rightful succession. For after the Lord King's death, whether by his final judgment or by the common council of the kingdom's princes, for neither is known for certain, certain noble and great men were sent to summon Count Eustace of Boulogne, the brother of the illustrious Duke Godfrey, and King Baldwin to the succession of the kingdom by common edict. They reached him, and despite his reluctance and resistance, presenting the most honorable reasons why he should come, they brought him as far as Apulia. There the aforementioned venerable religious and God-fearing man, truly an imitator and brother of such great men, and a successor in virtues and honorable merits, upon hearing that in the meantime at Jerusalem, Lord Baldwin, his kinsman, the Count of Edessa, had been appointed king, was urged by the envoys sent for him, who argued that he should proceed none the less, because what had been done could not stand against law and justice, and against the most ancient law of hereditary succession. He is said to have responded, "Full of God, far be it from me that through me scandal should enter the kingdom of the Lord, by whose blood it received the peace of Christ, and for whose tranquility my brothers, men of virtue and of immortal memory, have brought their noble souls to the heavens." Then, having packed his belongings again and gathered his retinue against the wishes of those who sought to bring him to the kingdom, he returned to his own land. Chapter 4, Book 12, on the appearance, character, and conduct of the same king. He is said to have been notable for his appearance, tall in stature, with a handsome face, sparse blonde hair mixed with gray. His beard was thin but extended down to his chest. His complexion was lively, and as much as his age allowed, rosy. He was skilled in the use of arms and most adept at managing horses, possessing great experience in military affairs, prudent in his actions, successful in expeditions, pious in deeds, clement and merciful, religious and God-fearing, constant in prayers to the extent that he had calluses on his hands and knees from frequent affliction and kneeling. He was energetic, even in his later years, whenever the affairs of the kingdom called him. Having ascended the throne, he was concerned about the county of Edessa, which he had left without a leader, and summoned his kinsman Jocelyn to make amends for his previous offense with full and gratuitous satisfaction. To Jocelyn, who knew the region more thoroughly, he granted the county. After receiving his oath of fealty, he invested him with a banner and inducted him into possession. He then summoned his wife, daughters, and household, and through the efforts and diligence of Lord Jocelyn, he soon received them all safely. His wife was named Morphia, the daughter of a certain noble Greek named Gabriel, whom we mentioned earlier. While he was count, he married her with an immense dowry. From her he had 3 daughters, namely Melisande, Alice, and Hadierna. A 4th daughter named Yvette was born to him after he became king. He was crowned and consecrated in the year of the Lord's incarnation, 1118, in the month of April, on the 2nd day of the month, with Lord Pope Gelasius, the 2nd presiding over the Holy Roman Church, the 1st Latin Patriarch in the city of Antioch, and Lord Arnulf, the 4th Latin Patriarch of the Holy Church of Jerusalem. Chapter 5, Book 12, the deaths of Emperor Alexius of Constantinople, Pope Paschal, and the Countess of Sicily, former Queen of Jerusalem. During this time, Emperor Alexius of Constantinople, the greatest persecutor of the Latins, departed from this life. He was succeeded by his son John, who was much more humane than his father, and due to his merits, was far more acceptable to our people. However, he was not entirely sincere towards the Latins of the East, as subsequent events will show. Likewise, Lord Paschal, the Roman pontiff, passed away in the 16th year of his pontificate. He was succeeded by Lord Gelasius, also known as John of Gaeta, who had been the Chancellor of the Holy Roman Church. Furthermore, Lady Adelasia, the Countess of Sicily, who had been the wife of the aforementioned King Baldwin, in fact, though not in law, also died. Chapter 6, Book 12. The Egyptian army, both naval and land forces, enter the kingdom. The king meets them, but they do not engage. Arnulf, Patriarch of Jerusalem, dies. Gorman is appointed in his place. In the same year, during the summer that followed, the Egyptian leader of the time gathered an immense multitude of both cavalry and infantry from all the regions of Egypt. With both land and naval forces, he planned to violently invade our kingdom, thinking it easy to either destroy such a small population by the sword, or drive them fleeing from all the borders of Syria. After crossing the vast desert that lies between us and Egypt, he camped before Ascalon with a large cavalry and an infinite multitude of infantry armed with javelins. Meanwhile, Doldaquin, the king of the Damascenes, upon learning of the Egyptians' arrival, or perhaps invited by them, gathered a large army. He followed a hidden route lest our forces confront him, cross the Jordan, and join their camp, seeking to strengthen their forces to our detriment. Some of the ships landed at Ascalon, while others sailed to Tyre, as it was a very fortified city with a convenient port, waiting for orders from their commander. The king, having been informed of their arrival well in advance, summoned military aid from both Antioch and Tripoli, and gathered his forces. He descended to the plains of the Philistines to meet them, and after passing the place once called Azotus, known to have been one of the 5 cities of the Philistines, he camped near the Egyptians so that both sides could observe each other's camps daily. For nearly 3 months, both sides hesitated to provoke each other. Our forces feared recklessly provoking such a multitude, while theirs feared our strength, courage, and experience in battle. The Egyptian leader decided it was safer to return home unharmed than to imprudently face the perils of war. Thus, as the Egyptian forces returned to Egypt without any suspicion of their sudden retreat, our forces, with the king's permission, also returned home with joy. During these days, Arnulf, the Patriarch of Jerusalem, a most restless man who neglected the sanctity of his office, died. He was succeeded by a simple and God-fearing man, Lord Gormond, a Frank by nation, from the bishopric of Amiens, from the town of Picenum. In his days, and through his merits, as it is believed, the Lord deigned to accomplish many great things for the consolation and growth of the kingdom, as the present history will recount in the following chapters. Chapter 7, Book 12. The Order of the Knights Templar is established in Jerusalem. In the same year, certain noblemen of the knightly order, devoted to God, religious, and fearing God, dedicated themselves to the service of Christ under the guidance of the Lord Patriarch. They professed to live perpetually in chastity, obedience, and without personal possessions, following the manner of the regular canons. Among them, the first and foremost were the venerable men, Hugh of Payens and Godfrey of Saint Omer. Since they had neither a church nor a fixed dwelling, the king granted them temporary residence in the palace adjacent to the temple of the Lord, on its southern side. The canons of the temple of the Lord also granted them the use of the courtyard around the aforementioned palace for their workshops, under certain conditions. The Lord King, along with his nobles, and the Lord Patriarch with the church prelates, provided them with certain benefits from their own estates for sustenance and clothing, some temporarily, some permanently, as imposed by the Lord Patriarch and the other bishops for the remission of sins, was to protect the roads and paths, especially for the safety of pilgrims, against the ambushes of robbers and attackers to the best of their ability. For 9 years after their establishment, they wore secular clothing, using garments given by the people for the salvation of their souls. Finally, in the 9th year, at a council held in France at Troyes, attended by the Lord Archbishops of Reims and Sens with their suffragans, the Bishop of Albano as the apostolic legate, and the abbots of Citeaux, Clairvaux, and Pontigny, among many others, a rule was established for them, and a habit was assigned. Specifically white by the command of Pope Honorius and the Lord Patriarch of Jerusalem. Having been committed to this purpose for 9 years, they numbered only 9. From then on, their numbers began to increase, and their possessions multiplied. Later, during the time of Pope Eugene, it is said, they began to sew red cloth crosses onto their mantles to distinguish themselves among others, both the knights and their lower-ranking brothers, known as sergeants. Their resources grew so immensely that today they have around 300 knights in their convent, dressed in white cloaks, not counting the brothers, whose number is nearly infinite. Their possessions, both beyond and on this side of the sea, are said to be so vast that there is no province in the Christian world that has not contributed a portion of its goods to these brothers. They are said to have wealth comparable to royal opulence. Because they reside in the royal palace, near the temple of the Lord, as mentioned earlier, they are called the Knights of the Temple. Although they maintained their honorable purpose for a long time, prudently fulfilling their profession, they eventually neglected humility, which is recognized as the guardian of all virtues, and sitting willingly at the lowest place, it has no cause to fall. They withdrew themselves from the obedience to the Lord Patriarch of Jerusalem, from whom they had received both the institution of their order and their initial benefits, denying him the obedience their predecessors had shown. Furthermore, they became very troublesome by withholding tithes and first fruits from the churches of God, and unjustly disturbing their possessions. Chapter 8, Book 12. Pope Gelasius dies. Calixtus succeeds him. In the following year, Lord Pope Gelasius II, the successor of Lord Paschal, who was also called John of Gaeta, a learned man, passed away. Fleeing the persecution of Lord Emperor Henry and avoiding the violence of his rival anti-pope, who was surnamed Bertinus, he took refuge in the kingdom of the Franks and ended his days at Cluny, where he was also buried. He was succeeded by Lord Guido, noble by birth, the Archbishop of Vienne, who was later elevated to the papacy and called Calixtus. Subsequently, having gained the favor of Lord Emperor Henry, to whom he was related, and relying on his support, he descended into Italy with the cardinals and the entire court. At Sutri, a city near Rome, he forcibly captured his rival and heresiarch Verdinus. Furthermore, he sent him with great ignominy to the monastery of Cava near Salerno, mounted on a camel and clad in a bear's skin, where he was compelled by the rule of the place to lead a monastic life until his very old age. Thus, the schism that had continuously troubled the church for nearly 30 years, from the time of Lord Gregory VII through the times of Lords Urban Paschal and Gelasius, his predecessors, was finally quelled. This occurred when Lord Emperor Henry, after a long period during which he had been cut off from the community of the faithful by a sentence of excommunication, was brought back to the fold of the church. Chapter 9, Book 12. A powerful Turkish satrap named Gazi invades the region of Antioch with great forces, devastating everything. In the same year, a most powerful prince among the infidels, greatly feared by his own people. The ruler of the unfortunate and treacherous Turkoman people named Gazi, joined by Doldiquin, the king of the Damascenes, and Debaz, a most powerful Arab satrap, entered the region of Antioch with vast forces, camping near Aleppo. Upon learning of his arrival, Lord Roger, the Prince of Antioch and brother-in-law to the king, sent word to the surrounding leaders, namely Lord Jocelyn, Count of Edessa, Lord Pons, Count of Tripoli, and also to the king himself. Informing them of the urgent need, he earnestly urged and requested them to come swiftly to provide aid against the impending dangers. The king, therefore, gathered as many military forces as he could quickly assemble from the kingdom and hastened to Tripoli. There he joined forces with the count, who was equally prepared for the journey, and they continued their march. Meanwhile, the prince, impatient with delay and unaware of future events, left Antioch and camped near the town of Artasium. This location was quite suitable for sustaining armies, as it was within our borders, allowing easy and free access for those wishing to join the army. Thus, there was an abundance of necessary supplies for the expedition, as plentiful as in cities with all desired conveniences. After waiting there for several days for the arrival of the king and the count, despite the prohibition of the Lord Patriarch who had accompanied him thus far, and the persuasion of some nobles, he ordered the army to set out, firmly declaring that he would wait for no one else. Some of the region's nobles urged him to this action not to improve the army's conditions, but to secure their lands, which were near the enemy camps, with the army present. Following their counsel, to his and his followers' ruin, he left the place where he had been, and ordered the camp to be set up in the area known as the Field of Blood. Upon reviewing his army, there were found to be 700 knights and 3,000 trained foot soldiers, excluding merchants who usually follow the camp for buying and selling. The enemy, learning that the prince's camp was nearby, pretended to direct their forces towards the town of Sarap, intending to carry out their plan more effectively. Arriving there, they achieved nothing that night and camped in the vicinity. At dawn, the prince sent scouts to determine whether the enemy intended to besiege the town or to engage our forces at the camp. While he and his men were arming themselves, expecting an imminent battle, messengers returned, reporting in a single word that the enemy, organized into 3 divisions, each with 20,000 horsemen, were rapidly approaching our army. Upon hearing this, the prince organized 4 battle lines, riding on horseback to inspect them carefully and encourage them with appropriate words. While he was engaged in this, the enemy lines, with banners raised, nearly joined our army. Thus the battle commenced with both sides fiercely engaged, but due to our sins, the opposing side prevailed. The lines led by noble and valiant men in arms, Geoffrey the monk and Guy Fremel, which were the first to charge the enemy, advanced excellently and, according to military discipline, violently breaking the larger and denser enemy formations, nearly driving them to flight. However, the line led by Robert of St. Lo, which should have charged the enemy more boldly following the example of the preceding lines, shamefully halted as the enemy regained strength. Eventually it fled, breaking through the prince's line, which was meant to support the others, and turned part of it to flight with them so that they could not be recalled. An event worthy of mention also occurred in the same battle. During the heat of the fight, as both sides were sweating profusely, a massive whirlwind arose from the north, visibly lingering on the battlefield. As it moved further, it carried with it such a great amount of dust that it blinded the eyes of both sides with its immense cloud, preventing them from fighting. Rising in a circular motion, it ascended like a barrel consumed by sulphurous flames. Thus, the enemy became superior due to this incident, and our side fell, with nearly all our men slain by the sword. Chapter 10, Book 12. Prince Roger falls in battle, our army is defeated. The prince, a valiant man in arms, fought bravely with a few men in the midst of the enemy. While he tried in vain to rally his troops, he directed his efforts against the main force of the enemy, and was pierced by swords, dying in the process. Those who had followed the baggage and supplies retreated to a nearby mountain. Those who seemed to have escaped the enemy's weapons, withdrawing from the chaos of battle, saw our men gathered on the mountain's summit. Believing they had the strength to resist and could be saved with them, they hurried to join them. Once they all arrived, the enemy, having completely slaughtered those in the fields, turned their attention to them. Sending their troops there, they annihilated them all in a moment. Reynaud Mansour, one of the leading nobles of that region, along with some other nobles, sought refuge in the tower of a nearby town called Sarmatan for safety. When this was reported to the aforementioned Turkish leader, he swiftly moved there and forcibly compelled the noblemen who had gathered inside to surrender. Thus it happened that day, due to our sins deserving it, that out of the many thousands who had followed the Lord Prince, scarcely one survived to report the news, while of the enemy few or none were killed. It is said that this same Prince Roger was a most depraved man, incontinent, stingy, and a public adulterer. Moreover, he had kept his lord, the younger Bohemond, son of the elder Bohemond, who was residing in Apulia, with his mother, away from Antioch, which was his paternal inheritance, for the entire time he held the principality. For Lord Tancred of blessed memory had entrusted the principality to him on the condition that he would not deny it to Lord Bohemond or his heirs when they claimed it. However, it is said that on the expedition where he was slain, he confessed his sins before God with a contrite and humble heart to Lord Peter, the venerable Archbishop of Apamea, who was present at that critical moment. He promised, with the Lord's help, to bear the worthy fruits of repentance, and thus, truly penitent, he entered the peril of battle. Chapter 11, Book 12. The king and the Count of Tripoli head to Antioch to oppose the said Ghazi. Meanwhile, the king and the Count of Tripoli advanced and reached the place called Mount Nigronus. Learning of this, the aforementioned Ghazi sent 10,000 chosen horsemen to intercept them, aiming to hinder their approach if possible. These horsemen divided into 3 groups. One headed towards the port of St. Simeon by the sea, while the other 2 took different routes to confront the king. It happened that the king encountered one of these 2 groups, and by the Lord's mercy, after killing many and capturing some, he violently scattered them and put them to flight. From there he proceeded through Latorum and Casambella to Antioch, where he was received with great eagerness by the Lord Patriarch, the clergy, and the entire populace. There he convened with his own men and those who had survived the aforementioned battle to deliberate on what course of action would be most expedient in such a pressing situation. Meanwhile, Gadzhi, having abandoned the towns of Ema and Artasio, laid siege to Serep, emboldened by the knowledge that Alan, the lord of that place, had been summoned to Antioch by the king, which was indeed true. Approaching the fortress and finding it unprepared, he sent in diggers from various directions to undermine the hill on which the fortress stood. They placed beams beneath it, intending to set them on fire, so that the towers and walls would collapse to the ground as the mound gave way. Fearing that the entire fortress would collapse if the mound was undermined, the townspeople, under conditions ensuring their lives, safety, and free return to their own, surrendered the place. Ghazi then directed his forces to the castle of Sardonas, surrounding it with a siege. Within a few days, the inhabitants of that place also surrendered it in the same manner. Impatient with delay and confident that no one could resist him, he treated the entire region as he pleased, leaving inhabitants of neighboring places with no hope of escaping the yoke of such a powerful ruler. Chapter 12. Book 12. The king and the count engage Ghazi. His forces are routed and he flees. The king is entrusted with the principality. The king, along with the count, and as many troops as he could muster, departed from Antioch, expecting to find the enemy at Serepum. He directed his forces towards Rugia, and passing through Hab, camped on the mountain called Danub. Hearing this, Ghazi summoned his leaders and, under threat of death, commanded them to spend the entire night without sleep, diligently preparing their arms and horses. At the break of dawn before the light of day, they were to attack the king's camp, finding them still drowsy and slaughter them with swords, allowing none to escape death. However, divine mercy had arranged things quite differently. The king, equally vigilant, spent the same night awake, discussing necessary plans for the upcoming battle. A venerable man bearing the sign of the Lord's cross had accompanied the king to those parts, advising and encouraging the people. Thus armed and ready to face battle with courage, they awaited the enemy's attack at dawn. Following the king's command, they arranged 9 battle lines according to military discipline. It is said he had 700 knights in this conflict, and placed them in proper order, awaiting the Lord's mercy. 3 lines were sent ahead to lead the entire army, with the Lord Count of Tripoli holding the right flank, the Antiochene leaders positioned on the left, and the infantry placed in the center. The king followed with 4 lines to provide support to others. As they awaited the enemy's approach, suddenly the enemy appeared with great clamor, accompanied by the blaring of trumpets and the beating of drums, fiercely charging at our forces. Their confidence lay in their overwhelming numbers, while our hope rested in the presence of the most victorious cross and the confession of true faith. As the battle lines clashed and the legions engaged in hostile combat, swords were wielded at close quarters. Disregarding the laws of humanity, they fought with burning zeal and insatiable hatred, as if against the fiercest beasts. When they recognized the stubborn and perilous persistence of our infantry, they exerted all their strength to annihilate the infantry ranks. It happened by the Lord's permission that many of our infantry perished by the enemy's swords that day. The king, seeing the infantry overwhelmed beyond their strength and the forward lines in need of support, charged into the midst of the ranks with those who adhered to him. Pressing forward with his sword, he scattered the densest enemy formations. Those who remained faithful to him in the same lines, and others who had been left behind, were encouraged by his words and example, and together they charged at the enemy. Invoking help from the heavens, divine mercy was present, and after inflicting an immense slaughter on the enemy, they turned the rest to flight, unable to resist. It is said that about 700 of our infantry fell there, and 100 knights. However, from the enemy's numbers, up to 4,000 were killed, not counting those mortally wounded and taken captive. Ghazi fled with Doldequin, the king of the Damascenes, and Debez, the prince of the Arabs, abandoning his men to death. As our forces pursued them and advanced to various locations, the king, holding the field with a few, remained there until the first part of the night. Finally, pressed by a lack of provisions, he withdrew to the nearby town of Hab to take refreshment, the next morning returning to the aforementioned field. He sent messengers with his own ring as a sure sign of victory to his sister and the Lord Patriarch, signifying that with divine assistance the gift of victory had been divinely granted to him. Yet he did not leave the field until late evening, when it was certain that the enemy, having been scattered, would not return. Finally, gathering as many of his men as he could, he entered Antioch as a victor, greeted by the clergy and people of the entire city, along with the Lord Patriarch. This victory was divinely granted to us in the year of the Lord's incarnation, 1120, in the second year of the reign of King Baldwin II, in the month of August, on the eve of the Assumption of the Holy Mother of God, Mary. Along with the Lord Archbishop of Caesarea and an honorable company, sent the wood of the life-giving cross back to Jerusalem, so that on the day of its exaltation, it might be honorably received by the clergy and people with hymns and spiritual songs. However, due to the pressing needs of the region, he was compelled to remain in the same province. There, both the Lord Patriarch and all the nobles, along with the clergy and people, with unanimous desire and willing consent, entrusted the care and full authority of the Antiochene Principality to the king, granting him the same freedom to establish, remove, and manage everything at his discretion as he had in the kingdom. After distributing the possessions of those who had fallen in battle to their heirs or relatives, as reason or the custom of the region demanded, and arranging marriages for the widows with suitable men of merit, he fortified the garrisons where necessary with men, provisions, and arms. Having taken leave of them for a time, he returned to the kingdom, where he was crowned with his wife in the church of Bethlehem on the solemnity of the Lord's Nativity. Chapter 13, Book 12. A council is held at Neapolis, a city of Samaria, in the same year, which was 1120 from the incarnation of the Lord, as the kingdom of Jerusalem was being wearied by many troubles due to our sins. And beyond those inflicted by enemies, the crops had been utterly destroyed for almost 4 continuous years by the ravages of locusts and voracious mice, so that all sustenance of bread seemed to have failed. Lord Gormond, the Patriarch of Jerusalem, a religious man and God-fearing, together with King Baldwin, the prelates of the churches and the princes of the kingdom, gathered at Neapolis, a city of Samaria, and organized a public assembly and general court. There, after addressing the people with words of exhortation, it seemed evident to all that the sins of the people had provoked the Lord to anger. By common counsel, they resolved to correct their errors and amend their excesses, so that by returning to the fruit of a better life and making worthy satisfaction for their transgressions, they might render him, who does not desire the death of a sinner, but rather that he should turn and live, favorable to them. Ezekiel 33. Thus deterred by threatening signs from heaven, frequent earthquakes, calamities, the distress of famine, and the excessively persistent and almost daily attacks of enemies, they sought to reconcile themselves with the Lord through works of piety. To establish and maintain moral discipline, they decreed 25 chapters, almost having the force of law, by common agreement. Anyone interested in reading them can easily find them in the archives of many churches. Present at this council were Lord Gorman, Patriarch of Jerusalem, Lord Baldwin, the second Latin King of Jerusalem, Ibramar, Archbishop of Caesarea, Bernard, Bishop of Nazareth, Asquithilus, Bishop of Bethlehem, Roger, Bishop of Lydda, Gilda, elected Abbot of St. Mary of the Valley of Josaphat, Peter, Abbot of Mount Tabor, Accard, Prior of the Temple, Arnold, Prior of the Holy Sepulchre, Pagan, the King's Chancellor, Eustace Grenier, William of Bures, Barasan, Constable of Jaffa, Baldwin of Reims, and many others of both orders, whose number or names we do not hold. Chapter 14, Book 12. Once again, the aforementioned Ghazi renews his campaigns and enters the borders of Antioch, where the king confronts him. Ghazi, however, is struck by apoplexy and dies. In the following year, Ghazi, the persistent and tireless persecutor of the Christian faith and name, like a restless worm always seeking whom he might harm, took advantage of the king's absence. Gathering his military forces, he also set about besieging some of our fortifications, Upon learning of this, they urgently summoned the Lord King. He, undeterred, took up the wood of the Holy Cross and, accompanied by a noble company of knights, hastened to those parts. He also called upon Lord Jocelyn, Count of Edessa, and joined forces with the nobles of Antioch to march against the aforementioned powerful adversary. When they arrived, expecting to engage in battle soon, it happened that the hand of the Lord struck Ghazi with the illness known as apoplexy. Consequently, the magnates in his army, deprived of their leader's support, wisely and prudently avoided battle. They carried their lord half alive in a litter hastening to Aleppo. Before they could reach it, he is said to have breathed out his wretched soul, destined for eternal fires. The king, after a necessary delay in Antioch, returned safely to his kingdom with the Lord's guidance. He was very dear and esteemed by both the kingdom and the principality, as his merits demanded. He faithfully and devotedly fulfilled the administration of both the kingdom and the principality, even though they were far apart. It was not easy to discern which of the two responsibilities troubled him more, although the kingdom was his own property, which he could rightfully pass on to his successors, while the principality was entrusted to him. He seemed to show greater diligence for the state of the Antiochians, and he continued in this good faith until the arrival of Lord Bohemond the Younger, as will be discussed later. Chapter 15, Book 12. The king grants complete freedom to the citizens of Jerusalem and strengthens it with his privilege. During this time, while the king was in Jerusalem, he, with pious generosity and princely largesse, granted to the citizens of Jerusalem a charter sealed with the royal seal to be valid in perpetuity. This charter provided freedom from the customary dues that were usually demanded from citizens bringing in or taking out goods. Henceforth, every Latin entering or leaving, whether bringing in or taking out merchandise, was to be entirely free from any obligation to pay under the guise of any custom. They were to have complete freedom to buy and sell. He also granted to the Syrians, Greeks, Armenians, and people of any of these nations, as well as to the Saracens, the free right to bring wheat, barley, and any kind of legumes into the holy city without any exaction. He waived the customary fees on measures and weights, thereby winning the favor of these peoples and earning public gratitude. In both respects, with royal manner and commendable affection, he seemed to have provided for the citizens, so that the city might be more abundantly supplied with provisions without exaction. This was in line with what both he and his predecessor diligently sought, that the city beloved by God might be populated with more and more frequent inhabitants. Chapter 16, Book 12, Doldequin, king of the Damascenes, devastates the borders of Tiberias. The king responds and destroys the city of Gerasa. In the following year, Doldequin, the treacherous and impious king of the Damascenes, allied with an Arab prince and his forces, observed our Lord the king was burdened with concerns for both regions and was unequal in strength. Taking advantage of the king's preoccupations, Doldequin began to ravage our lands near Tiberias with his invading legions in a most hostile manner. Upon hearing this, our Lord the king, as was his custom, swiftly gathered the forces from all corners of his kingdom and hastened there. However, Doldequin, aware of the king's approach, realized that he could not succeed with the king present and deemed it unsafe to engage him in battle, so he withdrew to the farther reaches of his realm. The king, turning south with his troops, arrived at Gerasa. Gerasa was one of the noble cities of the Decapolis province, located a few miles from the Jordan, adjacent to Mount Gilead and situated in the tribe of Manasseh. In the more fortified part of this city, since the rest had long lain desolate from fear of hostilities, Doldequin had constructed a fortress the previous year from large squared stones at great expense. He had stocked it with provisions and arms and entrusted it to some of his loyal followers for safekeeping. Upon reaching this place, the king fiercely attacked the fortress. The 40 soldiers left to guard it, under the condition that they could return safely to their own, were allowed to depart unharmed after the fortress was surrendered. After deliberation with his men on whether it was more advantageous to completely demolish the fortress or preserve it for Christendom, it was unanimously decided to utterly destroy the stronghold. It seemed that without great expense, continuous labor, and considerable danger to those passing by, it could not be maintained by our forces. Chapter 17. Book 12. Balak, the most powerful prince of the Turks, violently enters the borders of Antioch. Count Jocelyn is captured by him. The king also falls into his captivity, taken by the same. Thus, when the affairs of the kingdom were proceeding quite well by the grace of God, the enemy of peace, envious of the tranquility they hoped for, sought to sow discord. Pontius, the second count of Tripoli, for reasons unknown to us, refused to pay homage to the king of Jerusalem, and impudently denied the service he was bound to render by the law of fidelity. The king, unable to endure such an insult, gathered forces of both knights and foot soldiers from the entire kingdom, and went to those parts to seek retribution for such an injury. However, before either side suffered any harm, peace was restored between them through the intervention of honorable and God-loving men. Proceeding from there, he was called by the people of Antioch due to their needs and descended to those regions. Balak, the magnificent and powerful prince of the Turks, was harassing the entire region with frequent raids, doing so more confidently because he had recently captured Lord Jocelyn, Count of Edessa, and Lord Galeran, his kinsman, by suddenly attacking them and had imprisoned them in chains. Knowing that the king had arrived, he began to slow his incursion somewhat and avoided direct conflict with him, for he had heard that the king was fortunate in battles and that it was difficult for anyone to triumph over him. Nevertheless, Balak roamed with his army as if from a distance, seeking an opportunity to inflict damage on our forces, and was diligent in this pursuit. The king, therefore, with his army that he had brought with him, descended into the land of the Count of Edessa to provide some relief to the people lacking a leader. He diligently inspected the region to see whether the fortifications were secure and whether there were sufficient supplies of knights, foot soldiers, arms, and provisions, taking care to address any deficiencies. It happened, however, that while he was diligently heading towards Edessa, having left the town of Terbessel to better understand the state of the region across the Euphrates, and to reform everything as best he could, he traveled one night with his household retinue. As they journeyed somewhat incautiously, with the formation disorganized and nearly everyone asleep, Balak, who had anticipated the king's route, lay in ambush and suddenly attacked. Finding the king's retinue unprepared and weighed down by sleep, he happened upon the king himself, seized him, and led him away captive, while those who were ahead and those who followed scattered in various directions in flight, unaware of what happened to the king. The aforementioned Balak had the captured king imprisoned in chains across the Euphrates in a fortress named Korapir, where Count Jocelyn and Galeran, previously mentioned, were also held. Our leaders in the kingdom, upon hearing of the miserable fate that had befallen the Lord King, were greatly concerned about the state of the kingdom. Together with the Lord Patriarch, they convened in the city of Acre with the prelates of the churches as if they were one man, and by common consent appointed Lord Eustace Grenier as their leader and commander. He was a prudent and discreet man with full experience in military affairs, who, by hereditary right and with meritorious support, possessed 2 cities in the kingdom, namely Sidon and Caesarea, both with their dependencies. They entrusted him with the care and general administration of the kingdom until the Lord from on high would visit the king and restore him to his freedom, allowing him to oversee royal affairs. But in the meantime, let us return the narrative to what we began concerning the Lord King. Chapter 18, Book 12. Certain Armenians risk great danger to free the king. They seize the castle where captives are held. Count Jocelyn is liberated. While the Lord King was at the aforementioned castle, with the Lord Count held in chains, certain Armenians from the Count's land, aware that such great Christian leaders were held captive in that fortress, considered the danger as nothing, even if their efforts did not have a successful outcome. They embarked on a new and unheard-of plan. Some assert that these same men were summoned by Lord Jocelyn's diligence, and with the hope of a great reward, exposed themselves to this peril. 50 of them, who seemed the strongest, pledged their faith and, bound by mutual oaths, decided among themselves to go there and attempt to free the illustrious men, regardless of the danger. They disguised themselves as monks, carrying daggers under loose garments, and headed to the aforementioned town, pretending to be dealing with monastery affairs. They feigned with words, groans, and facial expressions that they had suffered violence and injury from certain people, claiming to the local prefect, whose duty it was to ensure nothing outrageous or against the time's discipline occurred in the surrounding areas, that they wished to protest this with tears. Others say they entered the town as merchants carrying cheap goods. Eventually they were admitted, and once inside the fortress, they drew their swords and killed all who confronted them. What more? Having seized the castle, they freed the king and the count, and fortified the castle as best they could. Meanwhile, the king decided to send Count Jocelyn out to gather aid for himself and his companions, whose efforts had freed them, and not to delay in sending it quickly. However, the Turks living in the suburbs, realizing that through this deception the king and those with him had taken the castle, seized their weapons and approached the place, diligently trying to deny entry and exit to those inside until the arrival of their lord Balak. Nevertheless, Count Jocelyn, taking 3 companions with him, 2 to accompany him on the journey, and the 3rd to report to the Lord King about his situation, exposed himself to the enemy's ambushes and set out. Protected by the Lord's mercy, he, along with his 2 companions as planned, took the road, sending the 3rd back to the town, to whom he also gave his ring as a sign that he had safely escaped the enemy ranks. Meanwhile, the king, with those whose efforts had freed him, was striving with all his might to fortify the stronghold, attempting to hold it until the aid he hoped for soon would arrive. Chapter 19, Book 12. Balak recaptures the same fortress by force, killing the Armenians. That night, Balak was disturbed by a terrifying vision, in which he dreamed that Count Jocelyn would blind him with his own hands. Alarmed by this vision, he sent messengers at dawn to the aforementioned town with orders to behead Lord Jocelyn without delay. However, as the messengers approached the fortress and realized it had fallen into enemy hands, they quickly returned to their lord, recounting everything that had transpired. Balak, gathering military forces from all around, swiftly advanced to the area and surrounded the fortress with his troops, laying siege to those who had taken refuge inside. Through intermediaries, he communicated with the king, firmly promising that if the fortress was returned to him without resistance, he would grant the king and all his men safe passage to the city of Edessa. The king, confident in the fortress's defenses and hoping to hold it until reinforcements arrived with the help of those who had joined him, rejected the terms and continued to defend the stronghold with determination. Enraged by the rejection of his terms, Balak summoned engineers and arranged various siege engines to assault the enemy's defenses. He intensified his efforts, employing every strategy to harm the besieged. The hill on which the fortress stood was chalky and easy to undermine. Seeing that this side could be more easily compromised, he ordered diggers to excavate large tunnels beneath the hill, supporting them with beams and wooden materials. Then, setting fire to the materials inside, the hill collapsed, and the tower above it fell with a great crash. Fearing that the entire fortress might similarly collapse, the king surrendered the fortress to Balak without any conditions. Having captured the fortress, Balak spared the lives of the king, a certain nephew of his, and Lord Galaran, ordering them to be taken in chains to Tyre, a city near Edessa, where they were to be held under strict guard. However, the Armenians, brave and loyal men who had risked so much to free their king and lord from captivity, were subjected to various tortures. Some were flayed alive, others sawed in half, some buried alive, and others were given to his children as targets for archery practice. Yet even as they suffered these torments, their hope was full of immortality. Tested in few things, they would be rewarded in many. Chapter 20, Book 12. Count Jocelyn gathers a great army to aid the king and reaches Antioch, but, shaken by the unexpected event, he sends the disbanded troops back home. Count Jocelyn, with those he had chosen as companions for the journey, continued his path with much anxiety and fear. With only a small amount of provisions and 2 water skins he happened to have with him, he reached the great river Euphrates. There, after deliberating with his fellow travelers on how to cross the river, they filled the skins with air and tied them around themselves with ropes. Guided by his companions, who were skilled swimmers, he safely reached the far bank thanks to the Lord's guidance. From there, facing no less danger, barefoot, exhausted by unusual toil, hunger, thirst, and fatigue, he finally arrived at the notable town of Tyre, led by the Lord's mercy. Bearing the full weight of his mission, he gathered a suitable escort for the time and set out for Antioch. Then, with the counsel of Lord Patriarch Bernard, he proceeded to Jerusalem, where he explained the situation to the Patriarch and the kingdom's leaders, detailing the misfortune that had occurred. He urged them to provide aid without delay, asserting that the king's situation could not endure postponement and required swift and decisive action. Thus, at his urging, the entire populace of the kingdom gathered as if one man. Taking up the Lord's cross, they united forces from each of the central cities and reached Antioch. There, joined by both the common people and the leaders of the city, they proceeded under the count's guidance to Tyre. Upon learning more fully what had happened to the king in the meantime, and realizing that further advance would be fruitless, they decided by common counsel that each should return home. However, so as not to appear to have done nothing, they resolved among themselves to test whether they could inflict any harm or injury on the enemy while passing through Aleppo. This plan was carried out. For as they passed before the aforementioned city, they forced its citizens, who had come out as if to fight, to retreat violently back into the city. They stayed there for 4 continuous days against the citizens' will. Those from the kingdom, separated from the others, returned to the kingdom. Crossing the Jordan near the region of Scythopolis, they suddenly entered enemy lands, found them unprepared, and attacked. They slew many with the sword, captured countless men and women, and returned to their own lands, rejoicing, laden with great spoils and rich plunder. Chapter 21, Book 12. The Egyptians again invade the kingdom with great forces, but are miraculously defeated by our strong hand. Meanwhile, the Egyptian leader, believing that the king's captivity had provided him with a great opportunity to oppress the kingdom of Jerusalem, which he considered highly suspect, ordered military reinforcements to be summoned from all the borders of Egypt. He commanded the maritime cities to prepare galleys and arm a fleet, assigning specific overseers for this task, and ordered without delay all other necessities for a naval army to be arranged. With 70 galleys prepared and an immense multitude of foot soldiers, he crossed the desert and encamped with his legions at Ascalon. The fleet advanced to Joppa, positioning itself before the city. Disembarking in large numbers, they began to besiege the city from all sides with continuous assaults, harassing it, so that, due to the defenders' scarcity, they could safely approach to undermine the walls and weaken them in many places. Had they been granted another day to attack the city freely, they would have undoubtedly breached the walls and violently seized the city, as there were few inside to resist their assaults. Meanwhile, the Lord Patriarch and Lord Eustace Grenier, the constable of the kingdom, along with other leaders of the realm, gathered all the forces they could muster at that time, and assembled in the plains of Caesarea, at a place called Caca. From there, they organized their troops and marched towards Joppa. Hearing this, those besieging the city hurriedly retreated to their fleet, fearing the arrival of our forces. The fleet, once organized, awaited the outcome for their comrades, whom they knew were near the enemy. Our forces, armed with faith and led by the Holy Cross with God's grace assisting them, advanced in hope of victory. They arranged their ranks and found the enemy near a place called Ibelin. The enemy, having organized their cohorts according to their custom, had come intending to fight us without a doubt. However, upon seeing our preparations and realizing our determination, they, who had approached like lions, became more timid than hares, and wished to avoid battle, regretting their initial intent. Our forces, numbering around 7,000 of mixed people and common folk, faced an enemy said to be 16,000 strong, not counting those serving on the ships. Our troops, charging upon them with fierce spirit, contrite hearts, and invoking help from above, attacked fiercely with swords, denying the enemy even the chance to breathe. The Egyptians marveled at our strength and courage. What they had heard in words, they now felt through inflicted wounds and witnessed with their own eyes. They attempted to resist the injuries inflicted and respond to us with equal force, but being far inferior in spirit and strength, they faltered in their resolve and fled. Abandoning their camps, filled with all kinds of wealth and supplies, they sought safety in flight. Our forces, pursuing them relentlessly, cut down as many as they could catch with swords, so that from such a great multitude, few escaped either capture or death. It is said that 7,000 of them fell that day. Our victorious forces returned to the camps, finding Egyptian treasures, immense weights of gold and silver, precious furnishings of various kinds, tents, horses, armor, and swords in abundance. They divided the spoils according to the laws of war, and greatly enriched, returned home. The fleet, understanding what had happened to their comrades, sought a safe haven at Ascalon, which was still under their control, and learned fully of their defeat. Around the same time, Lord Eustace Grenier, the kingdom's steward, a prudent and discerning man, passed away. In his place, Lord William of Bures, a magnificent and commendable man, Lord of Tiberias, was appointed. Chapter 22, Book 12. The Duke of Venice descends into Syria with a large fleet. At the same time, upon hearing of the dire situation in the eastern kingdom, the Duke of Venice, Dominicus Michaelis, along with the leading figures of that province, assembled a fleet and set out for Syria with 40 galleys, 28 larger ships called Gaddis, and 4 major vessels equipped for carrying cargo. When they reached the island of Cyprus, they were informed, having already anticipated their arrival, that the Egyptian fleet had landed near the coastal areas of Joppa and was lingering there, causing great suspicion among the coastal cities. Upon hearing this, the aforementioned duke ordered his men to disembark, and after organizing his forces, he hastened towards the shores of Joppa. Meanwhile, they were informed that the Egyptian fleet had left Joppa and moved towards the region of Ascalon. They had heard unfavorable rumors from their own people who had fought alongside ours on land, and for this reason they had returned to their city. The Venetians, learning this through messengers, directed their fleet there, eager to find the enemy fleet and engage them in battle. As prudent men experienced in such matters, they organized their fleet in the manner they deemed most advantageous. Indeed, in this fleet were certain beaked ships, larger than the galleys, called Gaddis, each with 100 oars, requiring 2 rowers per oar. There were also 4 larger ships, as mentioned earlier, designated for transporting cargo, siege engines, weapons, and necessary provisions. These were positioned ahead with the Gaddis, with the intention that if they were spotted from afar by the enemy, they would not be mistaken for a military force, but rather for merchant ships. The galleys followed behind. Thus, with the army organized, they set out towards the shores. They enjoyed favorable winds, pleasant calm seas, and the enemy fleet was nearby. As dawn approached, heralding the arrival of daylight, the enemy sensed the fleet approaching. With the increasing light of day, they saw it drawing nearer. Astonished and greatly fearful, they seized their oars, urging their men with shouts and gestures to cut the ropes, raise the anchors, organize the rowers, and confidently take up arms for battle. Chapter 23, Book 12. The enemy fleet near Joppa is violently attacked and put to flight by the same commander, with several galleys captured. Meanwhile, as chaos and confusion reigned among the enemy, driven by fear, one of the Venetian galleys, carrying the commander, sped ahead of the others. By chance, it struck with such force the galley on which the opposing commander was stationed that it nearly submerged the entire vessel and its rowers beneath the waves. Other galleys followed swiftly, each nearly engulfing its counterpart in the sea. A fierce battle ensued with intense hostility on both sides, and such a slaughter of men occurred that, though it may seem unbelievable, those present firmly assert that the victors' feet were stained with the blood of the slain up to their ankles. The surrounding sea, filled with bodies and the blood flowing from the ships of the slain, turned a bloody hue for nearly 2 miles around. The shores were so covered with corpses cast up by the waves that the stench of the decaying bodies spread disease and corruption throughout the surrounding region. The battle continued at close quarters, with one side attacking fiercely and the other attempting to resist. But at last, with the Lord's help, the Venetians gained the upper hand and turned the enemy to flight. They captured 4 galleys, along with 4 smaller vessels and 1 large ship, and with the enemy commanders slain, they achieved a victory that would be remembered for ages. Having been granted this victory by divine favor, not wishing to waste time, the commander ordered them to sail towards the Egyptian territories, reaching the ancient maritime city of Laris. They were exploring to see if any enemy ships might cross their path by chance, which indeed happened, and their success was as if they had been informed in advance of all that would occur. For while they were navigating those waters, they spotted 10 enemy ships not far off. Rushing towards them with all speed, they violently seized them in the first encounters, killing some of the men they found on board and shackling others. These ships were laden with Eastern merchandise, including spices and silk fabrics. Dividing these spoils according to their custom, they became wealthier, and bringing the captured ships with them, they arrived at the city of Acre. Chapter 24, Book 12. The kingdom's leaders meet with the Duke, and lay siege to Tyre, the Lord Patriarch of Jerusalem, Gormond, along with Lord William of Burers, the kingdom's constable and steward, and Pagan, the royal chancellor, together with the archbishops, bishops, and other nobles of the kingdom, upon hearing that the Duke of Venice had arrived on our shores with a naval force, and had gloriously triumphed over the enemies, sent messengers to him. These were wise and honorable men who were to greet him, and the leading men of the Venetians, as well as the captains of the army, on behalf of the Lord Patriarch, the princes, and the people, and to express the joy felt at their arrival. They invited them to freely enjoy the benefits of the kingdom as citizens and household members, asserting their readiness to treat them with the laws of hospitality and full grace, as was fitting. The Duke, wishing to see the holy places which he had long desired to visit, and to speak with the princes who had so kindly invited him, left wise men in charge of the fleet and came to Jerusalem with the leading men of his people. There he was received with honor and treated with great respect, celebrating the nativity of the Lord. He was also earnestly urged by the kingdom's leaders to dedicate himself for a time to the service of Christ and the kingdom's expansion. He responded that he had come specifically for this purpose and that his entire intention was directed towards it. Therefore, by common counsel, in the presence of the Lord Patriarch and the other leaders of the kingdom, an agreement was reached with certain terms that they would lay siege to one of the coastal cities, namely Tyre or Ascalon. By God's grace, all other cities from the river of Egypt to Antioch had come under our control. However, as our people's desires were drawn in various directions, the matter nearly descended into a dangerous dispute. The people of Jerusalem, Ramlah, Jaffa, Nablus, and those in their territory strongly advocated for marching to besiege Ascalon, as it was closer and seemed to require less effort and expense. On the other hand, the inhabitants of Acre, Nazareth, Sidon, Beirut, Tiberias, Byblos, and other coastal cities argued that the army should be directed towards Tyre. They claimed that since the city was noble and well fortified, every effort should be made to bring it under our power, lest it become a base for the enemies to re-enter the region and the entire province. Thus, as we mentioned, the matter nearly reached a perilous standstill due to this discord of opinions. Finally, through some mediation, it was decided to resolve the controversy by lot, a method not far removed from propriety. They wrote 2 notes on parchment, one mentioning Tyre and the other Ascalon, and placed these notes on the altar. They then chose one of the innocent children, who had no parents, and gave him the choice to pick one of them. Whichever city's name he brought forth, both armies would proceed there without question. The lot fell on Tyre. We heard this from certain elders who firmly asserted that they had been present at all these events. With this decision confirmed, the Lord Patriarch and the illustrious leaders of that region, along with the entire populace, gathered in the city of Acre, as the Venetian fleet was safely stationed in its port. After bodily oaths were sworn that both parties would faithfully adhere to the terms of the agreement, and after preparing what was necessary for such an undertaking, they laid a double siege on the aforementioned city on the 15th day before the calends of March. Chapter 25, Book 12. The rescript of the privilege containing the agreement between the Venetians and the princes of the kingdom of Jerusalem for the siege of Tyre. But so that we do not overlook any of the ancient matters that occur in the meantime, it is fitting to present the rescript of the privilege, which contains the agreement between the Venetians and the princes of the kingdom of Jerusalem. To clarify the greater deeds accomplished, it is as follows: in the name of the Holy and Undivided Trinity, the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. At the time when Pope Calixtus II and Henry IV, the Roman Emperor Augustus, were ruling, and peace was established that year between the kingdom and the priesthood over the controversy of the ring and staff, with a council held in Rome and completed with God's help. One governed the Roman Church and the other the kingdom. Dominicus Michael, Duke of Venice, and Prince of the kingdoms of Dalmatia and Croatia, with an innumerable multitude of fleets and soldiers, first inflicted a severe defeat on the fleets of the pagan king of Babylon off the stormy shores of Ascalon. Then, victorious, he arrived in the regions of Jerusalem to provide necessary support to the Christians. At that time, King Baldwin II of Jerusalem, due to our sins, was held captive along with many others in the snare of Balak, prince of the Parthians. Therefore we Gormund, by the grace of God, patriarch of the holy city of Jerusalem, with the brothers of our church and our suffragans, Lord William of Burers, the constable, and Pagan the chancellor, together with the allied baronial forces of the entire kingdom of Jerusalem, convened at Acre in the church of the Holy Cross. We confirmed the promises of the same King Baldwin, according to the letters and declarations of his messengers, which he had sent to the Duke of the Venetians through his envoys to Venice by our own hand, and by the hand of the bishops and the chancellor, and with the kiss of peace as our order requires. All the barons whose names are subscribed swore on the holy gospel to uphold the agreements of the pacts written below, establishing them for the most holy evangelist Mark, the aforementioned duke, his successors, and the Venetian people, so that without any contradiction, what is written, and as it is subscribed below, may remain valid and unbroken for them and their people forever. Amen. In all the cities under the dominion of the aforementioned king and his successors, and all his barons, the Venetians shall have a church, an entire street, and one square or bath, as well as an oven, to be possessed in perpetuity by hereditary right, free from all exaction, just as the king's own properties are. However, in the square of Jerusalem they shall have as much as the king was accustomed to have. If the Venetians wish to establish an oven, mill, bath, scales, measures for wine, oil, or honey in their district at Acre, it shall be allowed freely to all inhabitants there, without contradiction, to bake, grind, or bathe, as they would in the king's own properties. But the measures of the scales and the measures for wine, oil, or honey shall be used in this manner. When Venetians trade among themselves, they must measure with their own, that is, Venetian measures. When Venetians sell their goods to other nations, they must sell with their own, that is, Venetian measures. However, when Venetians buy something from any foreign nations other than Venetians, they may receive it with royal measures and the given price. Furthermore, Venetians shall not be required to pay any fee, either by custom or by any reason, in any way, whether entering, staying, selling, buying, or leaving, except only when they come or leave with their ships carrying pilgrims. Then, according to the king's custom, they must give a third part to the king. Hence, the king of Jerusalem and all of us must pay the Duke of the Venetians from the Tyre fund, on behalf of the king, 300 Saracen bezants each year on the feast of the apostles, Peter and Paul, as a condition of the debt. We also promise you, Duke of Venice, and your people, that we will not take more from those nations trading with you than as much as we take from those who trade with other nations. Moreover, that part of the street and district of Acre, one end at the residence of Peter Zani, and the other at the monastery of St. Demetrius, and another part of the same district having one wooden and two stone residences, which used to be huts of reeds, which King Baldwin of Jerusalem initially gave to St. Mark, Lord Duke or Delafoe, and his successors in the acquisition of Sidon. We confirm these parts to St. Mark, to you Dominicus Michael, Duke of Venice, and to your successors through this present document, and we grant you the power to hold, possess, and do whatever pleases you with them in perpetuity. Moreover, over another part of the same district from the house of Bernard of the New Castle, which once belonged to John Julian, to the house of Geber of Joppa, of the Lauda family, proceeding in a straight line, we grant you the same power that the king had. Furthermore, no Venetian in the entire land under the king's and his barons' dominion shall be required to pay any fee upon entering, staying, or leaving by any means, but they shall be as free as in Venice itself. If a Venetian has a dispute or litigation with another Venetian, it shall be resolved in the Venetian court. Or if anyone believes they have a complaint or litigation against a Venetian, it shall be determined in the same Venetian court. However, if a Venetian makes a complaint against any other person than a Venetian, it shall be settled in the king's court. Moreover, if a Venetian, whether ordained or not, whom we call without language, dies, his possessions shall be returned to the power of the Venetians. If any Venetian suffers shipwreck, he shall not suffer any loss of his goods. If he dies in the shipwreck, his remaining goods shall be returned to his heirs or other Venetians. Furthermore, over the citizens of any nation living in the district and houses of the Venetians shall have the same justice and customs as the king has over his own. Finally, a third part of the two cities of Tyre and Ascalon, with their appurtenances, and a third part of all the lands pertaining to them, from the day of St. Peter, serving only the Saracens, which are not in the hands of the Franks, one of which, or if, with God's help, both through their assistance or any means, the Holy Spirit wishes to deliver into the power of the Christians. That third part is stayed, the Venetians shall hold freely and royally, as the king holds too in perpetuity, without any hindrance of contradiction by hereditary right. Therefore, universally, we will make the aforementioned agreements confirmed by the gospel, by the king himself, with God's help, if he ever escapes captivity. If another comes to be promoted to the kingdom of Jerusalem as king, we will make him confirm the promises arranged above before he is promoted, as stated before. Otherwise, we will not consent to his promotion to the kingdom. Similarly, the successors of the barons and future new barons will make the same confirmations in the same manner. Regarding the Antiochene matter, which we know well that King Baldwin II promised you under the same constitution's agreement, to give you Venetians in the principality of Antioch, namely in Antioch, as in the other cities of the king, if indeed the Antiochenes wish to observe the royal agreements of the promises to you. We, the same Gormond, Patriarch of Jerusalem, with our bishops, clergy, barons, and people of Jerusalem, giving you counsel and assistance, promise in good faith to fulfill everything that the Lord Pope writes to us about it, and all these above matters to the honor of the Venetians. I, Gormond, by the grace of God, Patriarch of Jerusalem, confirm the above with my own hand. I, Ibramar, Archbishop of Caesarea, similarly confirm these same things. I, Bernard, Bishop of Nazareth, similarly confirm. I, Asquatinus, Bishop of Bethlehem, similarly confirm. I, Roger, Bishop of Lydda of St. George, similarly confirm. I, Gildoan, Abbot of St. Mary, of the Valley of Josaphat, similarly confirmed. I, Gerard, Prior of the Holy Sepulchre, similarly confirm. I, Achard, Prior of the Temple of the Lord, similarly affirm. I, Arnold, Prior of Mount Zion, similarly affirm. I, William of Bures, the king's constable, similarly affirm. Given at Acre, by the hand of Pagan, Chancellor of the King of Jerusalem, in the year 1123, in the second indiction. Chapter 1, Book 13. The Antiquity and Nobility of Tyre. Tyre is an ancient city, as asserted by Ulpian, a most prudent jurist who hailed from the same city. In the digest under the title On the Census, he states, "It should be known that there are certain colonies of Italian law, such as the most splendid colony of the Tyrians in Phoenician Syria, from which I originate, noble in its regions, ancient through the ages, mighty in arms, and most steadfast in the treaty it struck with the Romans. For this reason the divine Severus and our emperor granted it Italian law, due to its remarkable loyalty to the Republic and the Roman Empire. From this city, if we refer to ancient histories, came King Agenor and his children, Europa, Cadmus, and Phoenix. From one of them, the entire region received the name Phoenicia. Another, the founder of the city of Thebes and the inventor of Greek letters, left a celebrated memory for posterity. The third daughter of the same king gave her name to a third part of the world, so it was called Europe. The citizens of Tyre, renowned for their sharp minds and lively intellects, were the first to attempt to designate the indivisible elements of speech with suitable symbols, building the treasures of memory. They were the first among mortals to pass down the wisdom of writing and the form of speech as the interpreter of the mind through characters. This is recorded in ancient histories, and the distinguished chronicler of the Civil War, Lucan, notes it, saying, "The Phoenicians first, if fame is believed, dared to mark enduring speech with crude figures. Tyre was also the first to distinguish itself with the excellent color of purple from the crushed shellfish and precious murex. Hence, it is still called Tyrian, drawing its name from the city. From this city also came Sychius and his wife, Elisa Dido, who founded that admirable city in the African district, Carthage, a rival to the Roman Empire. They named that Punic kingdom as if it were Phoenician after the region from which they had come, and mindful of their origin, they wished to be called Tyrians, Carthaginians forever. Hence Virgil in the first book writes, "There was an ancient city, Tyrian settlers held it, and also Trojan and Tyrian are held by me with no distinction. From the beginning, it had two names. It is called Sor in Hebrew, which is the more commonly used name, and Tyrus. The latter, although it seems to have a Greek flavor, for it is interpreted as narrow, is certainly known to have derived its name from its founder. According to ancient traditions, it is certain that Tyrus, the seventh son of Japheth, son of Noah, founded this city and gave it its name from his own. The glory of this city in ancient times can be clearly gathered from the words of the prophet Ezekiel, to whom the Lord says, 'And you, son of man, take up a lamentation over Tyre, and say it to Tyre who dwells at the entrance to the sea. A merchant of the peoples to many islands, you have said, I am perfect in beauty, and you are situated in the heart of the sea. Your builders have perfected your beauty with fir trees from Senir, and they have built you with all the planks of the sea. They have taken cedar from Lebanon to make a mast for you. They have carved oaks from Bashan into your oars, and your decks they have made of ivory from India, and your awnings from the islands of Italy. Fine linen from Egypt was woven for you as a sail to be set on your mast. Hyacinth and purple from the islands of Elisha were your covering, Ezekiel 27:2. And Isaiah, cross over to Tarshish, wail you inhabitants of the coast. Is this your joyous city, whose antiquity is from ancient days? Her own feet will carry her afar off to sojourn. Who has taken this counsel against Tyre, the crowning city, whose merchants are princes, whose traders are the honorable of the earth? Isaiah 23:6. From this city also came Hiram, the collaborator of Solomon, in building the temple of the Lord, and Apollonius, whose deeds are celebrated and widely known in history. From this city, too, was Abdemus, the young man, son of Abdemon, who solved all the riddles and enigmatic words of Solomon that were sent to King Hiram of Tyre with remarkable subtlety. Of him, it is read in the 8th book of Josephus's Antiquities. Menander, who translated the Antiquities of the Tyrians from the Phoenician language into Greek, mentions these two kings, saying, when Ababal died, his son Hiram succeeded him in the kingdom, who lived 53 years and reigned 34. In his time, there was Abdemus, son of Abdemon in chains, who always solved the propositions that the king of Jerusalem commanded. And below, the king of Jerusalem, Solomon, sent certain figures to King Hiram of Tyre, asking for their solution, so that if he could not discern them, he would give money to the solver. When Hiram confessed he could not solve them and was about to suffer great financial losses, through a certain Tyrian named Abdemus, the propositions were resolved, and others were proposed by him, which if Solomon did not solve for King Hiram, he would give much money. And this is perhaps the one whom the fabulous tales of the common people call Markolf, of whom it is said that he solved Solomon's riddles and responded to him. Proposing again to be solved in equal measure, this same city also conceals the body of origin, as can be seen even today with one's own eyes. Jerome, writing to Pammachius, and Alcieratus in the letter that begins. The notes you sent asserts this, saying, It is nearly 150 years today since Origen died in Tyre. But even if we turn to the evangelical history, this same city also gave birth to that admirable Canaanite woman, whose faith the Savior commended for her daughter who was grievously vexed by a demon, saying, "Woman, great is your faith," Matthew 15:28. She left monuments of admirable faith and commendable patience to the daughters of her fellow citizens, teaching them first to beseech Christ, the Savior, with the gifts of faith, charity, and hope, according to the word of the prophet, saying, "The daughters of Tyre shall entreat your favor with gifts." Psalm 45:12. Moreover, it is the metropolis of all Phoenicia, which among the provinces of Syria has always held the first place in the abundance of almost all goods and the multitude of inhabitants. Chapter 2. Book 13, The Extent and Divisions of Syria. It should be noted that the name Syria is sometimes used broadly to refer to the whole region, and at other times more narrowly to refer to just a part. Occasionally it is used with an addition to denote specific areas, as will be explained more clearly. Greater Syria encompasses many provinces within its boundaries. It begins at the Tigris and extends to Egypt, and from Cilicia to the Red Sea. The first part of it, from the lower region between the Tigris and the Euphrates, is Mesopotamia. This area is called Mesopotamia because it lies between two rivers. In Greek, Potamos means river in Latin. Since it is part of Syria, it is often referred to in the scriptures as Mesopotamia of Syria. Following this is the region of Kawel, Syria, a significant portion of Syria, where the noble city of Antioch is located, along with its subordinate cities. To the north, it is bordered by both Cilicias, which are also parts of Syria. To the south, it is immediately joined by Phoenicia, one of its principal parts, which was once simple and uniform for many ages, but is now divided into two. The first is called Maritime Phoenicia, with Tyre as its metropolis, which is the subject of our discourse. It has 14 subordinate cities, beginning at the stream of Valenia, under the castle of Margath and ending at the inscribed stone, now called the district, near the ancient city, known as Old Tyre. The cities within this province are as follows. From the south, the last is Porphyria, also known as Hepha, commonly called Cephas. The second is Ptolemy, also known as Akan. The third from the east is Paneas, which is Caesarea Philippi. The fourth from the north is Sarepta. The fifth is Sidon. The sixth is Berytus. The seventh is Byblos. The eighth is Botries. The ninth is Tripoli. The 10th is Artesia. The 11th is Arca. The 12th is Eridu. The 14th is Antaratus. The 14th is Maricli. The other part of Phoenicia is called Labanica, with Damascus as its metropolis, which is sometimes also referred to as Syria, as in the phrase Damascus, Isaiah 7. This Phoenicia was later divided into two portions, one called Damascene and the other Emesene. Both Arabias are also parts of Syria. The first has Bostra as its metropolis, and the second has Petra of the desert. Additionally, Syria Sobel is part of Greater Syria, with Sobel as its metropolis. Furthermore, the three Palestines are parts of Syria. The first, with Jerusalem as its metropolis, is properly called Judea. The second, with Caesarea Maritima as its metropolis. The third, with Scythopolis as its metropolis, also known as Bethshan, whose place is now held by Nazareth. Idumea is also the last part of this Greater Syria, facing Egypt. Chapter 3, Book 13. Description of the region adjacent to the city and the benefits it provides. The aforementioned city was not only extremely fortified, as we have previously mentioned, but also exceptionally fertile and uniquely pleasant. Although it is situated on the sea itself and is surrounded by waves like an island, it has before its gates a commendable expanse of land and a continuous plain of rich and fertile soil, providing many advantages to its inhabitants. While it may seem small compared to other regions, it compensates for its modest size. With great abundance and balances its limited acres with diverse fertility. It is not confined by narrow limits. It extends southward towards Ptolemy to the place commonly called the district of Scandarion for 4 or 5 miles. To the north it stretches towards Sarepta and Sidon for the same distance. In width, it measures at least 2 miles and at most 3. In this area, there are many springs that produce clear and healthy waters, offering refreshing coolness against excessive heat. Among these, the most outstanding and famously renowned is the one that Solomon is said to have sung about in the Song of Songs, a fountain of gardens, a well of living waters, flowing with force from Lebanon. Although this spring originates in the lower part of the region and seems to gush forth not from mountains, as most springs do, but from the very depths of the abyss. It is raised by human skill and craftsmanship into the open air, abundantly irrigating the entire surrounding area and making it fertile for various uses through its beneficial presence. It has been elevated and led upwards by a marvelous stone construction, resembling the hardness of iron, to a height of 10 cubits. While in its natural low position, it could not be very useful. Through artifice, it is made higher against nature, offering its benefits to the entire region and abundantly providing water for fruitful yields. To those approaching and wishing to behold the marvel of this work, the tower appears more prominent from the outside and does not reveal any sign of a spring. But upon reaching its summit, one can see a collection of waters, which are then transferred through aqueducts of the same height and remarkable solidity to the surrounding region. Moreover, for those wishing to ascend to its top, there are stairways of the same solid stone construction, allowing even horsemen to reach its upper levels without difficulty. The adjacent region benefits greatly from this marvel, nourishing not only gardens and orchards planted with fruit-bearing trees of exceptional beauty, but also sugarcane, from which the most precious and essential sugar for human use and health is produced and transported by merchants to the farthest parts of the world. Additionally, the most elegant type of glass, easily holding the highest rank in its category, is wonderfully made from the sand collected in this plain. This glass, transported to distant provinces, provides excellent material for remarkable vessels, with clear purity, spreading the city's name far and wide to foreign nations, and bringing substantial profit to merchants through diverse trade. The city was endowed not only with these advantages, but also with incomparable fortifications, as will be discussed later. Because it was so well fortified and abundant in such benefits, it was pleasing and acceptable to the ruler of Egypt, one of the most powerful of all, who possessed the entire region from Laodicea in Syria to arid Libya with unrestricted authority. He regarded it as the strength and dwelling of his kingdoms, diligently fortifying it with provisions, arms, and armed men, believing that if he could preserve the safety of the head inviolate, the rest of the body would remain secure. Chapter 4, Book 13, that it was frequently besieged in ancient times. On the 15th day before the kalends of March, as we have previously mentioned, both of our armies arrived at the aforementioned city, and surrounded it with a siege as much as possible. This city is situated, according to the word of the prophet, in the heart of the sea, so that it is surrounded by the sea on all sides, except for a small space as far as a bow can shoot an arrow. The elders say that it was once an island completely separated from the mainland, but when the mighty Assyrian prince Nebuchadnezzar besieged it, he wished to connect it to the mainland, but did not complete the work. The prophet Ezekiel also makes mention of this siege, saying, "Behold, I will bring against Tyre Nebuchadnezzar, king of Babylon from the north, king of kings, with horses and chariots and horsemen, and a great company and people. He will slay your daughters in the field with the sword, and will surround you with fortifications, and will heap up a mound against you, and will raise a shield and spear against you," and so forth. Josephus makes mention of this siege in the 10th book of Antiquities, saying, "But Diocles also mentions this king in the 2nd book of Colonies, and Philostratus in his histories of the Indians and Phoenicians says, this king besieged Tyre for 3 years and 10 months, while at that time Jotabalus reigned in Tyre. After him, Alexander the Macedonian connected it to the mainland and violently occupied it." Josephus also makes mention of this siege in the 11th book of Antiquities, saying, "Alexander, coming to Syria, took Damascus, and having subdued Sidon, besieged Tyre. And further, therefore, persevering more intently in the siege, he conquered it, and when he had taken it, he came to the city of Gaza, and further, after 7 months spent in the siege, and 2 in Gaza, Sanballat died, Salmanasar had also previously besieged it and invaded all of Phoenicia. Josephus makes mention of this in the 9th book of Antiquities, saying, "He fought against Tyre while Elisha reigned there, of which Menander, who wrote the deeds of the times, also testifies." Translating the antiquity of the Tyrians into the Greek language, thus saying, "Elisha by name reigned for 36 years. He, sailing with the departing Cthians, brought them back, against whom Salmanasar, king of the Assyrians, rising again, invaded all Phoenicia with wars, who, having made peace with all, returned behind his back. The city of Sidon and Arch and ancient Tyre and many other cities withdrew from Tyre and surrendered themselves to the king of the Assyrians. Wherefore, the Tyrians not being subjected, the king again went out against them, with the Phoenicians providing him 60 ships and 80 rowers, against whom the Tyrians, sailing in 12 ships, scattered the enemy's ships and captured 500 men as prisoners, from which the honor of the Tyrians grew exceedingly. The king of the Assyrians, returning, placed guards over the river and aqueducts of the citizens, to prevent the Tyrians from drawing water, and while this was done for 5 years, they drank water from wells they had dug. These things are written in the archives of the Tyrians concerning Salmanasar, king of the Assyrians. Chapter 5, Book 13. The city is described. The condition and status of the citizens is revealed. Thus, as we have said, the aforementioned city is almost like an island, surrounded by a stormy sea, perilous with hidden rocks and extreme uneasiness. For foreigners and those unfamiliar with the area, approaching the city by sea is dangerous. Without a guide who knows the adjacent waters, they cannot approach the city without risking shipwreck. On the seaward side, the city was enclosed by a double wall, with towers of suitable height spaced proportionally. From the east, where access is by land, it was enclosed by a triple wall with towers of remarkable height, very dense and close together. Additionally, there was a wide trench through which the citizens could easily bring the sea into either side. On the northern side, the city's inner harbor has an entrance between twin towers, though it is sheltered within the walls. An island exposed to the waves outside breaks the first force of the surging sea, providing a safe haven for ships between itself and the shore, inaccessible to winds but vulnerable to the north wind. With the fleet brought into this part and positioned in calm waters, and the army holding the orchards near the city, with camps set up around, they deny the citizens exit and entry, forcing them to be content with the walls alone. The aforementioned city had 2 lords. The Egyptian caliph, as the greater lord, held 2 portions of it. The king of Damascus, because he was nearer, was granted a 3rd portion, so that he would not trouble it, and indeed to provide aid to the citizens in times of need. The citizens were noble and very wealthy, as they had filled the city with foreign goods and abundant riches through continuous voyages to almost all the provinces adjacent to the Mediterranean Sea for trade. Furthermore, due to its fortification, illustrious and wealthy citizens from Caesarea, Ptolemy, Sidon, Byblos, Tripoli, and other maritime cities, which had already come under our control, had taken refuge there and purchased many homes at great cost. Believing it impossible that such a fortified city could fall under our dominion by any chance, it seemed to be the unique and singular stronghold of the entire region, as it still is today, an incomparable fortress. Chapter 6, Book 13. A siege is established and leaders are assigned. The city is hostilely attacked. After arranging their baggage and placing their resources in a convenient manner, they brought all the ships ashore near the port, except for 1 galley, which was always kept ready for any unexpected events that might arise. Having done this, they constructed a deep trench from the upper sea to the lower, enclosing the entire army. Then, using suitable materials taken from the ships, of which the Venetians had brought a large supply, and gathering craftsmen, they erected various types of siege engines. The Lord Patriarch, along with the kingdom's leaders, acting on behalf of the king, summoned woodcutters and skilled architects, and with the materials provided, ordered the construction of a very tall tower. This tower was built so that they could fight almost hand-to-hand with those in the city towers and have a view of the entire city. He also ordered the construction of projectile machines to hurl large stones at the towers and walls, instilling terror in the citizens. The Duke and his men, emulating the royal faction, erected similar machines and placed them in suitable locations. They diligently pursued their work with all care, pressing on with their plans without faltering. Instead, they became more and more fervent, tightening the siege on the citizens and continually harassing the city with their machines. Through frequent assaults and skirmishes, they denied the besieged any rest. The citizens, equally concerned for their defense, examined everything to repel our forces' attacks and inflict damage on the enemy. They erected their own machines inside the city, and with the launch of massive stones, they continuously battered our towers, and around them they claimed the area as their own, so that none of our men dared to linger there. Even those tasked with maintaining the machines could only approach them at a full run, and remain there only with great risk. Those stationed in the high towers inflicted such a barrage of arrows and bolts on those attacking the castles and machines, and hurled so many stones, that it was difficult for anyone to even raise a hand, our men in the castles. Responding with equally powerful blows repelled force with force, imposing such a burden of labor on those positioned in the towers and on the walls that they often had to be replaced during the day, unable to bear the weight of battle. Those operating the machines, guided by experts in the art of hurling, launched massive stones with such force and effort that when they struck the walls or towers, they shook everything and nearly brought them to ruin. The dust raised from the shattered stones and crumbling mortar was so immense that it obscured the view of our forces from those on the walls and towers, as if a cloud had intervened. If any stones missed the towers or walls, they fell into the city with great force, reducing large buildings and their inhabitants to fragments. Meanwhile, those fighting on the field, both foot soldiers and cavalry, bravely and vigorously engaged almost daily with those who came out from the city to fight, often provoked by our forces to engage. Sometimes the citizens themselves, of their own accord, launched attacks on the besiegers. Chapter 7, Book 13. The Damascenes in the city resist more boldly. The citizens somewhat relax. As each day passed, our forces engaged in uncertain warfare, sometimes attacking with siege engines, sometimes clashing with the citizens at the gate, both sides urging each other on with all the intensity they could muster. Lord Pons, Count of Tripoli, was summoned by the kingdom's leaders and arrived with an honorable retinue. With his arrival, our forces seemed to have doubled in strength and their courage multiplied, while the enemy, on the other hand, was filled with fear and a sense of hopelessness in resisting. In the city, there were 700 knights from Damascus. These knights, by their example, encouraged the noble, soft, and delicate citizens who were not well versed in military matters to resist. They also offered their own eager support. However, even these knights, seeing our forces and efforts improving daily and the citizens' resources gradually diminishing and their strength waning, began to grow more lukewarm. They wisely chose to avoid bearing a burden they could not carry. Yet they neither persuaded the citizens to surrender nor encouraged them to rely too much on their own strength. Moreover, as is still the case today, there was only one entrance into the city and a single gate. As we mentioned earlier, the city was almost like an island, surrounded by waters on all sides except for a narrow place that provided access to the gate. In this area, there were constant skirmishes between cavalry and infantry, as often happens in such situations. Chapter 8, Book 13. The people of Ascalon approached Jerusalem to attack the city, but are harassed by the citizens on their return. Meanwhile, while these events were unfolding at Tyre, the people of Ascalon, seeing the kingdom deprived of military strength and all the region's forces detained at the siege of Tyre, seized the opportunity. With their entire military force, they swiftly crossed the plain that lies between and hurried to the mountains where Jerusalem is situated. They believed they would find the blessed city empty and hoped to capture some of its inhabitants who might venture out carelessly. Approaching unexpectedly, they killed about 8 citizens who were unwisely wandering through the fields and vineyards. However, the citizens, though few in number, were fervent in their faith and driven by a most righteous zeal for their homeland, their children, and their wives. They took up arms and went out from the city, united in confronting the enemy. After observing each other for 3 hours, our forces, having only infantry, did not dare to charge. Seeing that they could not linger without danger, and that it was unsafe to engage near the city with a determined and well-prepared enemy, the Ascalonites prepared to retreat swiftly. Our forces cautiously pursued them for a short distance, capturing 17 of the enemy's horses and killing 42 of their soldiers, including 4 knights. Having successfully completed their task, they returned home safely. Chapter 9, Book 13. King Doldaquin of the Damascenes approaches to lift the siege. Our forces confront him. He retreats in fear. Meanwhile, the people of Tyre, exhausted by constant watchfulness, frequent skirmishes, and continuous labor, were less frequently engaging in battle and were less diligent in performing their assigned duty. They were exceedingly astonished that the city, which was almost daily visited by both land and sea by many people, and was accustomed to being supplied with all necessities from both directions, was now so tightly besieged that neither citizens nor outsiders could enter or leave. Moreover, their provisions were running out, and there was almost no food left. After holding a council, they wrote letters to the Egyptian caliph and the king of the Damascenes, anxiously urging and pleading with them to come to their aid quickly, as their situation was nearly desperate. They described the enemy's persistence, their growing strength and morale each day, their own dwindling numbers, the scarcity of food, and the unbearable hardships. Having done this, they were somewhat uplifted in hope, awaiting the assistance of the aforementioned leaders, and encouraged themselves to resist as was their custom. And although many of them were too gravely wounded to fight, they still urged others with whatever words they could to resist. Meanwhile, it was reported that King Doldaquin of the Damascenes, moved by the letters and embassy of the besieged, had set out from the borders of Damascus with an innumerable host of Turks and a very large cavalry, and had encamped in the Tyrian diocese near the river. This river was scarcely 4 miles from the city of Tyre. It was also said that an Egyptian fleet, larger and better armed than usual, bringing both military reinforcements and necessary provisions for the citizens, would arrive within 3 days. It was further asserted that the king of the Damascenes was awaiting greater military support and was prudently delaying crossing the river and engaging with our forces until the fleet arrived, so that while he fought with us, the fleet could reach the city freely and without difficulty. Upon hearing this, our leaders, after consulting together and carefully weighing the situation, decided it was best to divide the entire army into 3 parts. All the knights and paid infantry, along with the Lord Count of Tripoli and Lord William of Bures, the royal constable and manager of the kingdom's affairs, would leave the camp and confront the Damascene forces, ready to fight with the Lord's help. The Duke and his men would board the galleys and meet the incoming fleet, attempting to test their fortune in battle, and as valiant men bravely engage with their swords. Meanwhile, the citizens who had gathered from all the cities of the kingdom for the siege, along with the majority of the Venetians, would vigilantly guard the siege engines and fortifications, ensuring that the fighting from the fortresses did not slacken, and that the engines continued their relentless assaults, maintaining an unyielding conflict for the gate. This plan pleased everyone, and it was immediately put into action as seemed most expedient. The Count of Tripoli and the royal constable, with all the troops, went out to meet the enemy, and when they had advanced about 2 miles, the enemy did not dare to appear. It was certain, however, that Doldaquin had set up camp near the aforementioned river, initially intending to cross. But upon hearing from some informants that our forces had employed such prudent counsel, he deemed it too dangerous to rashly engage with such wise and valiant men. Therefore, he sounded the trumpets to call his men and ordered a retreat to their own territory. Meanwhile, the Duke, with the fleet prepared and ready, sailed down to Alexandrium, a place about 6 miles from the aforementioned city, known today by the common name Scandarium. Realizing that the king of the Damascenes had returned to his own lands, and that there was no sign of the expected fleet, they returned the galleys to the shore, and all returned to the camp, intensifying their assault on the city's defenders. Chapter 10, Book 13. The citizens set fire to our siege engines. Our forces resist bravely. A skilled marksman from Antioch is summoned by our forces. One day, a group of young men from the city, seeking to make themselves more commendable among their people and to acquire everlasting glory for themselves among future generations, made a mutual pact. They agreed to secretly leave the city and set fire to our siege engines and fortifications. Acting on this plan, they stealthily exited the city and set fire to the siege engine that was most useful to us. Seeing this, our forces rushed to arms and, with a plentiful supply of water, attempted to extinguish the flames. An event occurred there that was both remarkable and worthy of recounting. A young man of exceptional bravery and admirable courage, seeing the siege engine ablaze, boldly climbed onto it and poured water over it from above. Observing this, those who were in the towers, armed with bows and crossbows, all aimed at him. They shot at him eagerly, as if he were a target for their arrows, but their efforts were in vain. For the entire day, he did not feel any injury to his body at all. Meanwhile, those who had set the fire were captured by our forces and, under the watchful eyes of their own people, were all slain by the avenging sword. Moreover, our forces noticed that an internal siege engine was hurling large stones directly at our fortifications, causing significant damage to both. Realizing that there was no one in the camp with full expertise in operating the siege engines and launching stones, they summoned a man from Antioch, an Armenian by nationality, named Havidic, who was reputed to be highly skilled in this art. He was quickly brought to them. With such skill in directing the siege engines and hurling stones from them, he could destroy any target assigned to him without difficulty. Once he arrived at the army, he was granted an honorable salary from the public funds, allowing him to maintain himself magnificently according to his status. He then applied himself with such diligence to the task for which he was called, and used such skill in his work, that it seemed not only as if the ongoing war had been renewed, but also as if a new conflict had been introduced, doubling the troubles for the citizens with his arrival. Chapter 11, Book 13, Balak is killed near Hierapolis. Upon hearing this news, our army becomes more cheerful and attacks the city with greater vigor. While these events were unfolding in Tyre, Balak, the most powerful Turkish satrap, who held the Lord King in captivity, laid siege to the city of Hierapolis. During the siege, he deceitfully summoned the lord of the city with peaceful words. The lord, being simple and overly trusting, believed Balak's words, and immediately presented himself. Once he was brought before Balak, Balak ordered him to be beheaded at once. Upon hearing that Balak was besieging a nearby city, Jocelyn the elder, Count of Edessa, feared that a harsher adversary might arise if the previous lord were expelled. Therefore he quickly gathered a large force from both the Antiochene regions and his own, and hastened to confront Balak. Finding Balak's army, Jocelyn arranged his troops into battle lines and suddenly attacked. As Balak's army fled, Jocelyn encountered Balak by chance, struck him down with a sword, and beheaded him unaware that he was the leader of the army. This event clearly fulfilled the interpretation Balak's dream, for it can truly be said that Jocelyn gouged out the eyes of the one whose head he severed, ending his sight in life. Being a most prudent man with complete experience, Jocelyn sent the head of the prince through a young man to cheer our forces with news of his success and victory. He ordered the messenger to hasten through Antioch, so that neither they nor others would be deprived of such a great triumph. The messenger's arrival filled everyone's hearts with joy and lifted their spirits to the highest happiness. Lord Pons, Count of Tripoli, who in that expedition obediently served the Lord Patriarch and other princes as one of their own, was promoted to the rank of knight in honor of the Lord Count who had sent him and the dignity of such a mission. Receiving military arms, after our forces on the expedition learned of these events, they raised their hands to heaven and began to praise, bless, and glorify God, who is awesome in counsel over the sons of men. Then, with renewed zeal, as if their strength and spirit had been restored, our army fervently resumed their efforts on the task at hand, denying the besieged any rest through frequent skirmishes. Meanwhile, the citizens, having completely exhausted their food supplies and suffering dangerously from hunger, were losing hope of any relief and became less vigilant. It happened once that some young men from the city, skilled in swimming, left the inner harbor and swam to the outer harbor, reaching the galley we mentioned earlier, which was always kept ready at sea. They securely tied a rope they had brought with them to the galley and, after cutting the moorings that held it fast, began to tow it back to the city. Those stationed in the watchtowers saw this and began to shout, prompting our forces to rush to the shore. However, before they could fully deliberate on a remedy, the young men had already brought the galley into the city. Although there were 5 men assigned to guard it, 1 was killed, and the remaining 4 threw themselves into the sea, swimming to the shore unharmed. Chapter 12. Book 13. The people of Ascalon again devastate the regions of Jerusalem, while our army is still engaged in the siege. The people of Ascalon, like restless gnats, persisted in their harmful intent. Seeing that the strength of the kingdom was occupied with the siege of Tyre, and that the entire region was left without military protection and exposed to raids, they gathered their forces and once more ascended together to the mountains of Judea. There, near Jerusalem, they suddenly invaded and violently occupied a place situated to the north, 5 or 6 miles from Jerusalem, called Bilin, which is today more commonly known as Mahamaria. They killed most of the inhabitants with the sword, but the elderly, along with women and children, took refuge in a tower and escaped the danger of death. Meanwhile, the Ascalonites roamed freely throughout the surrounding region, encountering no resistance. They captured or slaughtered anyone they met, wreaking havoc on the local population at their own discretion. Chapter 13. Book 13. The citizens suffer from famine and prepare to surrender. Doldequin rushes to their aid, but in vain. The city is surrendered to us. Meanwhile, the people of Tyre, suffering more intensely than usual from the harshness of famine, began to explore other options. Gathering in small groups, they started to discuss how they might put an end to the hardships they were enduring. They argued that it would be more advantageous to surrender the city to the enemy and move to other free cities of their own people, rather than perish from hunger, watching their wives and children waste away without being able to help them. After much discussion among the crowds, the matter was brought by common consent to the elders, the city's leaders, and the public. When the entire city was assembled, the proposal was presented in a public meeting and discussed thoroughly. It was decided by all to put an end to such great evils and to seek peace by any means and under any conditions. The king of Damascus, moved by the citizens' plight and hearing that they were in dire straits, sympathized with their suffering. He gathered military forces from all around and descended to the sea, where he had been before, and camped near the river close to the city. Hearing this, our forces, suspicious of his arrival, prepared themselves again as if expecting battle at their doorstep. Yet they did not abandon their siege of the city, continuing their efforts relentlessly. The king of Damascus sent wise and discreet envoys with peaceful words to the leaders of our army, namely to the Lord Patriarch, the Duke of Venice, the Count of Tripoli, William of Bourges, and the other nobles of the kingdom, to explore the path to peace. After many negotiations, both parties agreed that the city would be surrendered to the Christians, provided the citizens, along with their wives, children, and all their possessions, were allowed to leave freely. Those citizens who preferred to remain in the city would be granted the freedom to stay, with their properties and homes intact. However, the common people, and those of lower status, understanding that the city was to be surrendered under these conditions, and that the leaders were negotiating this matter, were displeased. They were upset that the city would not be violently breached and open to them for plunder and loot. They decided unanimously to withdraw their support from the military efforts, ready to dissent from the leaders. Nevertheless, the wiser counsel of the leaders prevailed, and once the city was taken, the citizens were granted the freedom to leave, as had been agreed. The Duke of Venice's banner was placed on the tower called the Green Tower, and the Count of Tripoli's banner was placed on the tower known as the Tancred Tower, all with great glory. Before the city was either captured or besieged, a large part of its diocese had already fallen under our control. All the mountains adjacent to the city, both in the castles and suburbs, nearly up to Lebanon, were quietly possessed by a noble and powerful man named Humphrey of Turon, father of the younger Humphrey, who later became the royal constable. He held a castle in those mountains, fortified by nature and artifice, from which he frequently and suddenly harassed the citizens. Lord William of Bourges, the royal constable of Tiberias, and before him Lord Jocelyn, Count of Edessa, who had been lord of the city, also held extensive possessions in those mountains, from which they often launched dangerous surprise attacks on the city. Furthermore, to the south, King Baldwin of blessed memory, the predecessor of the current king, had established a castle on the seashore near a clear and healthy spring named Alexandrium, 6 or 7 miles from the city of Tyre. These troubles, which had long plagued the city, provided greater opportunities for those besieging it to attack. It is said that during this expedition a venerable man named Odo, who had been appointed metropolitan of the same church while the city was still held by the enemy, and was said to have been consecrated by the Patriarch of Jerusalem, passed away. Chapter 14. Book 13. After the city is captured, the citizens leave for the camp. Our forces also occupy the city. The citizens, exhausted by the long siege, went out to our camp to relieve their weariness. They were eager to understand more about this formidable people, so enduring in labor and skilled in the use of arms, who had reduced such a distinguished and fortified city to dire straits within a few months and forced it to surrender under extreme conditions. They wished to examine the design of the siege engines, the height of the towers, the types of weapons, the layout of the camps, and to investigate the names of the leaders more thoroughly. They inquired about everything with great diligence so that they could later weave accurate and reliable histories for future generations. Our forces, having entered the city, marveled at its fortifications, the strength of its buildings, the height of its towers, the solidity of its walls, the elegance of its harbor, and the difficulty of its entrances. They also praised the steadfastness of the citizens, who, despite being in such dire need due to famine and suffering from severe hunger, had prolonged their surrender for so long. For when the city was taken by our forces, only 5 measures of grain were found within it. Although at first it seemed harsh to the common people that the city should come under our control according to the agreed terms, they soon began to accept it. The effort expended was praised, and they believed the work, completed through their labor and expense, was worthy of perpetual remembrance. The city was divided into 3 parts. 2 parts were assigned to the Lord King, and the third to the Venetians, as had been previously agreed in the pact. With much joy and full satisfaction, everyone returned to their own affair. The city was captured and restored to the Christian name on the 3rd day, before the kalends of July, in the year of the Lord's incarnation, 1124, and in the 6th year of the reign of Lord Baldwin, the 2nd king of Jerusalem. Chapter 15. Book 13. The king is released from captivity. He besieges Aleppo, but withdraws due to reinforcements. The king returns to Jerusalem. Pope Calixtus dies. Honorius succeeds him. In the same year, on the 29th of August, Lord Baldwin, king of Jerusalem, who had been held captive by the enemy for about 18 months, or slightly more, was released upon payment of a ransom and the giving of hostages. With the Lord's help, he returned to Antioch. It is said that the sum agreed upon for his ransom was 100,000 gold coins, a currency that held the highest value in public trade and markets in those regions. Upon returning to Antioch, he was anxious about how he might pay the agreed sum and retrieve his hostages. He deliberated with his wisest advisors on what could be done for his benefit. It was suggested to him to besiege Aleppo, which was suffering from a lack of provisions, and was almost deserted. By this means he could easily compel the citizens, distressed by the siege, either to return his hostages or to provide the sum of money he had initially agreed upon for his relief. Therefore, he gathered all the military forces from the entire principality and laid siege to the aforementioned city. He stationed his troops around it, as was customary, denying the citizens entry and exit, and forcibly compelled them to ration their limited food supplies. The citizens, however, sent frequent letters to the Easterners, especially those beyond the Euphrates, about their dire situation, warning that the city would soon fall unless help arrived swiftly. The leaders, concerned for the friendly city, hastily gathered their forces and assembled military troops to provide common aid. Crossing the Euphrates, they hurried to relieve the city from the siege's distress. Those who came to aid the besieged numbered 7,000 cavalry, not including those responsible for baggage and supplies, and the servants who attended to their lords. The king and those with him on the expedition, realizing the great number of enemy forces approaching, judged it wiser to retreat and secure themselves and their forces, rather than rashly engage with the stronger enemy troops. Before the enemy forces reached the city, our forces withdrew to a fortified castle named Separum. From there they regrouped and returned to Antioch, where they parted ways. The king, with his close companions, returned to Jerusalem, where he was received with great honor by the entire clergy and people, as he had been long desired. After nearly 2 years, he presented himself to the people and leaders who welcomed his presence. In the same year, Pope Calixtus II, of blessed memory, passed away. He was succeeded by a certain Lambert, a native of Bologna and bishop of Ostia, who was called Honorius. His election was contentious, involving a certain cardinal priest Theobald of the title of St. Anastate. Because Honorius's election had proceeded less canonically after 12 days, he voluntarily renounced and laid aside the mitre and mantle in the presence of the brothers. However, the brothers, both bishops and cardinal priests and deacons, seeing his humility and considering the future to prevent any innovation in the Roman Church, corrected what had been improperly done. They reaffirmed Honorius, prostrated themselves at his feet, and offered him the customary obedience as their shepherd and universal pope. Chapter 16, Book 13. Bersaquin, a Turkish prince, devastates the borders of Antioch. The king confronts him and engages in battle. The enemy army is defeated. Meanwhile, while the Lord King was in Jerusalem, he received frequent reports that a certain very powerful prince among the eastern leaders, named Bersaquin, had gathered a large army from the eastern regions, crossed the Euphrates, and arrived in the territories of Antioch. This prince, roaming the region at will with no one to oppose him, set fire to everything he could find outside the cities and fortified places, exposing all to plunder by his forces. When the nobles of Antioch attempted to resist him, having often tested their strength in vain, they realized they were not succeeding. They informed the Lord King, to whom they had long ago entrusted the care of the principality, urgently requesting him to come to their aid without delay. The king, burdened by the dual responsibility of the kingdom and the principality, devoted less attention to the kingdom, to which he was more obligated. Frequently called upon by the troubles of the principality, he had nearly exhausted all his efforts and resources there over the past decade. Involved in their affairs, he had been captured in person and endured the indignity of enemy chains and imprisonment for nearly 2 continuous years. In the kingdom, however, protected by the divine hand, nothing adverse had happened to him. Rather, the Lord, the comforter of chosen kings, directed all things prosperously and successfully in his hand. Nevertheless, wishing to uphold his commitment with all reverence, he gathered as large a force as he could and hastened to those parts. The aforementioned Bersaquin, being a powerful man with much experience in arms, had allied himself with the king of Damascus, Doldaquin. Before the king's arrival, which he knew had been summoned by the Antiochenes, he besieged a fortress named Caphordon. He compelled those besieged within, driven by many hardships, to surrender under conditions that preserved their safety. From there, passing through Lesser Syria, hoping for similar successes, he laid siege to the town of Zardan. But after spending several days there, seeing he could not succeed, he turned to besiege the notable but less fortified town of Hasard. While he set up siege engines and prepared military equipment there, testing his strength to the detriment of the besieged, behold, the king arrived with the Count of Tripoli and the Count of Edessa, bringing substantial forces to soon provide aid to the besieged with the Lord's help. As they began to approach the enemy, they organized themselves into 3 divisions. In the first, on the right wing, they placed the nobles of Antioch. In the second, on the left wing, they positioned both counts with their men. And in the center, the Lord King. They had 1,100 knights and 2,000 foot soldiers. Bersaquin, seeing the arrival of our forces and knowing for certain that they were immediately prepared to engage in battle as prudent men, realized he could not honorably avoid the fight. He arranged his forces into 20 divisions, reportedly having 15,000 knights. With the troops organized on both sides and advancing towards each other, they charged at one another with great intensity, inflicting destruction and death in many ways with fierce determination. In such conflicts, the pain of sacrilege and the contempt of violated law often provide greater fuel for hatred and enmity. Otherwise, battles between those of the same law and faith are usually fought with less intensity. However, between those with discordant and contradictory traditions, the fact that they do not share the same articles of faith suffices as a source of constant scandal and perpetual disputes, even if there is no other cause for hatred. Thus, the aforementioned divisions engaged fiercely with one another, but with divine mercy present, for whom it is not difficult to overcome many with few whose word is about his own. One shall chase 1,000, and two shall put 10,000 to flight. Deuteronomy 32:32. Our side prevailed. With the enemy turned to flight, they gloriously achieved victory granted from the heavens. It is said that in this conflict 2,000 of the enemy fell, while only 24 of our men were lost. Persequan, seeing that events had turned out far differently than he had expected, clothed in confusion and reverence, crossed the Euphrates and returned to his own lands, no longer pursuing wonders beyond his reach. The king, having gathered a large sum of money from both the spoils of the enemy and the generosity of his faithful friends, redeemed his 5-year-old daughter, whom he had given as a hostage for himself, by paying the ransom. After taking leave from the Antiochenes for a time, he returned safely and victoriously to Jerusalem. In the same year, the king founded a castle in the mountains above the city of Beirut, named Mount Glabianus. Chapter 17, Book 13. The king defeats the Ascalonites and the Egyptians who came to their aid during this time, after the period of temporary peace, and the agreement made between the Lord King and Doldaquin, which had been arranged earlier through the intervention of money. The king, having gathered the military forces from the entire kingdom, entered the land of the Damascenes. There, traversing the region with free-ranging excursions, he destroyed certain suburbs, and, taking their inhabitants with him, returned safely and unharmed to his own lands, bringing back a great amount of plunder and abundant spoils from the enemy. Barely 3 days had passed since the troops were disbanded when news arrived that an Egyptian army with great equipment had approached the city of Ascalon. It was customary for the Egyptians to send new expeditions to this city 4 times a year, so that by continuously replenishing their forces, they could withstand the frequent conflicts with our people and the almost continuous injuries often inflicted upon them. Those who had newly arrived had the custom and tradition of eagerly seeking encounters with our forces, desiring to test our strength and provide their citizens with proof of their own valor. As a result, many of them were frequently captured or killed in battle, being unfamiliar with the region and lacking full experience in arms, while the veteran citizens, more prudently avoiding encounters with our forces, sometimes pursued the fleeing ones less vigorously. When this was reported to the Lord King, he hastened there with an expedition more continued than renewed. Upon arrival, he positioned himself with the strongest and most valiant men in a suitable place for an ambush, sending ahead lightly armed soldiers to provoke the urbanites with wandering skirmishes and incite them to pursue. The citizens, seeing our forces roaming freely through the areas adjacent to the city, were greatly indignant at their audacity and eagerly seized their weapons. They imprudently rushed out in separate groups, turning our forces, who willingly gave their backs, into flight. Pursuing the fleeing ones recklessly, they reached the place where the king lay in ambush with his chosen troops. The king, not rejecting the opportunity presented, and those with him faithfully adhering to him, intercepted the enemies as they attempted to return to the city. And before the enemies could retreat into the city, they cut down 40 of them scattered about, while the rest fled into the city, barely believing themselves safe within the walls. The lamentations and wailing in the city, greater than usual, revealed that those who had fallen were valiant among the nobler citizens. The king, recalling his forces to him with the sound of trumpets and the clamor of drums, camped near the city with great joy and rested there victoriously throughout the night. From there he returned safely to Jerusalem. Chapter 18, Book 13. The king enters the borders of Damascus. Doldaquin confronts him. Battle ensues. Our army returns victorious in the following year, which was 1126 from the incarnation of the Lord and the 8th year of King Baldwin's reign, in the month of January, by the command of the king and the princes, the entire population of the kingdom, from the greatest to the least, was summoned by public proclamation through each city. Within a few days, the strength of the entire kingdom was gathered, as if one man, near the city of Tiberias, ready to enter the borders of Damascus as planned. Upon arriving there, guided by military signals with their baggage arranged and their troops marching in order, they traversed the region of Decapolis and entered enemy lands. From there, they passed through a narrow valley called Kaviarub to the plains of Medin. This plain is vast and open with clear views through which the river Dan flows, passing between Tiberias and Scythopolis, formerly known as Bethshan, and joins the Jordan. Some believe, supported by the name, that this river provides the final part of the Jordan's name. For whatever flows into the Sea of Galilee and exits, it is called Jor until it meets this river's confluence, and the rest flowing from there is called Jordan, as if Jor and Dan were combined. However, Bediain and some other esteemed scholars of ours assert that both sources originate near Caesarea Philippi, at the foot of Mount Lebanon, one called Jor and the other Dan, from which the Jordan gathers its waters and descends entirely into the Sea of Galilee, and from there flows nearly 100 miles into the Dead Sea, also known as the Salt Sea, carving a notable valley. Thus our army, passing through the aforementioned plains, reached a village named Salome. This place, as it is today, was inhabited by Christians. Hence our forces spared the place, treating its inhabitants as brothers, and it advanced to a location called Merjizafar with their troops organized and the cavalry assigned to suitable positions. It is said that this is the place where Saul, the ravenous wolf and persecutor of God's church, heard the voice saying, "Saul, Saul, why do you persecute me?" and so forth. It seems divinely arranged that in the place where these events occurred on the same day they were said to have happened, the army of the faithful arrived, transforming the persecutor into a chosen vessel. There, gathered for 2 days, they observed the Damascus camp, set against them not far away. On the 3rd day, finally coming together with battle preparations carefully arranged on both sides, they engaged in combat fiercely from both sides. Advancing with nearly equal encounters, they prolonged the decision of victory for a long time. However, the king, as usual, pressed the enemy more fiercely, calling each of the brave by name. Encouraging them with words and example, he invited them to slaughter and promised victory. They, with drawn swords, pressed upon the enemy, striving to imitate the king as much as possible. With zeal for faith, they sought to avenge both divine and personal injuries. Meanwhile, Doldaquin similarly encouraged his men with words and incited them to battle with promises, asserting that they were fighting a just war for their wives and children, and, more importantly, for their freedom and homeland against marauders. With these and similar exhortations, they pressed on with no less spirit and equal strength. The infantry, taught by the example of the king and the knights, threw themselves more fiercely into the very ranks of the enemy and pressed on more boldly. If they found any of the enemy fallen or wounded, they cut them down with swords, blocked their escape routes. They lifted up our fallen and restored them to the fight, sent the wounded back to the baggage so they could be cared for. And what was believed to be more damaging to the enemy that day, some focused all their efforts on wounding the enemy's horses, preparing their riders for slaughter by their following comrades. The king, in the dense ranks of the enemy, accompanied by some brave and illustrious men, struck like a lion, causing a slaughter on both the right and left, pitiable even to the victors. It is not recorded among us until that day that such a dangerous and uncertain battle had been fought, for although the battle lasted from the 3rd hour of the day until the 10th, it was scarcely at the 11th hour that it could be discerned which side would claim the better outcome. Finally, with divine mercy assisting and the intercession of the illustrious teacher of the Gentiles, the enemy was turned to flight, suffering a slaughter of their own that would be remembered for ages. It is said that more than 2,000 of them fell that day, while upon counting our own, both knights and foot soldiers, it was found that 24 knights and 80 foot soldiers had fallen. Thus, with victory divinely granted to us, the king claimed the field of battle. Leading the army back with joy and thanksgiving, he began the return to his own lands. While on the journey, they encountered a tower where 96 of the enemy had taken refuge for safety. They violently attacked it, compelling the captured enemies to end their lives by the sword. Proceeding from there, they similarly seized another tower by force, sparing the lives of 20 of the enemy who had been assigned to guard it, because they had surrendered the tower to us without difficulty, quickly undermining it. They brought it down to the ground with a great crash, completely demolished. Thus, having achieved a victory memorable for ages, they returned home with joy. Chapter 19, Book 13. The Count of Tripoli occupies the city of Raphanea. The death of Henry, Emperor of the Romans. Lothair succeeds him. During this time, Lord Pons, the Count of Tripoli, seeing that the plan to capture the city of Raphanea, which bordered his lands, could be realized, decided to lay siege to it. To achieve his goal more easily, he urged the king of Jerusalem, through letters and frequent messengers, to lend his presence and assistance. The king, being diligent and faithfully attending to the common affairs of the Christian people, quickly set out with a respectable retinue. Upon arriving, he found the count ready for the task at hand. They gathered siege engines and other necessary equipment for attacking the city, along with provisions sufficient for several days, and sent ahead their infantry to the designated areas. Upon reaching their destination, they surrounded the city with a siege as planned, immediately denying the citizens entry and exit. The city, however, was only modestly fortified, both by its natural position and the poverty of its inhabitants, and could not withstand the assault for long. The count had previously built a fortress on a nearby hill, whose occupants continually harassed the city, driving it nearly to the brink of collapse. After 18 days of intense assault, the citizens were compelled to surrender, granted beforehand, the promise of safe passage for themselves, their wives, and children, and assurance of safety. The aforementioned Raphanea is located in the province of Apamea, one of its suffragans, and was captured on the last day of March. The king then returned to Jerusalem, where he celebrated the Easter days with great devotion. Around the same time, Lord Henry, Emperor of the Romans, passed away. He was succeeded by the highly commendable Duke Lothair of Saxony, who later descended into Apulia with an immense army, violently occupying the entire region up to the Strait of Messina. He appointed a prudent and discerning man named Rhino as Duke in Apulia. Roger, the count who had forcibly occupied that land, was compelled to flee to Sicily. After the emperor's departure, Roger regained control, fought with the aforementioned Rhino, and upon Rhino's death obtained the duchy. Subsequently, he became king of Sicily and the entire province. Chapter 20, Book 13, Bersaquin. Again invades the borders of Antioch. Ultimately, he is killed by his own men. The Egyptian fleet sails to Syria. However, failing in their mission, they suffer losses and return. While the king was staying in Tyre, a messenger hurriedly arrived from Antioch, confirming both in writing and by word of mouth that Bersaquin, the most fierce persecutor of our faith, had descended into the regions of Coel Syria with a massive force. He was besieging towns, setting fire to the suburbs indiscriminately and without opposition, and taking the inhabitants captive while enslaving their wives and children. Upon hearing this, the king, although he suspected the Egyptians and did not doubt that they would soon arrive with the large fleet they had prepared, acted like a prudent physician. Sensing the more urgent threat of the disease, he hastened to apply remedies there. Neglecting other matters and addressing the greater necessity, he quickly set out for those regions. Hearing of this, Bersaquin immediately lifted the siege he had carefully laid around the noble town of Syrup, and retreated to the more distant enemy territories. However, before the king arrived, he had violently captured a certain small fortress, taking some women and their children captive, for the men who had been besieged there had escaped their hands with great difficulty and danger, preferring to find safety in flight rather than be miserably ensnared in the same yoke of captivity with their wives and children. Subsequently, The aforementioned impious and accursed Bersaquin was killed by the swords of his own household and close associates, reaping the seeds of his wickedness and the fruits of his impiety through his own actions. Meanwhile, as these events were unfolding in the regions of Antioch, the Egyptian fleet, as had been foretold, sailed with 24 galleys along the entire coastline, reaching as far as the city of Beirut. They were carefully scouting to see if they could inflict any damage on any of our cities, or if they might capture anyone passing by carelessly or approaching Syria, emerging unexpectedly as if from ambush. However, suffering from a lack of water and compelled by the necessity of thirst to draw water, they descended to the land near the streams. The people of the city, along with some others who had gathered from neighboring cities to aid them, met them and violently drove them away from the waters, completely denying them access. Moreover, pressing them more vigorously with arms, they forced them to return to their ships, killing 130 of them with the sword. Chapter 21, Book 13. Bohemond the Younger arrives in Antioch. The king restores his land. His daughter Alice is given in marriage. In the following autumn, Lord Bohemond the Younger, son of Bohemond, having made a pact and formed an alliance with his uncle, Lord William, Duke of Apulia, regarding future succession, specifically that whichever of them should die first, the other would succeed to all, prepared ships, namely 10 galleys and 12 others for transporting baggage, equipment, arms, and provisions. He set out for Syria, relying on the king's promise that he would not deny him his paternal inheritance upon his arrival. When he arrived and his fleet was safely anchored at the mouth of the Orontes River, the king, upon learning of his arrival, went to meet him with the region's nobles. Entering Antioch, the king graciously restored to him the entire city and region, which had been a source of constant and anxious concern for him over the past 8 years. With the principality restored, all the nobles and magnates of the region, in the presence of the king and at his urging, pledged their fealty to him in his palace, later, through the intervention of certain mutual acquaintances. It was arranged that the king would give one of his daughters, named Alice, his second-born, to Bohemond as a wife, under mutually agreeable conditions, to strengthen their bond and foster a more amicable relationship. Lord Bohemond was a young man of about 18 years, notable for his handsome appearance, tall stature, fair hair, and a pleasing countenance that marked him as a true prince even to those who did not know him. He was eloquent, easily winning the hearts of his listeners with his words, exceedingly generous, and truly magnificent in the manner of his father. In terms of lineage, he was second to none, being the son of Bohemond the Elder, the illustrious and memorable son of Lord Robert Guiscard, and his mother was the distinguished and noble Constance, daughter of the excellent King Philip of France. After the marriage was celebrated according to custom, and the daughter was solemnly given to the prince in marriage, the king returned safely and in good health to Jerusalem, having laid down the greater part of his burden. The following spring, Lord Bohemond besieged the town of Caphardan, which had been violently seized by enemies some years before. Gathering military forces from the entire principality and employing siege engines crafted by skilled artisans, he laid siege to the fortress and, within a short time, captured it by force, sparing none of those he found inside, despite their attempts to buy their lives with great sums of money and secure their safety through financial means. These were the first fruits of his illustrious and noble youth, the initial signs of a promising character in the prince. Chapter 22, Book 13. Serious hostilities arise between Bohemond and Count Jocelyn of Edessa. But the king swiftly intervenes and resolves the conflict. Africans violently break into the Sicilian city of Syracuse. Without delay, due to hidden causes unknown to us, but detestable to God, serious hostilities arose between the same Lord Prince and Count Jocelyn, the elder of Edessa, contrary to good customs and the discipline of our times, leaving a pernicious example for posterity. He summoned the Turks and bands of infidels for his aid. Relying on their assistance, he set the region of Antioch ablaze and imposed the yoke of undue servitude on its inhabitants, the servants of Christ. What is considered more notable and worthy of divine retribution is that all of these acts were said to have been committed in the absence of the prince, who was completely unaware, while he was laboring to fight the enemies in the service of Christ. Consequently, the aforementioned Jocelyn incurred the hatred and indignation of all who heard of this, deserving their curses. The king, upon hearing these reports, was first concerned that this division might provide a greater opportunity for the enemies to enter to our confusion, for a kingdom divided against itself, according to the word of the Lord, will be desolated. Luke 11:17. Furthermore, both men were his close relatives by blood. One was the son of his maternal cousin, the other his son-in-law, to whom he had recently betrothed his daughter. Swiftly he flew to those parts to establish peace, and with the Lord Bernard, the patriarch of the Antiochians, faithfully and devotedly assisting, he restored a good peace between them. This was especially opportune because in the meantime the count fell gravely ill, suffering dangerously and repenting of his actions. He vowed to the Lord that if he were granted life and health, he would satisfy the Lord Prince and be reconciled to him by rendering due fidelity. This indeed came to pass. For after he fully recovered, in the presence of the Lord King and the Lord Patriarch, they were reconciled to each other, and with full grace intervening, he manually pledged his fidelity, maintaining it thereafter in due course. The king, having composed the peace, returned to Jerusalem. Around the same time, Count Roger of Sicily is said to have dispatched a fleet of 40 galleys, prepared with great effort to the regions of Africa. Upon learning of their arrival, the provincials, having been forewarned, acted prudently and offered no opportunity for the enemies to harm them. On the contrary, arming the galleys they nearly possessed with no less effort, they pursued their aforementioned wrongdoers, who returned with their mission unaccomplished with the swiftest pursuit, and were conveyed back to Sicily. Upon reaching there with 80 galleys, they suddenly attacked and violently seized the noble and ancient city of Syracuse, which had grown complacent in long peace, secure and fearing nothing of the sort. Having assaulted the city, they slaughtered the citizens with swords, sparing no one based on sex or age. For those who were spared, a servitude harsher than any death was prepared. Meanwhile, the bishop of the place, fleeing with a few church clerics to the suburbs, barely escaped. Chapter 23, Book 13. The first Latin archbishop is appointed in Tyre. In the spring that followed, 4 years after the city was restored to the Christian faith, the king, along with the Lord Patriarch and the principal leaders of the kingdom, gathered in Tyre to discuss appointing a bishop for the church there. They eventually appointed Lord William, a venerable man, prior of the Church of the Holy Sepulchre, an Englishman by birth, commendable in life and morals, to oversee the city. Here the Lord knows we cannot hold back our sighs, for as the proverb goes, where there is love, there is the eye, where there is pain, there is the hand. These matters weigh heavily upon us, and the inflicted pain does not allow our hearts to rest. Admiring the prudence of that time, we are left to ponder our own actions, almost considering them rash. For although they had consecrated a bishop there 2 years before the city was restored to Christian liberty, they, with gross negligence, delayed providing a bishop until the 4th year. Meanwhile, the churches were neglected and the cathedral was mutilated of its proper members, so that whoever first took on the governance would inherit the worst part with a cursed man. For it is written, "Cursed is the man who makes his part worse." However, our predecessor and those who followed until our time avoided the effect of that curse, for we did not make our parts worse ourselves. Rather, we accepted the worst conditions made by others out of necessity. May the Lord pardon them and not hold it against them in hell those who treated the church in such a manner. Moreover, our predecessor of blessed memory, Lord William, having received the gift of his consecration from the Lord Patriarch of Jerusalem, went to Rome to receive the pallium, despite the reluctance and resistance of his consecrated. There he was kindly received by Pope Honorius II, who granted his request with great honor and sent him back with letters of apostolic endorsement. The content of these letters was as follows: Honorius, bishop, servant of the servants of God, to the venerable brothers, the suffragan bishops, clergy, and people of Tyre, greetings and apostolic blessing. We received with due affection our dearest brother William, your archbishop, who came to us, and whom we learned was canonically elected and consecrated by our venerable brother Gormund, Patriarch of Jerusalem. We adorned him with the dignity of the pallium, the fullness of the pontifical office, because we believe, with divine mercy assisting, that great benefit will come to your mother church of Tyre from his person. We have decided to send him back to you with the grace of the Apostolic See and the endorsement of our letters. Therefore, we command you all to receive him kindly and to show him submission, obedience, and reverence as your own metropolitan and bishop of your souls. Honorius Bishop, servant of the servants of God, to the venerable brother Gormund, Patriarch of Jerusalem, greetings and apostolic blessing. Having received your letters, we kindly received our brother William, whom you consecrated as Archbishop in the Church of Tyre, and we adorned him with the dignity of the pallium, the fullness of the pontifical office. We also command his suffragans to show him submission, obedience, and reverence as their own metropolitan, given in the territory of Bari on the 8th day before the Ides of July. He also sent with the same Archbishop, Lord Giles, Bishop of Tusculum, a legate of the Apostolic See, a man eloquent and very learned, whose letters to the people of Antioch are still famous today. Through him, he wrote to Bernard, the Patriarch of Antioch, advising him to restore the suffragans he held to the Lord of Tyre. Among other things, he said, therefore, through apostolic writings and our venerable brother Giles, Bishop of Tusculum, legate of the Apostolic See, we command you to restore the suffragans of the Church of Tyre to him. If they do not show him due submission within 40 days after seeing the letters we sent to them, we will suspend them from the office of bishop. What the reason was for him being consecrated by the Patriarch of Jerusalem and obedient to him, when from the time of the apostles until that day the Church of Tyre was known to be subject to the See of Antioch, will be explained in a suitable place in the following discussion. Chapter 24, Book 13. Count Fulk of Anjou is summoned and arrives. Melisende, the king's eldest daughter, is given to him in marriage. In the following year, around the middle of spring, the illustrious and magnificent Lord Count Fulk of Anjou arrived at the city of Acre. He had been summoned by the king, who, with the common council of all the ecclesiastical and secular princes, had sent for him to give him his eldest daughter, Lady Melisende, in marriage. Fulk arrived with an honorable company of nobles and a retinue surpassing royal wealth. Alongside him came Lord William of Bures, the royal constable who had been released from enemy captivity by the king, and sent with certain other nobles to summon the aforementioned count. William had been instructed to confidently swear on the soul of the king and the princes of the kingdom that once Fulk reached the kingdom safely, within 50 days, the king's eldest daughter would be given to him with the expectation of the kingdom after the king's death. Upon Fulk's arrival, without delay and according to the terms of the agreement, before the upcoming celebration of Holy Pentecost, the king gave his daughter to him in marriage. He also granted them the twin cities of Tyre and Ptolemais to possess during his lifetime, which they held until the king's death. The aforementioned count stood as a prudent and discreet man, faithfully serving the Lord King throughout his life, entering and departing the affairs of the kingdom with devotion, fulfilling the duties of a son. The merits by which friends are usually acquired were not idle in his service to the Lord King. Chapter 25, Book 13. The death of Gormund, Patriarch of Jerusalem, Stephen is appointed in his place. Difficult disputes arise between the king and the Patriarch. In the same year, Lord Gormund, of blessed memory, the Patriarch of Jerusalem, while besieging a certain fortress named Belhassam in the region of Sidon, which was held by some bandits, was struck by a severe illness that led to his death. He was taken to Sidon, where as his illness worsened, he succumbed to the common fate of all mortals and passed away, having led the Church of Jerusalem for nearly 10 years. He was succeeded by a man noble by birth, but even more noble in life and conduct, named Stephen, the abbot of St. John of the Valley, a place located in the city of Chartres. He was of Chartres origin and a relative of King Baldwin. Before his conversion, he had served as a deputy lord in the knightly order and attire of that city. Later, renouncing the secular world, he took on the religious habit in the aforementioned cloister, and, with his merits supporting him, was promoted to the leadership of the same church. In his youth he was suitably educated in the liberal arts. When he came to Jerusalem out of devotion and to pray, intending to await his end there, it happened that, after the funeral of Lord Gormond, while the clergy and people were discussing the appointment of a new pastor, he was elected by the unanimous vote of all. After his consecration, he began to raise difficult disputes against the king, claiming that the city of Jaffa belonged to his jurisdiction and to the Church of the Holy Sepulchre. He also asserted that the holy city itself would, after the capture of Ascalon, similarly fall under the Church's jurisdiction by right. He was a magnificent man, steadfast in his purpose, of honorable conduct, and a diligent defender of his rights. Consequently, serious hostilities arose between him and the king. However, it is said that an untimely death put an end to these conflicts, for he passed away before 2 years had elapsed. Some believe he died from poison, but we do not have certain knowledge of this. It is reported, however, that while he lay on his deathbed, the king came to visit him and inquired about his condition, to which he replied, "It is as you wish, my lord king, as it is with us at present." Chapter 26, Book 13. The king, the prince of Antioch, the count of Tripoli, and the count of Edessa enter the lands of Damascus, but, confused and having lost part of their army, they return. Stephen the patriarch dies. William is appointed in his place. In the following year, Hugh of Payens, the first master of the Knights Templar, and certain other religious men who had been sent by the Lord King and other leaders of the kingdom to the western princes, to rouse the people for our aid and specifically invite powerful men to the siege of the city of Damascus, returned. A great multitude of noble men, trusting in their words, had come to the kingdom. Relying on their strength and assistance, all the Christian leaders of the East gathered as agreed, namely Lord King Baldwin, Lord Fulk, Count of Anjou, Lord Pons, Count of Tripoli, Lord Bohemond the younger, Prince of Antioch, and Lord Jocelyn the elder, Count of Edessa. All these, after consulting together, gathered military forces from all sides and summoned reinforcements. With their troops prepared, they eagerly hastened to besiege the illustrious and noble city of Damascus, intending to compel it to surrender by force or to conquer it in close combat. However, despite such efforts, divine providence intervened secretly, yet justly. For when they reached the borders of Damascus with favorable outcomes, guided by God, they arrived at a place called Mergisafar. There, the lower-ranking men of the army, whose duty it was to forage for necessary provisions for both men and beasts, separated from the main force and spread out widely through the suburbs. Lord William of Bures was assigned to guard them with 1,000 knights. But as is customary for such men, they began to recklessly scour the entire region, moving separately and without companions, so that each might claim for himself whatever he found without sharing with others. While they were thus occupied, breaking into the suburbs and attempting to carry spoils back to their own, they began to act imprudently and violate military discipline. Hearing of this, the Prince of Damascus, Doldaquin, hoping, as it happened, that he could easily defeat them if he suddenly attacked with his forces, gathered the most agile and militarily skilled from among his men. He launched a sudden assault on our men who had carelessly gone out to forage, as we mentioned earlier, and easily put them to flight, catching them unprepared and engaged in other tasks. He slaughtered those scattered across the fields and did not cease pursuing them until he had turned both the common soldiers and the elite troops assigned to guard them into a rout, killing many of them. Upon learning of this, our forces in the main army, ready to repel such an injury and pursue vengeance, took up all arms and prepared to confront the enemy with determined spirits and great indignation. But suddenly, divine power, without which human endeavors do not advance, unleashed such a storm of rain, such a foggy atmosphere, and such difficulty in the roads due to the abundance of water, that it was scarcely possible to hope for life. Except under the pressure of the harsh weather, the cloudy air, the density of the clouds, the irregular gusts of wind, frequent thunder and lightning had long foretold this. But the blind mind of man, ignorant of the future, did not heed the divine patience calling them back. Instead, they attempted to proceed against its will, which is impossible. Seeing that the storm had been sent upon them for their sins, they were forced to abandon their plan. Changing their conditions, those who had first arrived as terrifying and greatly feared by the enemy now found themselves a burden to themselves, with the enemy quiet and even superior. They considered returning home a great victory. Thus, on the 6th day before the Ides of December, in the year of the Lord's incarnation, 1130, the 12th year of King Baldwin's reign, this occurred at nearly the same place where 4 years earlier the same king had achieved a notable and memorable victory over the same enemies. It is marvelous, truly marvelous, and beyond human expectations, how you, eternal Savior, humble those who presume upon their own strength, and those who trust in man and make flesh their arm you pierce with the dart of your curse, as their merits demand, seeking no helper nor partner in glory. For you have said, Blessed Lord, I will not give my glory to another. Isaiah 48:11. Vengeance is mine, and I will repay. Romans 12:19. I will wound, and I will heal, and I will make alive, and there is none who can deliver out of my hand. Deuteronomy 32:39. And truly, Lord, for when the king relied solely on the forces of his kingdom and his own military, committing himself entirely to the abundant grace of God, he often achieved unexpected triumphs over his enemies. But when he presumed he could be exalted by human effort, trusting in the multitude and relying on the strength of mortals, you withdrew your grace and left him to his own devices. He went away confounded by the multitude who had easily triumphed over his enemies with the Lord's help in scarcity. Thus, driven away by the divinely sent storm and with the heavens opposing them, they neither avenged those who had fallen by the enemy's sword, nor could they accomplish their intended purpose. With these events transpiring, our leaders divided from one another, and believing it impossible to continue the work they had begun, returned to their own lands. Meanwhile, the Lord Stephen, the Patriarch of Jerusalem, of blessed memory, died. He was succeeded by Lord William, Prior of the Church of the Holy Sepulchre, a simple man, modestly learned, handsome in appearance, commendable in morality, a Fleming by nation from the place called Mechelen, greatly favored by the king, the kingdom's leaders, and the entire populace.